This audiobook contains 4 censored sentences and 331 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Most belong to the vampire noble hierarchy, with only a few regular vampires. But their presence suggests they have considerable influence in the vampire realm. Jake, my mother's voice softly calls me, accompanied by an unsettling grin that clashes with her stunning appearance. Ugh, your expression is repulsive and it annoys me. Zamira interjects disapprovingly, clearly displeased with my mother's way of addressing me. Ah, you haven't changed much, sister, my mother teases, but Zamira ignores her. Let's put our unresolved issues aside. I have an important question. Who are the 2 people standing next to me on the right? I discreetly inquire, making sure they can't hear me. But I notice their eyebrows raise in response. Damn, I forgot that vampires have heightened senses and can hear whispers. To counteract this, I need to use the blood telepathy technique, which only works on vampires or severely wounded beings. In this situation, using blood telepathy requires me to use my aura, which might be offensive to the unknown elderly vampires standing beside me. Suddenly, the 2 elder vampires turn their heads towards me simultaneously, in an amusingly synchronized manner. We are Edward, the man and woman say in unison. Edward? Presumably, that's the man's name, but what about the woman? Seeing my puzzled expression, the man and woman smile widely at me. But their gestures only deepen my confusion, as they move like synchronized automatons. You must be confused, Your Highness. They repeat together, fueling my curiosity. Then, the man rises and settles on the woman's lap. Gradually, he starts to merge into her, while the woman's form transforms into irregular shapes. Suddenly, a young man with jet black hair appears before me, leaving me dumbfounded. Today is full of surprises, isn't it? My name is Edward Sanguine, Your Highness. I hold the title of the crown bearer in the royal family. It means I crown the king and possess the crown after the king's demise or slumber. I'm here to anoint you as the designated heir, as decreed by His Majesty, the man says with a slight bow, resuming his seat. Holy cow, did those elderly individuals just merge into one? What happened here? And my mother and Zamira conveniently ignore my question and pretend not to know what's happening. Seeing my bewildered expression, Edward smiles at me again. Your Highness, let me explain the situation and shed light on my existence. I am the fusion of 2 distinct individuals. It's a concept my wife and I devised to achieve immortality and avoid slumber. Individually, we are ordinary vampires with no significance. But when we merge, we become the crown bearer, Edward. It has been over a century since we separated to experience a breath of fresh air. Truly, this is an extraordinary occurrence on this auspicious day, Edward explains, his smile widening. That's astonishing. I've never encountered such a phenomenon in vampire history, I remark, mustering a faint smile as I continue to observe Edward with fascination and amusement. Of course, because I'm the first of my kind in vampire history, Edward declares proudly. I also want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak with His Highness. It has truly made my day, Edward adds, bowing deeply. But his gratitude is not directed at me. It's directed at my mother and Zamira. It's nothing, Sir Edward, my mother responds, flashing a radiant smile. Zamira simply grunts, paying no attention to Edward's words. I turn my attention to the slender announcer below the platform, realizing his skill in managing the proceedings as a competent event host. Suddenly, Edward signals the host, calling him over as if sharing a secret. Instantly, the atmosphere shifts subtly, and the host falls silent, his expression serious. A profound stillness fills the air, like a cemetery where even the sound of a dropped pin would echo. Now that the crown prince is here, we'll proceed with the ceremony before the feast begins. I entrust the remaining proceedings to Sir Edward, the lanky man announces, bowing deeply and gesturing toward Edward. Damn, This guy has a remarkably commanding voice. It suits him well, I think to myself. Edward promptly stands and approaches the edge of the platform, coming to a stop. By decree of His Majesty and the will of the revered Sir Derek, who remains a legend in our hearts. Well-crowned Prince Jake Mistro as the heir to the throne and the future king of the vampires. Edward declares loudly, waving his hand to conjure a small spiked silver crown, surrounded by delicate chains, resting on a sturdy pillow-like object. Moving towards me, Edward stops a few centimeters away, his gaze returning to the crowd. As is customary in the vampire kingdom, once the heir is chosen, no one dares to oppose. Any dissenting words will be met with death. So, if anyone has something to say, speak now or forever hold your peace, Edward proclaims, his expression grave, emanating an aura like that of a grim reaper. We have something to say. Several voices suddenly emerge from the crowd, catching Edward off guard. Damn, here it comes. Chapter 246 The Banquet Part 3 We have something to say. Edward flinches momentarily, startled by the sudden eruption of voices. Oh, here it comes. I glance down at the vocal individuals and focus on two vampires staring fiercely in my direction. Most of the other vampire lords wear wide grins, showing their support for this daring duo. Observing them closely, they appear to be youthful vampire lords, around 500 years old, but with the physical appearance of 30-year-old humans. The vampire on the left has jet black, impeccably styled hair that matches his deep crimson eyes. The second vampire, who spoke, is of similar height, with unkempt blonde hair and a pair of saggy eyeglasses that threaten to slide off his nose. Shifting my gaze between them, a sense of abnormality and desolation emanates, especially from the first handsome vampire who intermittently runs his hands through his hair. What do you have to say, Lord Reyes and Lord Bryce? Edward asks, his smile forced, clearly displeased with the situation. Your Highness, I am Reyes Freeman, patriarch of the esteemed Freeman family. Our lineage has consistently produced individuals with exceptional blood-related abilities across generations, making us one of the most influential powerhouses in the vampire kingdom. On behalf of the Freeman family, I object to your coronation, as I don't find you suitable for the role of king. However, if you prove yourself, Your Highness, by participating in the upcoming World's Strongest Tournament in a few days, I will pledge everlasting loyalty, Reyes declares, bowing deeply while meticulously readjusting his hair. Reyes Freeman. Isn't he from Roth's lineage? Wait, what's going on? Stay composed, master. I believe Roth intends to challenge you. He has always wanted to surpass you, but you have consistently outshined him in every aspect and refused to spar with him when he requested. So, Roth is willing to participate in the tournament just to challenge me? Damn, I admit he possesses considerable strength for his age, having defeated a vampire lord. However, the gap between him and me is immense, like heaven and earth. Your Highness, I am Bryce Sanguine, patriarch of the renowned Sanguine family and the most formidable vampire lord, announces the rough-looking, blonde-haired man with a slight bow. Bryce's words elicit clenched fists from the other vampire lords. I believe he is indeed telling the truth. Otherwise, these vampire lords would have erupted in anger. Bryce continues speaking. As we all know, the Sanguine family naturally possesses extraordinary strength and is positioned to succeed the Mistro family in power. In fact, the Sanguine family has the greatest claim to the throne after the Mistros. However, Your Highness, we all know the truth. You are, in fact, from a Sanguine bloodline, as your father is a Sanguine, Bryce states, pausing momentarily. Whispers and murmurs spread through the gathering of vampire lords as they engage in gossip and discussion. What is this impudent bastard trying to insinuate? As I was saying, it is evident that you are a sanguine. Your Highness, even though the king used his authority to designate you as a mist. Bryce, stop your insinuations before you cross the line and face the consequences. Mother bellows angrily, rising from her seat and cutting Bryce off. Your Highness, please remain calm. I will handle this. Edward reassures my mother. Phew, who could have foreseen that this coronation would turn out this way? It has become quite a predicament, mutters Edward, wiping the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh my, Princess Jill, we all understand the truth. I suppose you must have fed His Highness a plethora of falsehoods. Hold it right there. I interject menacingly, releasing a fraction of my aura. Bryce trembles and clenches his teeth as he feels the weight of my menacing presence. Thanks to my absolute control over my blood, I can manipulate my aura to instill fear in others at will. I detest it when someone speaks disrespectfully about my mother. I admit what you're saying is true, but are you aware of the pact between my father and the king that granted me the privilege to use the royal family's name? I explain, retracting my aura. I apologize for my audacity, Your Highness. In that case, let me continue. Since you don't claim the Sanguine lineage, I, on behalf of the Sanguine family, don't consider you a worthy king. There are many individuals more deserving of the throne than you. Furthermore, the power of the Mistro family has been waning for quite some time. Silence. Edward bellows. This is highly inappropriate and goes against the protocols of the ceremony. M. Edward Sanguine. Bryce interrupts, slamming his hand on the table. It's a shame that you, too, are a sanguine. Moreover, I am not violating any rules, as I haven't disrespected the king to his face. I have simply spoken the truth. If a revolution were to occur now, the Mistro family would be overthrown because Princess Zamira alone cannot overcome all the exceptionally talented individuals. Bryce, what do you take me for? Zamira shouts angrily, appearing in front of Bryce with a sword pressed against his throat. You, Princess Zamira, you cannot harm anyone during this ceremony. Edward pleads, his face filled with concern as he rushes toward Zamira. I can't fully grasp her actions, but I can see that she is genuinely furious. Gritting her teeth, Zamira sheathes her sword and returns to her seat, seething with anger. As expected, she is fully clad in armor from head to toe compared to the others. What else can you expect from a musclehead? You should teach her a lesson or two. Indeed, that was quite unexpected, Bryce comments, wiping away the trickle of blood on his throat. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, we already have another male warlock among us, a perfect candidate for the heir. If your Highness truly wishes to prove your worthiness, you should participate in the upcoming tournament, Bryce proclaims, a wicked grin slowly forming on his face as he adjusts his eyeglasses. Chapter 247, is this really a banquet? Bullshit. Another warlock, you say? Prove it. Zamira bellows, veins popping on her forehead as she slams her palm on the armrest of her chair. He'll gladly prove it, Bryce says, his smile widening. Hector, Bryce calls out, his face brimming with delight. Suddenly, a tall man wearing a night-black cloak emerges and stands beside Bryce, pulling off the hood on the cloak. There's a black mask on his face, with a sword strapped to his waist. Judging from the peculiar auras emanating from him, he seems to be a vampire subclass. Moreover, a familiar energy radiates from within his cloak. This person, why does he look familiar? I've seen him before, but I can't remember where exactly. That mask. In an instant, a heavy aura explodes from the man, causing everyone except Zamira and me to take a deep breath. Chaos ensues in the hall as everyone starts talking among themselves. Even Zamira looks extremely surprised. On the other hand, I rummage through my memory. Zil, Master. I think I remember now. He's the guy from the Hawks Mansion. Yes, I remember too. That guy gave me an unpleasant feeling back then. I'm glad he wasn't against me that day, because I would have lost since my skills were still subpar. I believe Alfonso also mentioned him as his former student who went rogue and became a popular assassin. He carries a galaxy-level bounty on his head. Your Highness, we meet once again, Hector says audibly. Upon hearing his words, everyone looks surprised, including Bryce and my mom. Jake, how do you know this man? Mom asks in a low voice, displaying her astonishment. I met him a few months ago when I took on a dirty job. I reply with a small smile as I rise from my seat. I take a few steps forward, stopping at the edge of the platform. I guess this is no longer a banquet, but rather a display of power, or perhaps a sign of rebellion. I'm surprised to see you too, Zero. I'm grateful for what you did the other day. I would have been in big trouble if it weren't for you. However, it's disheartening to see you switch sides, I say with a faint smile. Hearing my words, Hector bursts into boisterous laughter, resembling a maniac. If his true face were visible, it would likely be adorned with a dirty grin. I'm still me. I haven't switched sides. Oh, and about that day, I didn't want to work for those people anymore. All I did was stand around all night and get paid a hefty sum. But that's not my thing because I enjoy spilling blood. I was going to kill them anyway, contract or no contract, Hector says, laughing again. This guy certainly doesn't hold back. Besides, he's just a selfish bastard after all that I think you should take a look at. So, you've come to challenge me, right? I inquire, maintaining a small smile. I'm not actually challenging you, Your Highness. As we all know, only the strongest is fit to be king. The king is growing old and can no longer use much aura. To choose a new ruler, we must select the strongest. That's why I'm telling you to participate in the tournament. Your Highness, Hector proclaims loudly. I take a deep breath. I refuse. I declare, my expression serious. You have to join. We need to see your abilities. We can't accept a weakling as king. If you can't participate in the tournament, how will you lead us to conquer the fucking damn peers? Your evolution stage is pathetic. The Mistro family has always been overrated, and now with another warlock. Princess Zamira is no longer relevant. It's time to leave the throne for other families. All the vampires in the hall start ranting. Throughout, my eyes remain tightly shut as I ponder my next move. In this situation, I strive to remain as calm as possible and refrain from sending a few heads rolling. Silence. A thunderous voice suddenly erupts. You are all ungrateful pieces of shit. If the king were here, would any of you dare to raise your voices? Have you forgotten that most of you owe your positions to his majesty? And yet, you have the audacity to speak ill of him behind his back. Your tongues will be slit 1,000 times, so you can never regenerate them again. Edward bellows, his voice resonating through the hall. Veins bulge on his forehead, revealing his extreme anger. Following his outburst, the hall falls quiet. Even Hector and Bryce stand without saying a word. Edward was right. If the king were alive, most of those voicing their opinions wouldn't dare to speak out. By the king's side always stands a formidable monster, one that not even Zamira, a warlock, can contend with. That monster is none other than Alfonso, the strongest vampire knight in history. No knight has ever come close to achieving 20% of Alfonso's power. Glancing back, I notice tears welling up in my mom's eyes, which she hastily tries to wipe away as she catches my gaze. Meanwhile, Zamira grips the armrest of her chair tightly. Sigh, I suppose I have to do this. Chapter 248, Edward announcement. I have made a firm decision. I shall participate in the tournament to demonstrate my worth, I declare, sparking a resounding round of applause in the room. However, I can't help but sense the artificial nature of their applause, which ignites a surge of anger within me. Remember, Your Highness, the tournament is scheduled to commence within the next 3 days, Hector informs before turning on his heel and retracing his steps alongside Bryce. Your Highness, if I may interject, a bald vampire lord raises his hand, standing up from his seat. I am Norris Bates, one of the esteemed lords of the East Province. I commend Your Highness for expressing your desire to participate in the upcoming tournament. However, since this event aims to identify the mightiest among the younger generation, wouldn't it be fitting for the first princess to join as well? Norris suggests. a repugnant grin creeping across his face. Nonsense. I have engaged in numerous tournaments, emerging as the victor each time. Why should I participate again this year? Lord Norris, you overstep your bounds. Have you forgotten that I am the one in charge during the king's absence? Zamira retorts, rising from her seat and steadily advancing towards Norris. As Zamira approaches, beads of sweat trickle down Norris' forehead, a visible display of his trepidation. I apologize for my impudence, Your Highness, Norris stammers, trembling with fear. If I were to slay you here, it would not be against the law, for you have dared to speak against royalty. Mere utterances from the patriarchs of the Sanguine and Freeman families do not grant a lowly fool like you the privilege of addressing me, Zamira mutters with an intensely wrathful expression, seizing Norris' throat in her grip. NHGH. Yuck. Norris utters a pained cry as Zamira tightens her grip around his neck. Suddenly, she releases her hold, causing Norris to collapse onto the ground with a resounding thud. Unfortunately, I lack the inclination to take a life today, Zamira proclaims as she retreats to her seat. For some inexplicable reason, I have decided to participate in this year's tournament. It seems there are numerous formidable opponents emerging lately. Let us discover who can withstand 10,000 slashes from my blade, Zamira declares as she resumes her position upon the throne. Her sudden declaration sparks a cacophony of conversation in the hall as vampires engage in animated exchanges. However, their discussions are promptly silenced by Edward's authoritative voice. The decision has been made. The Crown Prince and the First Princess shall participate. Wait a moment. He has not yet ascended to the position of Crown Prince. I fail to comprehend why people insist on addressing him as such. Bryce interjects from below. Hearing his words, Edward pauses briefly. Very well, duly noted. It has now been determined that, His Highness and the First Princess will participate in the upcoming World's Strongest Tournament. As we all know, this tournament takes place once every decade, and traditionally, only one victor emerges. That I think you should take a look at, however. This year's tournament differs significantly from its predecessors. Instead of a single champion, we will determine the top 5 mightiest vampires. These top 5 shall then engage in combat among themselves, with their prowess being evaluated by esteemed officials from the vampire community, the former strongest vampires who currently reside beyond our realm, including the most formidable knight. Currently, we remain unaware of the exact number of participating students, as some are yet to arrive and register. The reason behind selecting 5 victors is simple: the galaxy's strongest warriors tournament. The one held 100 years ago was claimed by the Dragon Race, followed by the Azuris. What was most infuriating about the previous tournament was the Dampiers' overwhelming strength, which enabled them to overpower the vampires whenever they drew near. However, before the king entered a deep slumber, he issued orders that we should not select vampires for the galaxy's strongest warriors tournament haphazardly. Instead, they must undergo thorough evaluation. Furthermore, the top 5 winners who do not have access to the Blood Moon fruits will be provided with them, Edward announces, punctuating his words with a small sigh. The hall erupts into a lively buzz as vampires engage in animated conversations, their excitement palpable. Yet, amidst the commotion, my mind is preoccupied with several thoughts. Firstly, I have always regarded the existence of Azuras as nothing more than a legend, a mythical race renowned for their immense power. I have heard tales of god-slayers among their ranks, making them the greatest adversaries of divine beings. To realize that they truly exist, I find myself inexplicably exhilarated, given that I will likely become the primary target in the upcoming tournament. I must strive to ascend to the Vampire Lord stage. Failing to do so would render my body vulnerable to potential injury. My current state can no longer withstand some of my god-devouring techniques, such as the Transcendent God's Bane and Sanguine's Wrath. As a Protoss, possessing all the powers and techniques of the other originals, I am capable of executing their techniques flawlessly, just like their rightful owners. From fragments of my memories, it appears that Sanguine stands as the strongest original after me, making him my second-in-command and most loyal subordinate. If not for that insufferable sigh, I managed to defeat Zamira by deceiving her into facing one of my most formidable attacks head-on. Engaging her directly in hand-to-hand combat would inevitably lead to the deterioration of my body. Regarding my original techniques, I can only harness their full potential upon reaching the Warlock stage and reuniting with the Blood Baby. However, my first priority lies in mastering Zamira's secret technique, Swordcraft, which I assimilated during our encounter. Chapter 249 Chat with Zamira and Mom. Everyone is buzzing about the Blood Moon fruits, and their excitement is palpable for some inexplicable reason. I recently learned about these mysterious fruits from my mother. They possess the incredible ability to accelerate the evolution of vampires by absorbing their essence. Motivated by my desire to achieve the coveted Vampire Lord status before the tournament, I have set my sights on absorbing the essence of these fruits. However, with the unexpected arrival of the tournament, my main concern now lies in cultivating their power within a mere 3 days. Suddenly, Edward interrupts once again, his commanding voice capturing everyone's attention. Since the ceremonial proceedings have been postponed until after the tournament, we have one more matter to address before we leave. Firstly, the king's awakening from his slumber has been commanded by his own decree. Secondly, I shall report every detail of the events transpiring here to the king. Holding nothing back, Edward's declaration echoes through the hall. Upon hearing his words, a collective unease spreads among the gathered attendees. Audible gulps can be heard, except from a select few vampire lords who remain composed. Bryce, among them, shows no signs of apprehension. After the announcement, people rise from their seats and exit the hall in silence. Edward's words seem to have left a bitter taste in their mouths. Currently, I find myself seated in the same car as my mother and Zamira. Surprisingly, Zamira insisted that both Mom and I join her in her vehicle, a request that momentarily perplexes my mother. As we comply with Zamira's wishes, Stella and Carter, who were absent during the ceremony, suddenly appear and join Zagrith in another car. Our car moves at a leisurely pace, guided by its precise autopilot system, which excels at maneuvering in tight spaces. For about 2 minutes, uninterrupted silence fills the car. Judging by Zamira's expression, it's clear that she has much to say but struggles to find a starting point. Likewise, my mother diverts her gaze to the side, looking out the window without making eye contact with Zamira, who sits beside her. Sigh. These two seem hesitant to engage in conversation. I wonder how my mother will react when she discovers the truth about Zamira and me. But before that, let's break this silence and encourage some discussion. Was everything that happened today expected? I ask softly, leaning my head against the plush headrest of the car. My question raises eyebrows from the women. To them, it seems rather obvious, but it serves as an ideal icebreaker. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence? It seems that I have become soft lately, or perhaps our family's influence has diminished. Zamira murmurs, concern coloring her expression. I don't think it's the latter. The bitter truth may be that we are no longer feared as we once were. A vampire lord had warned me about the potential exploitation of the tournament by other vampire lords before the king's awakening. My mother interjects, catching Zamira's attention. Which vampire lord was that? They are all deceitful creatures, Zamira replies, her face contorting with disgust. Lord Gale. He attended Jake's wedding alongside Norris, my mother responds. That depraved man. Zamira mutters, repulsion evident on her features. He told me that Norris is also against us. He instigated the rebellion. That despicable swine. I trusted him. My mother exclaims. I don't trust any of those vampires. They are all hypocrites. Each one of them is only after power and personal gain, Zamira mutters, her index finger resting on her chin as she ponders something. Jake, the warlock you mentioned. Where did you meet him? Zamira asks, curiosity coloring her tone, while my mother's interest is also piqued by the question. I encountered him somewhere. Although he wasn't as formidable when I first met him, I could sense the dread emanating from him. Even as a noble vampire myself, I explained to the women, I have a bad feeling about that guy. He's a notorious assassin, responsible for countless killings. Rumor has it he has taken numerous lives across different planets. My father despises him passionately because he tarnished the reputation of our kind. Though in recent years, his horrific tales have faded from people's memories, Zamira remarks, appearing somewhat perplexed. Do you think you could defeat him? Mom suddenly interjects, causing Zamira's stoic demeanor to raise an eyebrow. I think you should take a look at it. It's a simple question. I can easily overpower him. However, that man must have some wicked and treacherous tricks up his sleeve, Zamira responds. Jake, what do you suggest we do? Mom asks, turning her gaze toward me. Well, it's quite straightforward. Most elite assassins carry a lethal array of poisons that quickly incapacitate their victims' nerve cells. I don't believe Zero is an exception. Moreover, engaging him directly could be dangerous, as we're unaware of the blood powers he possesses. However, there is one person capable of countering all his attacks, I say, a smile gradually forming on my face. And who might that be? Mom and Zamira inquire simultaneously. That person is none other than myself. I'm not entirely comfortable with this idea, Mom admits, her expression betraying her concern. Me neither, Zamira adds. To ensure our victory without a doubt, I need your assistance, Zamira, I declare, my smile widening. And what would that be? Zamira asks suspiciously, scrutinizing me. Blood moon fruits. Blood moon fruits. I need those blood moon fruits for my garden. I want to harness their power and transcend my current state, Zamira stammers, her voice tinged with determination. But it sounds like a rather painful endeavor. Mom chimes in, her worry evident once again. Upon hearing Zamira's words, I chuckle softly. From what I understand, the Warlock stage represents the pinnacle of vampire evolution. Consequently, the Blood Moon fruits won't be of any help to you anymore. You can only surpass your current state by becoming a God Slayer, I explained to a bemused Zamira. Why, you mean I can reach the same level as your father without further evolution? Zamira questions, her words punctuated by a slight stutter. Chapter 250, Appearance of a God. I don't say that you can reach my dad's stage. I say that you can only become a God Slayer like him. According to what Alfonso informs me, my father was the foremost warlock before you. However, the originals were warlocks from the very beginning, and their powers exceeded those of a typical warlock in this era. Hence, we can't classify them as warlocks, as their evolution was incomparable. I, on the other hand, am an enigma, my evolution defying explanation. I remain oblivious to my true nature, purpose, or the reason behind my creation by the universe. These mysteries consume me, and I yearn for answers, I mutter, gazing out of the window. Suddenly, the car comes to a complete halt. We have reached our destination, announces a computerized voice, yet none of us make a move to exit the vehicle. Regarding the God Slayers, can you enlighten me further? Are you yourself a God Slayer? Zamira inquires with fervent curiosity. Well, I am not yet a fully fledged God Slayer, nor do I believe I can be labeled as one. I am the Protoss, a being whose existence defies explanation. Nevertheless, to the gods, I pose a genuine threat, thus granting me the title of a God Slayer. I clarify. Upon hearing my words, Zamira enters a state of deep contemplation, carefully pondering over my statements. I think I comprehend it now. God Slayers are individuals who have achieved the power to vanquish gods, Zamira mutters. Indeed, even though certain God Slayers may only conquer feeble gods, they are still deemed God Slayers. However, despite your potential reaching God Slayer levels, there appears to be an impediment preventing you from becoming a fully realized God Slayer. I find it perplexing and challenging to comprehend, I say, shaking my head. Jake, my mother's voice suddenly whispers, causing me to divert my attention towards her. I had a conversation with Blair today. Oh, Blair. I haven't called her today. Did she shower me with expletives over the phone? I ask, awkwardly scratching my head. No, she did not. In fact, she merely asked me to deliver a message to you since she couldn't reach you directly. She informed me that she has been engaged in battles with peculiar beings lately. Strangely, whenever she prepared to deliver the final blow, these beings would vanish into thin air. Are these beings considered gods, considering your mention of Blair being a god slayer? Jill informs me while also posing the question. Hearing her words, a perplexed expression forms on my face, as well as on Zamira's. They are the very ones. I never anticipated their arrival would be so swift. They must have sensed the power of the Demon King. I utter, my voice tinged with astonishment. The cerulean sky is adorned with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily in a gentle breeze, while the mellow sun beams relentlessly upon the people below. Under this radiant sun, 3 individuals can be seen reclining on sun loungers, clad in bikinis and sporting dark sunglasses. Around them, numerous people from diverse races dot the beach as the tranquil waves of the sea lap against them. Amidst the vast expanse of sand, cunning-looking monkeys skillfully prowl about, stealthily pilfering from unsuspecting victims before scampering up the surrounding trees, gleefully dismantling their loot. Some even go to the extent of relieving themselves upon their victims from above. Despite their aggressive appearance, these rudimentary creatures pose no harm to people, even those of higher ranks. In return, people refrain from hunting them for their crystals, as they make delightful pets, thanks to their mischievous nature. Fufu, isn't this exhilarating? Anne asks with a smile, sipping her tropical drink from a cup crafted from a pristine wild coconut. Ha ha ha, it's a shame my husband isn't here, Anna adds, enjoying her own beverage. The mother-daughter duo now sports bloated stomachs, their pregnancies exceeding 2 months, causing their bikinis to appear rather peculiar on their petite frames and ample chests. After a prolonged absence of a certain person's voice, both Anne and Anna turn their heads simultaneously, directing their gaze toward Blair. Blair, you've been unusually quiet. Is something amiss? You haven't even touched your juice. Weren't you excited about visiting this planet? And pouts, expressing concern that I think you should take a look at releasing a sigh. Blair sits up on her sun lounger, legs spread apart. I miss Jake, Blair murmurs, her eyes fixed upon the sky. Ah, we miss him too, but there's nothing we can do. Besides, he has important matters to attend to over there. Anna consoles her. I know, but you wouldn't understand. I'm consumed by an intense love for him. It's driving me to the brink of madness. Moreover, what troubles me the most is my power. Despite using ki to suppress it, an evil aura continues to emanate from within me. I can't shake off this foreboding feeling, Blair confesses, abruptly pausing mid-sentence. Her gaze fixates on something above. It's here, Blair mutters, still staring intently upward. What is it? Anna asks, her worry evident. Her question halts abruptly as she notices a peculiar object descending from the sky, resembling a crashing meteor. Boom! The object impacts the ground with tremendous force, creating shockwaves and sending debris flying in every direction. Yeah, my child. Mummy, run. Everyone, run. Panic ensues as people scatter in all directions, their lives depending on fleeing from an unknown, impending danger. The scattered debris only amplifies their terror. Once the dust settles, the women's eyes behold a towering figure, standing 3 meters tall, with blackened skin resembling an elongated cross-pane hammer. Bright green eyes gleam within its disproportionately elongated skull. Covered in rough, black scales with sharp contours along its shoulders, the creature appears naked, yet a white translucent light envelopes it, radiating immense power. Advancing forward, the being comes to a halt in front of Blair. Found you. Chapter 251 Wavagi, God of Beer found you, the figure says, grinning sinisterly. The glowing light around the figure fades, revealing an otherworldly man, a sort of deity. Who are you, and how did you find me? Blair asks, feeling uneasy. I'm just a traveler passing through this town. The man replies, his smile filled with cunning. But during my stay, I came across a threat that needs to be eliminated, he adds, as a bright white light shines from his hand. As the light fades, a magnificent golden spear appears in the man's hand. Blair will help you deal with him. And Hayes declare confidently, positioning themselves in front of her. Thank you, but I must face this person alone for ruining my day, Blair states, briefly touching Hayes. Shadows envelop them, and a portal suddenly opens, pulling them into safety. Blair has used shadow teleportation to relocate them. At the same time, shadows gather around Blair, forming a sleek black leather jacket, pants, and boots that she now wears. I don't need armor or weapons to defeat you, Blair asserts, clenching her fists. I don't use armor either. And your decision to send those people away was unwise, for I will defeat them regardless. They seem powerful, capable of slaying gods, the man says, abruptly interrupted as he is struck with a powerful blow to his chest. He skids backward, finally stopping as he impales his spear into the ground. That was close. Before I end your life, let me introduce myself. I am Wavagi, the god of beer, Wavagi announces, his smile beaming. Hearing his self-proclaimed title, Blair looks perplexed. Is he joking? This guy must have consumed a lot of beer to think he's a god. I shouldn't worry too much. He doesn't seem like a big threat. Blair thinks to herself, I can sense your thoughts. You think I'm not a challenge because I'm the god of beer. But if you consider the countless beer enthusiasts, you'd be foolish to underestimate me. Wavagi bellows, launching his spear at Blair with tremendous force, distorting the air around them. Seeing the spear hurtling towards her at high speed, Blair grows more concerned. The distance between her and Wavagi is vast, leaving little time to react. Empowering her hand with ki, Blair grabs the spear's head, forcefully pushing it away from her face. The spinning spear hangs in midair as Blair maintains her grip. Its power becomes evident as her palm tears apart despite being surrounded by ki. Using even more ki, Blair manages to stop the spear's momentum, sending it flying far away. Someone stop my attack. A chilling voice comes from above. Looking up, Blair sees Wavagi descending upon her, wielding a war hammer. Swiftly evading the attack, Blair sidesteps by a hair's breadth. I think you should take a look at Boom. The war hammer crashes into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that sends debris flying. The abundance of sand hampers Blair's movement, making it difficult for her to navigate. Leaping several meters backward, Blair wipes blood from the corner of her mouth. She had underestimated her opponent. I broke my master's rule. Never underestimate yourself or handicap yourself to prove superiority, regardless of the opponent. Always give your all and finish swiftly, with some hidden tricks, unless it's a friendly match, Blair mutters, opening a small portal and retrieving a massive, elongated sword. As the debris settles, Blair's vision clears. Wavagi stands before her, his eyes glowing with a malevolent green hue. He now has hind legs, giving him a more menacing appearance, and the scales on his shoulders pulsate with subtle movements. Both his hands hold weapons, a spear and a war hammer with an aura that signifies their elevated status. You've shown skill in evading and turning my weapon against me, but I wonder how long you can keep evading. Wavagi remarks as a radiant white aura surrounds him. Simultaneously, a dark miasma emanates from Blair. Without hesitation, Blair tightens her grip on the sword's hilt as shadows converge around her, completely enveloping her. Multiple copies of herself appear, stretching to a count of 1,000, encircling Wavagi. Now, it's my turn. Echoes the collective voice of the Blairs, their swords raised in unison. Seeing this turn of events, a terrified expression crosses Wavagi's face. Neon-colored energy gathers on the blades of the countless swords pointed at him, ready to strike him down. I need to report this to my superiors. I didn't even get a chance to unleash my full power. Despite having immense celestial energy, I'm threatened by a mere child. Damn it! I'm no match for an experienced fighter, Wavagi thinks to himself, and in an instant, a brilliant, blinding light engulfs him. Realizing she can no longer sense Wavagi's presence, Blair lowers her sword. Her numerous clones disintegrate into dust. Wavagi is nowhere to be found. Note: I'm sorry for the filler below. This chapter was edited and the word counts reduced drastically, so that I want change the flow of the story. I added fillers below. Chapter 252 Surprising Zamira T-Siege. He departed. Huh, Blair mutters, sheathing her sword with a touch of annoyance. Suddenly, two figures land in front of her, their expressions filled with concern. Blair, are you all right? An Enhaze inquire, rushing towards her. Yes, I'm fine, Blair replies, her confusion still evident. Idiot, you should have allowed us to assist you. Cease this recklessness. Hayes bellows, shaking Blair's shoulders. Hey, I'm fine. By the way, that was quite exhilarating. My abilities felt slightly more manageable after engaging in combat with that individual, Blair states, flashing a smile, which elicits sighs from an Enhaze. That's good to hear, but why did he attack you? Have you encountered him before? And curiously questions, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. I have never crossed paths with him before. However, he referred to himself as Wavagi, the god of beer, Blair replies with a chuckle. Hayes suddenly gazes at the ground, attempting to recall something. Wavagi, I have heard of him before. Some individuals even worship him. Hayes utters, worship him? Who would venerate such a detestable being? Blair asks, appearing perplexed. Is the Nagas, the land-dwelling Nagas. Both their males and females are aficionados of alcohol. Hence, it is unsurprising that they worship the god of booze. I have encountered numerous statues of that entity in various Naga settlements. Hayes responds, I have never encountered a Naga. Now that I've been discovered, I anticipate encountering more of these deities who may trail me or lurk in my vicinity. Moreover, when I reflect on my past, it continues to astonish me. I was once an ordinary girl devoid of any powers, living like a famished mouse to evade harassment from the cats, the ability users. However, now that I possess a power that rivals that of the gods, I am uncertain whether I should be elated or disheartened. It is a power that comes with significant responsibilities and drawbacks, Blair confesses, appearing troubled. It is all right, Blair. We will always stand by your side. You see, we possess more strength than you realize, especially when we combine our techniques. The only occasion we faltered was during our encounter with the Dark Elves' Kingdom, and that occurred because the adversary discovered our weakness. Nonetheless, and I have resolved never to allow anyone the opportunity to exploit our vulnerability, Hayes boasts. The man also informed me of that. He mentioned that the two of you are quite formidable. Although I would like to witness both of you in action, not in our current state, Blair responds, returning the smile. Upon hearing Blair's words, a fierce expression materializes on and in Hayes' faces. Don't be foolish. Blair, you're also carrying a child. The women exclaim, grasping Blair's hands in anger. For a moment, I forgot that I'm also pregnant. Ah, I suppose I got carried away with the thrill of the fight, Blair mutters as and Hayes lead her away from the beach. However, as the two Catwomen drag her away, Blair's mind drifts elsewhere. Master, remain calm. I'm seething with anger, Mimi. I cannot comprehend their intentions. They refuse to grant my family and me respite. I shall annihilate them. I will exterminate each and every one of them. I bellow, slamming my arm onto a small wooden table before me. I think you should take a look at the table, aged and worn out, shatters and in numerous fragments. Right now, I find myself in a modest room, furnished with a medium-sized bed and a table in front of me. There's also a small, dusty wardrobe that seems untouched for decades. This room is part of my mother's chamber, with additional rooms meant for her maids and butlers, although most of them remain unoccupied due to the lack of staff. What is your plan now, Master? While I understand your anger, revealing yourself to the gods with your current power may not be the wisest choice. If they suspect that you are the reincarnation of the Protoss, they won't hesitate to eliminate you. It would be better to evolve into the Vampire Lord stage before the tournament. Remember, if you become a Vampire Lord, you will be able to harness celestial energy, an energy exclusive to the gods. I acted impulsively. Mimi, your guidance has been invaluable. Thanks to you, I can progress swiftly. But before that, I need to meet with Zamira and obtain those items. I don't usually part with valuable things without receiving something in return, Zamira says, a small grin forming as she folds her arms. We are currently in her courtyard, a spacious training field adorned with numerous wooden training dummies. I had asked her to teach me her exceptional sword technique swordcraft. Oh, I let out a surprised remark, but a smile gradually spreads across my face. But I am your betrothed. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to demand something in exchange for techniques. Of course, it's your technique, and you have the right to keep it to yourself. However, by indirectly suggesting that you can trade your cherished techniques, you are implying that you value them as much as the legendary Protoss techniques, I remark. All right, enough already. Ah, you're annoying. Who wouldn't want to trade their techniques for the almighty Protoss techniques? Zamira responds with a sigh. You hold me in higher regard than necessary and underestimate your own skills. Besides, you could have simply asked me to teach you one of my techniques instead of proposing a trade. Furthermore, I've already learned how to use your sword techniques during our battle. I came here to seek your permission to incorporate them into my own repertoire. I explain with a casual shrug, making my way towards a massive rack displaying an assortment of weapons. Selecting an intermediate long sword at random, I position myself in the center of the training ground. Zamira gazes at me with an incredulous expression, yet her intense curiosity remains palpable. Fufu, am about to astound the Ice Princess once again. Swordcraft, 100 Blade Cuts. Chapter 253 Blades of Passion Swordcraft. 100 Blade Cuts. I exclaim as I swiftly move both my legs in an obscure motion, even faster than the technique's originator, Zamira, before slashing my sword horizontally. Swoosh! A fine line of aura erupts from my sword, cleanly slashing one of the training dummies ahead of me. But I don't stop there. I continue running through the field as if fighting an imaginary opponent, my eyes fixated on the next target. Swordcraft, 1,000 Blade Cuts. I shout again, executing the same movements as before. ZZZZRRR. This time, a thick line of blood aura erupts from my sword, cleanly slashing the training dummy in front of me. But unlike before, the aura slash doesn't dissipate. It continues moving forward as if it has a mind of its own, cutting through all the training dummies on the field. Within seconds, the aura slash finishes slashing all the dummies and starts heading towards Zamira. Reacting swiftly, Zamira creates a blood aura slash of her own, canceling out my attack. As I look at her face, I see nothing but absolute awe. She starts walking towards me, her sword broken. "You broke the sword, huh?" I ask with a slight chuckle, making her raise her eyebrows. "That's an ordinary sword. How could it withstand my 1,000 sword strikes?" Zamira replies, looking somewhat angry. "Well, my sword is still intact," I say, showing her the sword in my hand that retains its vitality. Compared to before, the sword seems to have red spots around it, radiating a faint aura. Once again, seeing the intact sword leaves Zamira in disbelief. "Sigh, well, I can't be compared to you in terms of skills. But seeing you use my techniques like this, I think I'm happy," Zamira says in a low voice, showing me a faint smile. For some reason, her smile warms my heart because it's rare to see her smile like this. "Are you sure about that? You seemed angry before, you know," I say, looking at her suspiciously. I wasn't directing my anger towards you. Rather, I was angry at myself for being so pathetic. But it's an honor to see the Protoss use my sword techniques," Zamira mutters, flashing a smile at me once again. This woman, suddenly, she drops her broken sword to the ground and starts fidgeting, her gaze facing down. I notice faint blushes on her face as she consistently locks her index fingers together. She probably wants me to teach her a technique. If that's the case, what do you want? Do you want me to teach? "I want to kiss you," Zamira mutters, her face getting redder. I can even hear faint sounds of her heart beating, and her face heats up. Hearing her words, a perplexed expression appears on my face. Suddenly, Zamira gets closer to me, wrapping her hands around my neck before pressing her lips against mine. I don't know how to kiss, but I've watched some movies about it," Zamira mumbles, her tongue slowly invading my mouth. Seeing her take the first step, I respond by intertwining our tongues together, reciprocating her passionate kiss. Zamira doesn't resist my advance. Instead, she becomes more aggressive, kissing me fiercely. After a minute, we slowly separate our lips, parting with a string of saliva. I can still taste the metallic hint of blood in my mouth, indicating that she recently fed. Her face is extremely red, and her shyness is evident. "That was awesome. I'd say that was one of the most epic kisses I've ever had," I say, a smile blooming on my face. "I think you should take a look at Humph. You have lots of wives. How can that short kiss be one of your epic kisses?" "Stop with the flattery," Zamira says with a snort, turning around as if she wants to walk away. "I'm telling the truth. I have no reason to lie. But if you don't believe me, that's fine," I say with a slight shrug. "Really? That was one of your best kisses?" Zamira asks, turning around to face me with a bright smile. "I'm not lying." "Oh, okay," Zamira mumbles, speechless and unsure what to say. "Should I teach you one of my techniques? One that I've never taught anyone?" I asked Zamira with a small wink. Really?" she asks, her eyes shining with excitement. "Sure, they'll gladly learn it then." "Okay, they'll teach you the technique I used to defeat you during our match. I want you to use any aura while demonstrating the movements to avoid causing any damage. Watch closely," I say, picking up a sword from the rack. In the next moment, I assume a battle stance, widening my legs and bending my knees. The technique I'm about to teach you is called Transcendent God's Bane, First Strike. It consists of 10 strikes, but with the help of VR capsules, I've expanded it to 12. The first strike alone is capable of annihilating an average god if executed properly, while the 10th strike has the power to slice the moon. As for the 12th strike, I've only been able to use it in a game, where it obliterated an entire planet to dust, I explained to Zamira. Abruptly, I raise the sword from my shoulder, indicating that I'm about to demonstrate the movements of the first strike without using any energy. Currently, we're walking toward the Blood Moon tree to pluck some of its revered fruits. Although I can see the tree ahead of us, it's still somewhat distant due to our leisurely pace. "Thank you for teaching me that sword technique, even if it was just the first strike. I really appreciate it. Even without any energy infused, I could feel its deadliness," Zamira says gratefully. "It's nothing. They'll also teach you how to use ki some other time. Primal energy should only be used as a last resort due to its drawbacks. Only the Valkyries were able to use it without any drawbacks, I respond. Speaking of which, I need a clone. Do you know where I can get one? I inquire. That's pretty simple, but if I may ask, what do you want it for? Zamira queries, her eyes keen. Amber, Misty's second personality. You know, the pod she was born with was corrupted with the remnants of a Valkyrie's soul, I explain. Upon hearing my words, Zamira's eyes widen in shock. I know someone who can create a quality vampire clone. However, we all know that a vampire's clone has a lifespan of 60 to 100 years, depending on the essence with which the clone was created, while a human's lifespan is about 20. The only person who can create a perfect Valkyrie clone is Edgar Frost, Zamira says, pondering. Hearing the name, I raise my brow unconsciously. Edgar Frost, huh? However, I need to find a suitable body for Amber before getting her a proper vessel, I say, contemplating the possibilities. Suddenly, we come to a stop in front of a mighty, gigantic tree pulsating with red veins that run from its roots to its branches. Chapter 254, Absorbing the Blood Moon Fruits. Suddenly, we come to a halt in front of an enormous, pulsating tree. Its roots and branches are adorned with vibrant red veins, creating a captivating sight. The tree exudes a serene yet intense aura, sending a tingling sensation through me. But what truly captures my attention are the fruits hanging below, brimming with the same vibrant energy. They're oval-shaped, about the size of a fist, and their ruby-red color pulsates in sync with the tree's veins. Seems different from the last time I saw it. I mutter, my gaze fixed on the awe-inspiring tree. Yeah, during this time of the year, the Blood Moon tree produces high-quality fruits, Zamira explains. So, how do I go about plucking these fruits? Do I just jump and grab them with my bare hands? We actually have a harness specifically designed for harvesting Blood Moon fruits. Wait here for a moment, Zamira says as she walks away. Soon, she returns carrying a small metal rod with a scythe-like curved head. That thing is too small to my surprise, the rod suddenly extends into a long harness, measuring about 4 meters. Coupled with Zamira's height, it's more than sufficient to reach and pluck the Blood Moon fruits. Plup. Zamira skillfully plucks several blood fruits, and as she drops them, I swiftly catch them mid-air, stashing them away in my inventory. Phew, there are still plenty of fruits left, Zamira mutters while putting away the harness. Don't you think I should have more? I inquire, a mischievous grin forming on my face. 5 Blood Moon fruits are more than enough for you to advance to the Vampire Lord stage. Having too many might pose a problem, Zamira explains. I see. Zamira, I have one more question. Where will the tournament take place? I ask, curiosity gleaming in my eyes. Oh, didn't you know? It's going to be held in a virtual world, just like the previous ones, Zamira replies nonchalantly. Her words instantly light up my face, and excitement rushes through my veins. What? The tournament will be inside a virtual world? But I haven't seen any VR capsule since I arrived here, I utter in awe. You probably didn't notice because Jill's house is filled with old stuff. Besides, you haven't ventured much beyond Jill's chamber. It's no surprise coming from a Protoss. You rarely act like others of your kind, Zamira answers, a smile blooming on her face. Haha, I suppose I've started to change ever since I began recovering my memories, I reply, reminiscing about the good times I shared with my friends. Once all of this is over, I'll undoubtedly reunite with my friends at the academy. I wonder how Barry and his mom are doing. I think you should take a look at Zamira about the capsules. Where can I get one? I ask. You can come to my house and take one. I have a bunch of them there. Alternatively, you can purchase one online. Zamira suggests. All right, I'll take one then. I find myself in a room within my mother's chambers. It's a simple space equipped with outdated gadgets and a modest bed. In one corner of the room lies the VR capsule I obtained from Zamira. And before me, on a small stool, rest the glowing red fruits, the Blood Moon fruits. According to Zamira, all I have to do is consume one fruit, absorb its essence, and then proceed to the next. Let's give it a try. In the next moment, I select one of the Blood Moon fruits, taking a bite and savoring its taste. Due to its size, I can't consume it all at once, so I take 3 bites to finish the fruit. As soon as I swallow the last piece, a surge of intense heat radiates from within me. Crimson veins illuminate across my body, and I feel a tremendous amount of energy coursing through me. What kind of fruit is this? I wonder aloud, amazed by its effects. Inside an extravagant room, a massive table surrounded by exquisite wooden chairs takes center stage. Seated at the far end of the table is a mature man, while a younger man occupies one of the random chairs. Roth, have you reconsidered your decision? Becoming king would greatly benefit our clan. A man speaks in a hushed tone. It's none other than Reyes, the patriarch of the Freeman family. Dad, I've told you multiple times, I have no interest in becoming king. Jake is my close friend, someone I look up to. I can't betray him. Roth asserts firmly. You're being childish, Roth, Reyes exclaims, slamming his hand on the table. Dad, I may have improved significantly, but so has Jake. No matter how much I progress, he always stays ahead, refusing even to spar with me at a certain point. Let's not even mention his human wife. She's out of my league. Roth responds, his expression filled with dejection. Reyes ponders his youngest son's words, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. Roth is the most talented among all my children, even surpassing me in battle. However, he's still just a child. I need to proceed carefully before manipulating him to my advantage. Reyes contemplates, a sly grin adorning his face. Roth, I have a way for you to surpass your friend, Reyes murmurs, his grin widening. Excitement gleams in Roth's eyes upon hearing his father's words. The possibility of gaining even more power lifts his spirits. What do you have in mind, Dad? Roth asks eagerly, struggling to contain his anticipation. Fufu, since you're a gifted vampire, nothing can go wrong. What is it, Dad? Tell me. Roth inquires once more, his curiosity becoming evident. The blood moon fruits. I've kept some of them in a space ring I acquired over the years. If you consume up to 3 blood moon fruits, you'll undoubtedly reach the Vampire Lord stage. However, I have a condition before I hand them over to you, Reyes declares, tapping his finger consistently on the table. Chapter 255, Vampire Lord Stage ARF. Just one more. I grit my teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that overwhelms me now. My body glows bright crimson, as if it's about to explode. Suddenly, my body starts breaking down from head to toe, turning into a jelly-like substance. The previous pain I felt seems like child's play compared to what I'm experiencing now. The pain becomes unbearable, reaching a point where I grow numb to it. Abruptly, my body begins morphing and reconstructing itself, returning to what it once was. This time, I can feel my bones growing denser as the transformation takes place. Ah, man, natural evolution is way better. But hey, I needed to advance to the Vampire Lord stage. After some time, my transformation is finally complete. Getting up, I walk toward a mirror in the room, examining myself from top to bottom. Looks like not much has changed. I still look like myself, but I feel taller and my bones are way denser. Plus, my abs and biceps look more refined, I mutter, observing the changes in my body. Channeling my vampire aura through my veins, I notice that the flow is much smoother now, and I can easily detect the slightest trace of energy. With this new body, I should be able to handle some gods and make sure they understand not to mess with my family. But I shouldn't get too ahead of myself. I can only unleash my full potential once I reach the Warlock stage and become the Protoss directly. Still, it feels amazing to have 50% of my powers back. But first, Mimi, are you there? Yes, Master, I'm here. Whoa, you scared the hell out of me, making me think something was wrong. Something was actually wrong, but I fixed it. Well, how are you doing? I reached the Vampire Lord stage in just a day, haha. Who's the loser now? You're wrong, Master. It took you 2 days to absorb the blood moon fruits. The rate at which you absorbed them was both scary and intriguing. 2 days, huh? Time really flies. It felt like just a day to me. So, any updates? Yes, Master. You can now use 35% of the celestial energy sealed within you. I see. But how does celestial energy work? Can you give me some hints? I'm sorry, Master, but I'm not obligated to teach you. You have to figure out how to utilize it on your own. However, I can offer you some hints. Okay, that's good. I can't wait to test out a few things. Excitedly, I leave the room. As soon as I step outside, I notice several vampire maids standing at the doorstep. And to top it off, Mom, Stella, and Zamira are also there, wearing expressions I can't quite decipher. I had informed them not to enter the room while I absorb the blood moon fruits, so their anticipation is palpable. Jake, Master, the three women say in sync, running into my arms and embracing me all at once that I think you should take a look at you really evolved to the Vampire Lord stage. This is epic. As expected of the Protoss, Zamira mutters, awestruck by my improvements. Mom and Stella, on the other hand, continue to hold me tightly, as if they haven't seen me in months. I'm fine now, guys, but I think I'm hungry, I say, my stomach growling audibly. Instantly, Mom turns to the maids beside her. Go and prepare something for His Highness quickly. Mom commands the maids, who swiftly comply and rush off to fulfill my request. Now that the maids are gone, I turn my attention back to the women. Has anything happened while I was gone? I inquire, curiosity piqued. Shouldn't you take some rest first before bombarding us with questions? Mom says, worry etched on her face. Nothing significant occurred during your absence. However, according to my spies, the vampire lords have been meeting each other lately, and there seems to be a high demand for blood moon fruits. Zamira reports. Hearing her words, annoyance creeps onto my face. What are they up to? I ask, my expression scrunching up in irritation. Well, as you can guess, they're trying to use the blood moon fruits to evolve. They're desperate to overthrow us this year, Zamira responds, her face contorted with anger. No need to worry about that. It'll be the one overthrowing them instead. It'll teach them the meaning of defeat the hard way, even while intentionally handicapping myself. I declare, a malicious grin slowly spreading across my face. Mom's mouth hangs open, as if she wants to say something but stops herself. Sigh. Don't worry, Mom. It'll be fine. I won't go unarmed. I'll only use my weapon when necessary. I reassure her. Suddenly, I turn back to Zamira. So, did they come to your chamber for the blood moon fruits? I inquire. They wouldn't dare. Besides, I'm not the only one with a blood moon tree. But for some reason, the blood moon tree in my chamber produces better fruits, Zamira explains. I nod in understanding. Jake, I have other matters to discuss with you. The king is being awakened from his slumber today. His knight is already at his palace, waiting for him along with Edward. After we eat, you should dress up and join us at the king's tomb, Zamira informs me, her tone serious, while Mom confirms her words with a nod. So Alfonso is here? I ask again, seeking confirmation. Yes, he's here. He wanted to see you earlier, but we told him you were busy, Zamira informs me. Chapter 256 Excalibur, in a vast expanse adorned with trees of various sizes, large, small, and ancient, a peculiar sight unfolds. Amidst these trees, numerous houses are scattered, but what is truly striking is that they all stand abandoned. Within a small clearing, in front of a modest wooden house, 5 individuals gather around a flickering fire. This group consists of 3 men and 2 women, all around the same age. A sense of unease lingers in the air as Lois, a human traveler who joined forces with her comrades, voices her fear. How long must we keep running? We've already lost 2 members. We'll be next. Lois' voice trembles with terror. I don't know. Those astrolamias are far more dangerous than we anticipated. They're not merely wild beasts. They're a group of corrupted lamias. Ross, the leader of the pack, responds with a tinge of bitterness. Lois and Nadia are sitting beside Ross. Nadia, a mature, and Petite Beastkin from the Fox clan, has remained silent thus far, contemplating the situation. Meanwhile, two other members of the group, Arthur and Monk, sit on the ground like the rest. These two appear visibly disheartened by the loss of their comrades. Arthur, a handsome young vampire with blonde hair and captivating features, accompanies Monk, who belongs to the celestial monkey race. Despite his humanoid appearance, Monk's distinguishing traits include facial hair and a tail protruding from his backside. Monk, don't you have any thoughts? What do you believe we should do? Ross asks, his voice laden with concern. Upon hearing Ross' inquiry, Monk raises his head. The fallen members let their guard down and overestimated themselves. The sheer number of these astrolamias is overwhelming. To make matters worse, some of them possess extraordinary abilities. It baffles me, Monk mutters, struggling to comprehend the existence of such vicious monsters. I heard that a vengeful scientist utilized Lamia DNA to create these monstrous creatures, tarnishing the reputation of the Lamias. The identity of a scientist, however, remains a mystery, Nadia speculates. So, all of this was orchestrated to vilify the Lamias? What a foolish plan. The disparity is evident. People hold no animosity towards the Lamias, Ross remarks, releasing a weary sigh. It won't be long before they catch up to us, thanks to Nadia teleporting us here. But how much longer can we keep evading them? We've already lost 3 members to these man-eating monsters. Loi exclaimed, her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, Ross lifts his head and gazes at Arthur, who has remained relatively quiet since they embarked on this mission. In fact, he hasn't even unsheathed the sword strapped behind his back. Hey, newcomer, you haven't been actively participating in this mission. What's the deal? Are you just dead weight, expecting us to save your sorry self while you don't even draw your damn sword? Ross bellows, anger etched across his face. Despite Ross' outburst, Arthur remains silent, seemingly unaffected by his words. Ross is right. You've been sticking to us like a leech without contributing much. Lois interjects, further intensifying the discussion. You're all mistaken. It's quite the opposite, in fact. Throughout our encounters with the Astrolamias, Arthur has claimed the most kills. Monk suddenly interjects. Lies. You are just covering for him. I bet you two are friends, which explains your alliance. This guy didn't even fight the Astrolamias. It would have been better if he perished instead of the others. Lois cries out, tears streaming from her eyes. In their previous encounter with the Astrolamias, Lois lost her crush. What? You know the truth deep down. You're simply refusing to accept it. The only one unaware of this is our team leader. As he was preoccupied defending against the Astrolamias, Nadia suddenly interjects, a faint smile gracing her face. Wait, could what Monk said actually be true? Ross asks in a hushed tone, his demeanor shifting into one of calmness, that I think you should take a look at. Yes, team leader. Arthur dispatched the Astrolamias with remarkable skill. However, he never once unsheathed his sword throughout the entire ordeal, Nadia explains, her gaze shifting towards Monk. She's right, team leader. Arthur displayed unparalleled prowess. In fact, I believe he's the strongest among us, Monk reaffirms, causing Lois to grit her teeth in anger. As the words of Nadia and Monk echo through the group, a perplexed expression emerges on Ross' face. Throughout his acquaintance with Monk, Monk had never once lied to him. Furthermore, Nadia, who rarely interjects in matters, stands in support of Arthur. Arthur, I must apologize for unjustly accusing you before. If you wish, feel free to express any grievances you have towards me. I deeply regret my actions. Ross says, bowing his head slightly. It's all right. I hold no grudge. Arthur responds, retrieving a pack of blood from his space ring. Lois witnesses Arthur drinking the blood, her face contorting with disgust as she clenches her jaw. To the other members of the team, Arthur remains an enigmatic figure due to his possession of a space ring item typically reserved for A-rank travelers. Remarkably, some S-rank travelers lack such a valuable tool. Lois seems to harbor an unfounded hatred towards me. Perhaps it stems from her disdain for vampires. That could explain her initial reluctance to have me join the group, Arthur remarks, consuming the last drop of blood from the pack. Lois, is this true? Ross inquires, casting a glance in Lois' direction. Team leader, you believe this guy over me? Lois stammers in response. I want you to apologize right now. Ross asserts firmly. I am sorry, Arthur, Lois utters through gritted teeth. It's fine. I couldn't care less, Arthur replies, rising to his feet. Arthur, why do you always carry your sword strapped to your back? I've noticed that you never part with it, even while sleeping. Moreover, the blade remains tightly wrapped in layers of fabric. Monk asks, eyeing Arthur suspiciously. Well, it seems you finally caught on. This sword isn't originally mine. However, until its rightful owner appears, it remains in my possession. The Astra Lamias draw near, led by their queen, whom I've been pursuing. Allow me to introduce you to Excalibur, Arthur says, a smile playing on his lips as he begins unwrapping the cloth concealing his sword. Chapter 257 Sentient Weapon. Arthur begins to remove the numerous layers of garments enveloping the sword in a calm manner. The sight of the sword wrapped in so many garments sparks the team's curiosity. Man, this guy really went all out with the wrapping. And what's up with the name he called that sword? Monk ponders silently, his eyes fixed on Arthur. The other team members also watch Arthur intently, their expressions filled with curiosity. Finally, the last garment is peeled away, revealing a dull-looking blade before their eyes. The sword is wide, slightly curved, adorned with unique runes running along its body. The most intriguing feature is the skull with fangs engraved on it. Apart from these details, the blade appears rather unremarkable. Contrary to their expectations, the team feels a wave of disappointment wash over them. My sword could do way better than that piece of junk. I thought it was a demigod tier weapon or something. Lois scoffs, her voice dripping with disdain. Nadia follows suit, letting out a fake cough. Only Ross and Monk remain captivated by the sword, especially Monk, who is awestruck by its craftsmanship. Meanwhile, Ross senses that something is off about the sword, but he can't quite put his finger on it. Despite his teammates' remarks, Arthur remains silent, carefully examining the sword as he stands. After what feels like an eternity, Arthur suddenly surprises everyone with his next action. He retrieves a blood pack from his inventory and starts pouring it onto the sword. Instead of the blood dripping onto the ground, it's as if the sword itself is absorbing the blood, leaving no traces behind. Witnessing this peculiar sight, the curiosity of the teammates reaches new heights. Arthur continues to feed the sword with several blood packs until he finally stops after the 10th one. Seems like you were really hungry. You've gulped down 10 blood packs, leaving me with only a few more. But if it makes you happy, that's fine, Arthur mutters. Initially, it appears as though he is addressing one of his teammates, but that's not the case. He is speaking to the sword itself. In response to his words, the sword vibrates in his hand, emitting a loud humming sound. I guess you like it. Get ready to take down some bad guys, Arthur says with a smirk, finally raising the sword and resting it on his shoulders. Witnessing everything Arthur has done, the teammates are left dumbfounded. It's their first time experiencing something like this. Although myths about sentient weapons have circulated, few people truly believed in their existence. Yet, right before their eyes, they are confronted with someone wielding a sentient weapon. Hey Arthur, I've heard about these blood-sucking weapons, but this is the first time I've actually seen one, Monk stammers, disbelief evident in his eyes. Yeah, you've heard right. It has been in the possession of the celestial monkey race all this time. Arthur confirms, addressing Monk's doubts. I think you should take a look at hearing Monk's words and Arthur's confession. The other teammates find themselves bewildered, like lambs about to be sold to the market. Monk, can you enlighten us about what's going on? What do you know about that sword? Ross asks, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Being a fan of large swords, especially rare ones, his excitement is expected. Nadia and Lois nod in agreement, eager to learn more about the sword. In Lois' mind, she realizes she has made a mistake by picking a fight with the wrong person. She should have stuck to Arthur like a leech, given her greedy nature. However, her disdain for vampires got the better of her. Screw it. I messed up. I bet this guy has more cool things in his space ring. Lois thinks to herself, her eyes greedily fixated on Arthur's space ring. Suddenly, Monk begins to speak. My grandfather once told me about it. He said that in our main temple, an elder possessed a peculiar sword. However, even the elder couldn't wield it because the sword would drain the wielder's blood within seconds. It was rumored to even suck the blood of those standing nearby, instantly killing them. Despite this, the elder was the only one capable of handling the sword, thanks to a special glove. But even with the glove, the sword was too heavy for combat, as its shape would constantly change. Moreover, its blades were dull and ineffective. Unable to unravel the sword's secret, the celestial monkey race concealed it within a hidden compartment. The sword was believed to have originated from the vampires, yet would mercilessly slay any vampire who dared to touch it. Any vampire who knew of the sword had the opportunity to try wielding it, but only after signing a contract. Over the course of 20 years, only a handful of vampires attempted it, and they usually met brutal ends. That's all I know about this blood-sucking weapon, based on my grandfather's account. However, I had no idea it had left the possession of the celestial monkey race and ended up beside me all this time, Monk explains, glancing towards Arthur. The others also direct their gaze at Arthur. Haha, great story. I enjoyed it. I never knew Excalibur could be so brutal. Although she doesn't appreciate being called a blood-sucking sword, Arthur remarks, looking at Monk while the sword emits a humming sound. Oh, I'm sorry. Monk stammers, swallowing nervously. Well, I obtained Excalibur from the celestial monkey race about a year ago. At first, she was hesitant to follow me and even attempted to kill me. Haha. But after convincing her and gaining her trust, assuring her that I would find her true owner, she eventually complied and transformed into a smaller sword, allowing me to carry her wherever I go. I became a traveler because of her, on a quest to find her rightful owner, though it seems all my efforts have been in vain, Arthur explains, letting out a sigh. Suddenly, the sword vibrates intensely in Arthur's hands. Chapter 258, The Battle of the Astral Lamias, as the moon reaches its zenith, casting an ethereal glow over the battlefield. Arthur, Ross, Nadia, Lois, and Monk stand prepared to face the formidable Lamia Queen and her minions. The air crackles with anticipation as they tighten their grips on their weapons, their resolve shining in their eyes. Arthur, empowered by the ancient artifact, the blood sword Excalibur, feels a surge of energy coursing through his veins. His muscles bulge, his senses sharpen, and an overwhelming power surges within him. With the blood sword in hand, he becomes a force to be reckoned with. The Astral Lamia Queen, a seductive and cunning creature, slithers forward, her serpentine body glistening in the moonlight. Her eyes lock onto Arthur, recognizing the immense power emanating from him. She hisses, a sinister smile crossing her lips, eager for the challenge that lies before her. Suddenly, the sword vibrates intensely in Arthur's hands, resonating with his own heightened power. The runes inscribed on the blade light up in bright crimson, revealing intricate designs that pulse with energy. The hilt of the sword also glows in crimson, while a red aura dances around it like a blazing fire. The scene is truly mesmerizing, showcasing the peak of craftsmanship. The once dull-looking sword now appears, as if it were forged for the gods themselves. Arthur's teammates are left in awe, their mouths hanging open in disbelief at the awe-inspiring sight before them. The Astral Lamias are approaching. Arthur announces to his teammates, a confident smile forming on his face. The Astral Lamias? Ross mutters in a low voice, his eyes widening as he springs up in a flash. He walks past Arthur, his gaze fixed on the horde of angry Astral Lamias rapidly closing in. They're near, and to make matters worse, they're accompanied by their queen. Ross mutters, his voice laced with trepidation, his lips bitten until they bleed. The words send a wave of panic through the rest of the team, their expressions reflecting their growing concern. Even with the sight of Arthur's mighty sword, they can't help but doubt his ability to overcome the overwhelming odds presented by the Astrolamias. I will take the queen's head. The rest of you should focus on eliminating her minions, Arthur declares, a confident grin spreading across his face. Ross wants to punch him in the face and berate him for his arrogance, but he can't shake off the instinctual fear he feels towards the strange and powerful sword. Dum, 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 dum. The rhythmic sound of countless lamias crawling towards the team echoes through the air, their malevolent presence growing ever closer. Thousands of them, with their upper humanoid bodies and lower snake-like halves, slither towards the battlefield. We fight here and slay the queen. Nadia, do not exhaust yourself too much. Keep your energy for teleporting us away in case things take a turn for the worse, Ross instructs, his voice commanding yet tinged with a hint of concern for his team's safety. Nadia nods, her eyes filled with determination and trust in her teammates. She knows that their victory depends on their combined efforts. As the Astrolamias draw near, the team braces themselves, each member assuming their positions on the battlefield. Arthur stands at the forefront, his blood sword held high, its crimson glow illuminating his determined expression. The energy coursing through him is palpable, an electrifying aura that exudes strength and power. Ross, his resolve renewed, takes up a stealthy position to the side, ready to strike at the opportune moment. He readies his dual blades, his eyes locked on the approaching lamias, waiting for the perfect chance to unleash his deadly skills. I think you should take a look at Nadia's stand at the ready, her hands crackling with black miasma. She prepares her teleportation magic, her mind focused on the imminent battle while keeping an eye on her teammates, ready to aid them when needed. Lois notches an arrow on her bow, her keen eyes surveying the encroaching lamias. She takes aim with precision, her shots destined to find their mark amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Her skill as an archer is unparalleled, and she will make each arrow count. Monk, towering above them all, embraces his role as the team's guardian. His massive fists clench tightly, ready to deliver devastating blows to any lamia that dares come near. His imposing presence alone is enough to intimidate their scaly adversaries. As the first wave of astral lamias surges forward, Arthur unleashes a mighty battle cry, his blood sword leading the charge. With a single swift swing, the blade cleaves through the enemy ranks, severing limbs and spilling dark blood upon the ground. Each strike carries the weight of thick blood aura, and the lamias fall before him like leaves in a storm. Ross darts through the chaos, his blades a blur as he targets the vulnerable spots of the lamias. He strikes swiftly and silently, dispatching them with deadly efficiency. His agility and precision are unmatched, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Nadia weaves her magic, unleashing bolts of black miasma that crackle through the air. Lightning arcs from her fingertips, engulfing the astral lamias in a storm of destructive power. She moves with grace and fluidity, avoiding their venomous attacks while striking back with lethal force. Lois arrows whiz through the air, finding their marks with unerring accuracy. Each shot is true, piercing through the scaly hides of the astral lamias and taking them down one by one. Her focused determination guides her aim, leaving a path of fallen enemies in her wake. Monk's fists pound into the lamias, delivering bone-crushing blows that shatter their defenses. His massive strength sends shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, leaving the lamias reeling from the sheer force of his onslaught. He fights with unwavering determination, protecting his teammates with every swing. Meanwhile, Arthur presses forward, his blood sword swirling vortex of destruction. His every strike sends shockwaves of blood aura through the enemy ranks, leaving a trail of severed bodies in his wake. The red aura surrounding the sword intensifies with each swing, fueled by the blood of the fallen lamias. As the battle rages on, Arthur's confidence grows. With each victory, his connection to the blood sword deepens, as if the blade itself responds to his every move. He dances through the battlefield, a whirlwind of crimson power, his strikes precise and devastating without using his innate blood power. The Lamia Queen, witnessing the decimation of her minions, realizes the dire situation she faces. With a venomous hiss, she launches herself at Arthur, her fangs bared and her tail lashing with fury. But Arthur, empowered by the blood sword, meets her charge head-on. Their clash is an epic display of power and skill. The Queen's agility and seductive allure are matched by Arthur's raw strength and unwavering determination. Their swords clash in a symphony of steel, sparks flying with each impact. With a surge of explosive blood aura from the sword, Arthur delivers a mighty blow that shatters the Queen's defenses. The blood sword slices through her flesh, bathing the battlefield in a shower of dark blood. A cry of pain and anger escapes the Queen's lips as she crumbles to the ground. Chapter 259: Triumph and Farewell. As the battle reaches its climax, Arthur raises his blood-stained sword high, severing the head of the Astral Lamia Queen with a swift and decisive strike. The Queen's lifeless body crumples to the ground, her menacing presence finally vanquished. Breathing heavily, Arthur feels the immense weight of his actions as the adrenaline begins to wane. The blood sword Excalibur, a testament to his prowess, drains his mana cells, leaving him weakened and exhausted. He staggers backward, his legs giving way beneath him, and he finds himself sitting on the blood-soaked ground. His teammates gather around him, their faces a mix of surprise, awe, and concern. They exchange glances, silently acknowledging the remarkable display of power and bravery they have just witnessed. Yet, in their weariness, they refrain from questioning Arthur. They understand that in the face of such overwhelming odds, sometimes sacrifices must be made. Nadia, her voice filled with admiration and worry, breaks the silence. Arthur, that was incredible. We've never seen anything like it. But are you all right? You push yourself to the limit. Arthur manages a weak smile, his breathing still heavy. It'll be fine. Just need a moment to recover. The blood sword, it drained me more than I anticipated. But it was necessary to defeat the Queen. Ross, his voice filled with a mix of awe and concern, chimes in. You wielded that sword like a true champion. Arthur, we're amazed by your feats, but let's find a moment to rest and gather our strength. We'll need it for what lies ahead. Agreeing with Ross, the team finds a brief respite among the fallen bodies of the Lamias. They sit together, their backs against the gnarled trees, their breathing gradually returning to normal. Each member takes solace in the company of their comrades, finding comfort and support in their shared triumph. After a much-needed period of rest, Nadia, her eyes filled with determination, speaks up. We can't linger here for long. We should use what remains of our mana cells to teleport out of this forest. It's a risky move, but we need to get to safety. Her words are met with nods of agreement, despite the fatigue etched on their faces. They understand the urgency of the situation. With a collective decision, they pull together every bit of their mana cells, even though the outcome is uncertain. Nadia channels the combined energy, her hands glowing with a pulsating light. The air around them shimmers as the teleportation spell takes effect. The world blurs and swirls, and in an instant, the team finds themselves transported to a warp station. The warp station buzzes with activity, its sleek and futuristic design a stark contrast to the battleground they had just left behind. Arthur, his eyes scanning the surroundings, makes a decision that weighs heavily on his heart. Turning to his teammates, he speaks with a mix of determination and regret. I have something important to do on the vampire planet. It's a personal matter that I must face alone. I understand if you wish to continue your own journeys. Surprise registers on the faces of his companions, but they quickly mask their emotions with understanding. They have grown close, bound by shared trials and victories, and they know that individual paths sometimes diverge. Ross steps forward, his voice filled with sincerity. Arthur, we've been through so much in the past few days, and you've proven yourself time and again. We trust your instincts. Just promise us you'll be careful. Arthur's eyes meet each of his teammates, gratitude and determination shining in his gaze for some reason. I promise, Ross. I won't let my guard down. We'll reunite after the tournament, stronger and ready to face whatever comes our way. With heartfelt farewells and a final show of camaraderie, the team disperses, each member embarking on their own destiny. Arthur lingers for a moment, his thoughts turning inward as he gazes at the teleporter that will take him to the vampire planet. In that fleeting moment, Arthur contemplates the battles yet to come. He ponders the true nature of the blood sword, its origins, and the mysteries it holds. His mind drifts to the tournament, the culmination of their journey, and the uncertain future that awaits them all. I think you should take a look at with a deep breath. Arthur steps into the teleporter, the familiar tingle of energy enveloping him. As he vanishes from the warp station, his thoughts dwell on the coming trials, the search for the true owner of the blood sword, and the destiny that awaits him. The teleporter hums softly, carrying Arthur away, leaving behind a team of warriors who have grown stronger through their shared experiences. Each member carries their own burdens, their own hopes and dreams, but they trust in their individual paths as they prepare for the challenges yet to come. And so, Arthur embarks on his solitary journey, fully aware that the future holds both triumph and tribulation. The fate of the tournament hangs in the balance, and he is determined to discover the truth behind the blood sword. Arthur materializes on the vampire planet, his senses immediately overwhelmed by the sights and sounds that greet him. It has been 2 years since he last set foot on this foreign world, and the changes are staggering. The once desolate landscape has transformed into a bustling hub of activity, with towering structures and vibrant markets stretching as far as the eye can see. As Arthur makes his way through the streets, he can't help but feel a mix of awe and curiosity. The vampire planet has thrived in his absence, embracing progress and innovation. Everywhere he looks, signs of rapid development and prosperity are evident. One particular area catches Arthur's attention, the Galhalon market. Its vibrant colors and lively atmosphere draw him in, promising a treasure trove of knowledge and resources. Beast gears, crafted from the remnants of defeated creatures, are proudly displayed, their intricate designs hinting at their extraordinary power. Beast crystals, pulsating with elemental energy, are sold alongside other mysterious artifacts and enchantments. As Arthur navigates through the market, he overhears snippets of conversations, tales of adventurers seeking fame and fortune, and whispers of legendary artifacts waiting to be discovered. The market has become a hub for traders, mercenaries, and curious explorers alike, drawn by the allure of rare and powerful items. Arthur's mind races as he takes in the remarkable progress. He wonders how these advancements will impact the upcoming tournament, where warriors will gather to compete for glory. Will the influx of new technologies and resources change the dynamics of the battles? And most importantly, will he be able to find answers regarding the true owner of the blood sword? Lost in his thoughts, Arthur wanders deeper into the Galhalon market, absorbing the vibrant energy that permeates the air. His eyes flicker from stall to stall, captivated by the assortment of goods on display. He catches glimpses of seasoned warriors, their battle scars a testament to their prowess, engaging in spirited exchanges with merchants. Arthur's heart swells with a mix of anticipation and determination. The world around him has evolved, and he knows he must adapt and seize the opportunities that present themselves. The vampire planet holds many secrets, and he is determined to uncover the truth behind the blood sword and his own destiny as one of the special blood users. Chapter 260, Awakening the King. I step into the grand chamber, the opulence of its surroundings hitting me as I enter. This is Alfonso's chamber, a room that exudes wealth and power, reminiscent of a prince's abode. The scent of luxury fills the air, and I brace myself for the conversation that awaits. Alfonso turns around, puffing a cloud of smoke as he acknowledges my presence. "Glad to see you, Jake," he says, his tone respectful. I offer him an awkward smile, trying to ease the tension. Drop the formalities, Alfonso. It feels strange for you to address me like that considering our past relationship. And yes, I have only regained a fraction of my memories, I reply, waving my hand dismissively. Alfonso coughs and corrects himself, a hint of embarrassment in his expression. I wouldn't dare call you that since you've regained your memories. I am genuinely happy that you've recovered. There are many things I want to discuss with you, but let me focus on the most important matter. You are aware of the reason I am here, Your Highness, he says, bowing slightly. I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. I have heard about why you're here. So, what exactly do you need me for? Alfonso's eyes meet mine, filled with certainty. It's quite simple, really. We need to awaken the king from his deep slumber, and your presence is essential. We will use your blood to accomplish this. I let out a frustrated sigh, the old man's insistence weighing on me. But I'm not a direct descendant. Why do you need my blood? That old man is taking it too far. I mutter, memories of someone precious being torn away from me resurfacing. Alfonso's tone softens as he tries to explain. I understand your concerns, but when vampires awaken from their slumber, they are usually weak for the first few days. However, I realize that if we use your blood, the king will awaken in a more stable condition. Suddenly, Alfonso drops to his knees, his form engulfed in crimson energy. His clothes disintegrate into dust, revealing a striking silver armor that adorns his body. He places his hand on his chest and looks up at me, his eyes filled with reverence. As the king's royal knight, I humbly plead with you, Your Highness. Only you and I are to awaken the king. Not even his daughters should be present, Alfonso implores, his voice resonating with sincerity. I nod, understanding the weight of the request. Very well, I will follow you. Lead the way. Alfonso's expression brightens, and he rises to his feet. It's my honor, Your Highness. I step into the vast, underground, ancient basement, Alfonso by my side as my guide. The room emanates an aura of secrecy, the torches lining the walls suddenly igniting with a mesmerizing purple flame. The glow casts an eerie light that dances across the surroundings, revealing the secrets held within. My gaze sweeps over the room, taking in the sight of rectangular tombs crafted from a gold-like metal. Each tomb bears intricate carvings and well-carved stones that detail the lives of revered individuals in a vampire kingdom. The weight of history hangs in the air, and I can't help but feel a sense of awe and curiosity. Alfonso leads me further, and we approach a particular tomb that pulsates with a wild and potent energy. It stands apart from the others, its magnificence drawing my attention. Etched above the tomb in bold letters are the words Duke Mistro. This is the final resting place of the king himself that I think you should take a look at. Turning to me, Alfonso's eyes shimmer with reverence and determination. This is the moment we've been preparing for, Your Highness, he whispers. The tomb of our beloved king, Duke Mistro. To awaken him and restore balance to our kingdom, we need your blood. Taking a deep breath, I steady myself for the task at hand. The consequences and risks of waking the troublesome old man weigh heavily on my mind, but I understand the significance of this moment. It's an opportunity to shape the future, to reclaim what has been lost. With resolve, I extend my hand and draw a blade across my palm, allowing the crimson liquid to flow. As my blood drips into the small circle engraved on the tomb's surface, a surge of energy fills the air. Runes surrounding the tomb ignite in a vibrant red hue, creating intricate patterns that shimmer with power. The glow intensifies, illuminating the chamber with an ethereal light. My heart races as the tomb rumbles and vibrates with life. The ground trembles beneath my feet, and a sense of anticipation swirls around me. Alfonso's hand rests on my shoulder, his voice steady and filled with excitement. Stay focused, Your Highness. We are about to witness something extraordinary. A deep rumble reverberates through the tomb, growing louder with each passing second. The ground shakes, dust fills the air, and a surge of energy courses through my veins, merging with my blood as it continues to flow. In a burst of thunderous power, The tomb quakes and radiates a blinding light. I shield my eyes, temporarily blinded by the brilliance of the moment. As the light subsides, a figure emerges before us, emanating an otherworldly aura. It is the resurrected king himself, Duke Mistro, standing tall and regal. Our eyes meet, and a glimmer of recognition sparks within his ancient gaze. A smile graces his face as he speaks, his voice echoing with wisdom and power. "Thank you, Jake." Anger wells up within me as I gaze upon the old man. The memories of past pain and loss surge to the forefront of my mind, and I clench my fists, fighting the urge to strike him in that very moment. The audacity of standing before the great perverted vampire without pants only adds to my frustration. Chapter 261, Switching Sides, Your Majesty. I brought you some clothes, Alfonso says, waving his hand as a set of casual royal pants and a shirt materializes in his hands. Ah, thank goodness only the two of you are here. If you had brought others along, they would have seen me in my nakedness, King Duke says, accepting the clothes and quickly putting them on. Well, you were the one who refused to be wrapped in clothes when we put you to slumber, Alfonso remarks, his gaze fixed ahead. Meanwhile, my mind is filled with swirling thoughts and possibilities. Now that old man Duke is awake, will he willingly hand over the throne or devise another malicious plan? Regardless of his intentions, I am confident enough to confront him, and depending on the severity of his actions, I might even consider eliminating him. What's this smell? King Duke suddenly says, scrunching up his nose as if trying to discern something. He abruptly stands in front of me, sniffing my clothes. Sigh, what else can I expect from this old geezer? He can identify the scent of a vampire lord right away, despite just awakening. Zizek, you are now a vampire lord. Why you have become a vampire lord? King Duke asks, shaking my body vigorously, his eyes widening in shock. I evolved to the vampire lord stage a few hours ago, I reply, scratching the back of my head. The only person who doesn't seem shocked is Alfonso. As expected of my grandson. I suppose it's time to hand over the kingdom, old man Duke says, a mischievous grin forming on his face. Sigh, this sly old man. Your Majesty, not only has he evolved to the vampire lord stage, but he has also regained fragments of his memories, Alfonso interjects, causing old man Duke's eyes to widen in shock once again. Why, you now know who you are? He asks, looking at me with a horrified expression. I nod in response. Foo. I suppose I have to step down then and enjoy the company of some lovely ladies. I want to spend the rest of my life in pleasure now that my grandson is capable, old man Duke says, a small blush appearing on his face. This old man certainly enjoys talking. I don't recall him being this talkative, but I suppose he is pleased. However, I don't feel ready to be crowned king just yet. I still have a few matters to attend to. I will discuss it with him later. In a grand chamber, many vampire lords are gathered, the room befitting their status and power. The opulent space exudes an air of ancient elegance and dark majesty. Intricately carved pillars stretch toward the high ceiling adorned with ornate chandeliers, casting a soft, ethereal glow. The walls are adorned with rich, velvety tapestries depicting scenes from vampire history, their vibrant hues contrasting against the polished marble floor. Panic is etched on the faces of the vampire lords as they exchange uneasy glances. Silence permeates the room, broken only by the soft rustling of fabric and the faint sound of wings as some vampires shift nervously. I think you should take a look at Suddenly. One of the vampire lords steps forward, his voice resonating with authority. His piercing gaze sweeps across the room, demanding attention. My fellow lords, we must address the news that has reached our ears. He begins, his tone filled with concern and trepidation. The gathered vampire lords lean in, their eyes fixed on him, eager to hear what he has to say. The tension in the room is palpable, weighing heavily on their shoulders. We have received word that our slumbering king, Duke Mistro, has been awakened. The vampire lord continues, his voice laced with disbelief. This news brings about a profound shift in power and calls for a reckoning of our past actions. Murmurs of disbelief and apprehension ripple through the room as the vampire lords absorb the gravity of the situation. They had spoken ill of the king while he slumbered, and many had looked down upon his heir, Prince Jake, the vampire with a wild aura. Conversations ignite among the vampire lords, voices overlapping as they express their concerns and fears. They discuss the severity of their actions, recognizing that they had underestimated the prince's potential and belittled the bloodline they now must face. He possesses a wild aura, a power beyond what we had anticipated, one vampire lord says, his voice filled with a mix of awe and unease. We must tread carefully, for the king, now awakened, possesses the authority to exact punishment upon us without consequence. Another vampire lord adds, his tone tinged with regret. We have underestimated the strength and determination of the royal bloodline. Our disrespect may yield dire consequences. The room buzzes with urgency as the vampire lords grapple with the implications of their actions. Regret and unease intertwine, swirling through the chamber like a gathering storm. They realize the need to rectify their past transgressions and find a way to navigate the new dynamics of the vampire kingdom. Prince Jake, the awakened vampire lord, is no longer an underestimated heir. The news of his transformation has spread throughout the kingdom for reasons unknown. As the discussions continue, a collective determination takes hold within the vampire lords. They recognize the importance of unity and the need to support their new king. The room, once filled with panic and silence, now buzzes with renewed purpose and resolve. In this chamber of shadows and power, the vampire lords vow to stand by Prince Jake, to honor the bloodline they had scorned, and to restore the balance that had been disrupted. However, even as these vampire lords have a change of heart, it does not diminish the opposition that still remains within the vampire ranks. Many talented vampires among the lords remain against the royal family. Now, with Alfonso, the strongest knight, at their side, and the king awakened, the vampire lords fear that the vampire planet will undergo drastic changes that could shift the balance of power. Chapter 262, Demon Tear, Sword. I wake up to the gentle rays of sunlight filtering through the window, signaling the start of a new day. Stretching my limbs and letting out a contented sigh, I turn my head to the side and find Stella lying peacefully beside me. A smile tugs at the corners of my lips as I gaze at her delicate features. "Good morning, Stella," I say, my voice brimming with warmth. "Did you sleep well?" Stella stirs, her eyes fluttering open, and a faint blush graces her cheeks. She sits up, leaning on her elbow, and meets my gaze. "Yes, master. I had a wonderful night," she replies, her voice soft and filled with shy affection. I reach out to gently brush a strand of hair behind her ear, savoring the intimate connection between us. "I'm glad to hear that. Spending time with you brings me joy, Stella." We engage in idle conversation, discussing our plans for the day and sharing lighthearted banter. As the conversation flows, Stella's eyes light up with a mischievous glimmer. "Wait here, master," she says, her voice filled with excitement. "They'll go make you a special vampire meal." I watch as she gracefully gets out of bed, her movements akin to a dancer's, and makes her way toward the kitchen. Foo-foo-foo, Stella is as cute as always. "Master, now that you've evolved to your vampire lord stage, are you going to try out your new powers?" Hearing a familiar voice in my head, I let out a sigh. "I don't think I can train today. We didn't even have a chance to talk yesterday." The old man kept fawning all over me. "Today, I have to address some vampire lords who wanted to see me. Those pieces of trash. They should be punished, master. Right? I also feel like punishing them, but I can't do that. As the heir, I have to have them under my control instead of driving them away. Moreover, if a war were to break out now, the vampire lords would be the ones to play the most crucial roles. Not even the king can punish them as he wishes unless they commit a grave sin." "I see. What about Jill?" "Well, I haven't seen her since yesterday. I suppose she and Zamira are with the king, taking care of him. I thought he was fine yesterday. Yes, he is absolutely fine, but it's the vampire's culture for family members to take care of a vampire who has just awakened from slumber. If it weren't for my blood used in awakening him, he wouldn't even have had the strength to walk yesterday. While conversing with Mimi, Stella brings in some blood-coated, half-cooked steaks served inside a white plate. Without wasting any time, I start eating, savoring every taste. I think you should take a look at I walk with purpose through the grand corridors of the vampire castle, making my way toward the meeting chamber. As I enter, my eyes are greeted by the sight of 7 vampire lords, their presence imposing and unfamiliar to me. I take a seat among them, a mix of curiosity and caution bubbling within me. The vampire lords turn their attention toward me, acknowledging my presence with nods and cordial greetings. There's a sense of anticipation in the air, and I brace myself for the discussion about to unfold. One of the vampire lords, an elderly vampire with flowing white hair, steps forward. His aura exudes wisdom and experience, and his voice carries a weight that demands attention. He introduces himself as Odolph, a name resonating with power and authority. Prince Jake, we welcome you, Odolph begins, his voice commanding the attention of the room. On behalf of the vampire lords present here, I extend our apologies. We were misguided in our actions, supporting the Freeman family and the Sanguine family. We realize the error of our ways and seek your forgiveness. His words strike a chord within me, and I regard the vampire lords with a mix of surprise and curiosity. They had sided with the families that had caused turmoil and threatened the balance of the vampire kingdom. It is both unexpected and intriguing to witness their willingness to admit their mistakes. I appreciate your honesty, Lord Odolph, I respond, my tone measured. The actions of the past cannot be undone, but I will convey your remorse and desire for redemption to the king. I will plead for leniency on your behalf, as you have shown the courage to acknowledge your mistakes. Odolph's expression softens, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Prince Jake. We place our hopes in your ability to convey our sincerity and commitment to rectify the damage that has been done. We seek to rebuild trust and forge a new path under your reign. I nod in acknowledgement in response to Odolph's words. The other vampire lords' eyes also shine with excitement, while sighs of relief escape from the corners of their mouths. He'll surely convey your words to the king, and I promise to make him spare you. Guys, I say with a smile on my face. I walk with a mix of anticipation and trepidation as I make my way toward the Vampire King's chamber. The grandeur of the castle surrounds me, its opulence and power palpable in the air. 2 formidable guards stand before the chamber, their imposing presence a clear testament to the authority that lies beyond the doors. As I approach, the guards lock eyes with me, their menacing aura momentarily intensifying. However, upon recognizing my identity, they step aside, granting me passage. I nod in acknowledgement and enter the chamber. The room unfolds before me, a sight that leaves me awestruck. It is larger than anything I could have imagined, with pristine white walls that stretch toward a high ceiling. Artifacts of immense value and significance hang in perfect alignment, their elegance enhanced by the monochromatic backdrop. Paintings depicting ancient vampires adorn the walls, their eyes seemingly following my every move. But amidst this grandeur, my gaze is drawn to a particular object that stands out among the rest. A long sword rests upon a golden stand, its presence commanding attention. The chilling aura emanating from the sheathed blade sends a shiver down my spine. This is the Demon Tear sword owned by Old Man Duke, a weapon of immense power and danger. Chapter 263, Chatting with Old Man Duke, part when you like it. The voice of Old Man Duke cuts through the room, instantly capturing my attention. I startle slightly, my body tensing in surprise as I turn to face him. His presence commands respect, and I find myself looking up at him, taking in his white long-sleeved shirt and black pants, adorned with ropes around his neck. Ah, I'm just admiring the sword, I say, sheepishly rubbing the back of my head. A mischievous grin spreads across Old Man Duke's face as he chuckles. I have been watching you for a while, my boy. I know there is more to it than just admiration. And since I am getting on in years, don't you think it is time I pass this weapon on to my worthy heir? I let out a sigh, realizing he saw through my intentions. I do admire the sword, but I think it would be more fitting if you gave it to Zamira. She is also participating in the tournament, and it would benefit her greatly. Old Man Duke nods in agreement, his grin softening. You have a point, my boy. Zamira has shown exceptional skill and dedication. I shall bestow the sword upon her. As our conversation continues, Old Man Duke shifts the topic to a recent event. He mentions Zamira's report about my act of freeing a demon-rank beast and allowing it to roam freely on the planet. He explains that since then, there have been no reports of beasts attacking vampires, as if the presence of the demon-rank beast has deterred other creatures. As a result, he has ordered a halt to the hunting of beasts on the planet, instead creating teleporters that link to other worlds where adventurers can pursue hunting opportunities. A smile of relief spreads across my face as I absorb his words. It is gratifying to know that my actions have had a positive impact, contributing to the safety and balance of the vampire planet. I had hoped that by releasing the demon-rank beast, it would bring about a shift in the ecosystem, and it seems my expectations have been fulfilled. Thank you for telling me this information. Your Majesty, I say gratitude lacing my words. I am glad to see that my decision has yielded positive results. It gives me hope for the future. Moreover, with the demon-rank beast now under my control, the beasts on this planet will serve as soldiers. Old Man Duke's eyes twinkle with pride as he looks at me. You are growing into a remarkable leader, my grandson. Your choices and actions reflect wisdom beyond your years. I have faith in your ability to guide our kingdom towards a prosperous future, Old Man Duke says, glancing at the ceiling. The atmosphere changes. What brings you here, though? Old Man Duke asks, his voice filled with curiosity. He gestures for me to take a seat at the round table in the center of his room, and I oblige, settling into the chair. Your Majesty, I came to see you on behalf of some vampire lords who sought an audience with me this morning. I begin, my tone respectful. They expressed their remorse for supporting the Freeman family and Sanguine family, and they plead for your forgiveness. Punishing them at this point would only exacerbate the situation. The true culprits responsible for the recent turmoil are the leaders of those families. Old Man Duke strokes his small white beard, his gaze fixed on me. He lets out a sigh, his expression a mix of contemplation and resignation. Edward has informed me about the events that transpired, he says, his voice tinged with frustration. My initial instinct was to take immediate action and deliver punishment. But Edward urged me to have faith in you and Zamira, especially in light of the upcoming tournament. He assured me that justice will be served once the tournament concludes, and the patriarchs of the Freeman family and Sanguine family will be apprehended. A sense of relief washes over me as Old Man Duke reveals his trust in my abilities once again despite having not seen me in action. I think you should take a look at thank you for placing your trust in me. Your Majesty, I say, bowing my head respectfully. I assure you that I will do everything in my power to ensure that justice is served and that our vampire kingdom finds peace. The tournament will serve as a turning point, and once it concludes, we shall bring the culprits to account. Okay, I understand, Old Man Duke says, his voice accompanied by small coughs. There is something that has been bothering me, though. I heard about your marriage to your mother. How what shocked me even more was when Zamira revealed her feelings for you and her plans for a marriage after the tournament. Let's set aside the cultural aspects for now, although it's still unusual. But what confuses me is how you managed to win her heart. I meet Old Man Duke's gaze, his eyes filled with genuine curiosity. I can't help but chuckle at his words. Well, it's quite simple, really, I reply, shrugging my shoulders. I challenge her to a duel, and I emerge victorious. Old Man Duke lets out a sigh, his frustration evident. That musclehead daughter of mine, I can't believe it, he mutters, shaking his head in exasperation. I can't help but smile at Old Man Duke's reaction. His genuine concern and surprise are endearing, despite the unconventional nature of our relationships. The dynamics within our vampire culture are complex, and it's understandable that he would have questions and reservations. Be rest assured, Your Majesty, I continue, my tone assuring. Zamira and I share a deep connection and understanding. Our bond goes beyond the initial duel. We have come to respect and care for each other, and our marriage is not simply a result of circumstance, but a choice based on love. Old Man Duke's expression softens, his gaze reflecting a mix of disbelief and acceptance. He reaches out, placing a hand on my shoulder. I may not fully comprehend it, but I trust in your judgment, he says, his voice laced with fatherly affection. Love works in mysterious ways, and if you have found it with Zamira, then who am I to question it? A sense of relief washes over me as I realize that Old Man Duke, despite his initial reservations, supports our relationship. Chapter 260, Chatting with Old Man Duke Part 2, I have a question for you. Your Majesty, I suddenly say, my expression turning serious. Old Man Duke's eyes widen slightly, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. He braces himself for the impending conversation, realizing that this is no longer a casual exchange between a grandfather and his grandson. Why did you do what you did? I continue, my voice tinged with a mix of anger and accusation. Did you think I wouldn't find out? You used Misty and me as bargaining chips with the humans. Not only that, but you also conspired with the witches and manipulated Zella, separating us. You made her lie to me, claiming she cheated on me after getting pregnant. As the words leave my mouth, my eyes glow with a fiery red hue, my menacing aura filling the room. Old Man Duke feels a lump form in his throat, as beads of sweat trickles down his face. He realizes that he's no longer facing his grandson, but the Protossen entity fueled by anger and betrayal. His voice comes out in a strained whisper. My boy, I can explain everything. There are reasons behind my actions. I watch him closely, my anger simmering beneath the surface. His words hold weight, and I'm willing to hear him out, but my trust in him has been shaken to its core ever since I found out. Explain then, I reply, my voice low and guarded. Old Man Duke takes a deep breath, composing himself as best he can under the weight of my piercing gaze. Jake, my intentions were misguided, and I apologize for the pain I caused you and Zella. It was never my intention to separate you or manipulate your relationship. My actions were driven by fear and a desire to protect our vampire kingdom. It all started when the witches approached me. Old Man Duke begins, his voice carrying a tinge of regret. They claim to have had a revelation, stating that you are the reincarnation of the Protoss. At the time, we were under immense pressure from the humans and Dhampirs. The witches proposed a plan. They wanted you to form a union with the daughter of their clan leader before you fully manifested your true form. They believed it would bring about a significant advantage for our kingdom and theirs. Under the weight of those pressures, I agreed to their plan, as it seemed like a way to ensure our survival. I thought that you would eventually meet your child, and I wanted to spare you the burden of a relationship until you had fully manifested. Looking back, I realize now that it was a mistake. I take a deep breath, absorbing his words. The revelation leaves me conflicted, understanding the reasons behind his actions, but still grappling with the consequences. So, you did all of this out of fear of the humans and Dhampirs? I ask, my eyes fixed on Old Man Duke, searching for answers. He meets my gaze, his face lined with regret. Yes, my boy, the humans and Dhampirs posed a significant threat, and I believe that by following the witch's plan, we could gain an advantage. As for not allowing your father to deal with the humans, it wasn't a matter of his strength. We were concerned about the potential consequences for the entire vampire population. The humans had powerful allies, and the Dhampirs were formidable opponents. In our efforts to stop your father from taking matters into his own hands, an unexpected being emerged, a god known as the Blood Ruler. Old Man Duke utters. The room trembles with the intensity of my laughter, the ferocity of my aura burning brightly. The revelation of the Blood Ruler, the one responsible for the betrayal, ignites a fiery anger within me. Blood Ruler? Who is he? That betrayal? I chuckle, my voice resonating with power. Grandfather, now that I have returned, I no longer recognize the authority of that so-called blood ruler. He may have ascended to godhood, but it changes nothing. I am the absolute ruler of blood, and that betrayal is nothing more than a mere insect that I can crush beneath my heel. I yearn for the day when I can confront him face to face. As the intensity of my aura subsides, my demeanor returns to normal, a smile playing upon my lips. Grandpa, I must admit, I had planned to exact vengeance upon you if you failed to provide a reasonable explanation, I say, my smile genuine. However, after hearing your words and understanding the weight of your decisions, I wholeheartedly forgive you. You acted out of fear and desperation, forsaking the feelings of others, including mine. But I can see the remorse in your eyes, and I believe in the opportunity for redemption. Old Man Duke's shoulders sag with relief, his voice filled with regret. Thank you for your forgiveness, my boy. I am well aware of my shortcomings and my cowardice in the face of difficult choices. I allowed the weight of the kingdom to cloud my judgment, and I deeply regret the pain and suffering it has caused. A serious expression replaces my smile as I address him. Grandpa, I appreciate your honesty and remorse. But now, I need to know where my child is. I have been kept in the dark for far too long. Jake, I've just awakened from my slumber, but I can assure you that your child is safe, Old Man Duke says, a smile blooming on his face. I will send a message to the clan leader of the witches to ensure their well-being. I can't contain my excitement to meet my great-grandchild. I think you should take a look at a mischievous chuckle escapes my lips as I respond, Your Majesty. You should prepare yourself for more grandchildren. Most of my wives are currently pregnant, including Misty and Aurora. Old Man Duke's expression sours at my words, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. So you marry that girl? The young girl Sid married before his untimely death. It's good to see you honoring his memory by marrying her, he says, his voice tinged with a mix of sadness and resignation. I apologize if my words brought up painful memories. I offer sincerely. No, it's fine, Old Man Duke replies, his tone filled with a touch of melancholy. It's high time I let go of the past. Dwelling on thoughts of the deceased won't bring them back. What matters now is the future. I eagerly await the arrival of my great-grandchildren, Fufu. He mutters, a slight blush appearing on his face. The sight surprises me, as the Old Man Duke I knew rarely showed such emotions. A warm smile spreads across my face as I observe him. It's heartwarming to witness this side of my grandfather, to see him embrace the joy that family brings. Jake, because of the question you asked earlier, I forgot to tell you something. Since you want me to give Zamira this Demon Tier beast sword, don't you think it's best to give her yourself? Moreover, you also need a sword for the tournament, to show the people your capabilities as the next king and leave a mouth-watering impression, Old Man Duke suggests. Old Man Duke's proposal lingers in the air, and I find myself contemplating a suggestion. It makes sense for me to personally give Zamira the sword and wield a sword during the tournament, as it would not only showcase my swordsmanship skills, but also leave a strong impression on our people. As the future king, I must demonstrate my capabilities and instill confidence in those who look up to me. You have a valid point, Your Majesty, I respond, my voice filled with thoughtful consideration. I will present Zamira with the sword that you bestowed upon me and collect Zamira's sword. By doing so, I can show our people that I am not only capable of wielding a sword, but also committed to their protection. However, there is something else that has been weighing on my mind. Old Man Duke's eyes widen in surprise, anticipation etched across his face. He leans forward, eager to hear the thoughts that occupy my mind. What is it, Jake? He asks, his voice brimming with curiosity. I take a deep breath, my gaze fixated on my palms, as if searching for the right words to convey the significance of my revelation. The memory of my manifestation when I fought against Zamira resurfaces as I recall the ethereal form of my manifestation. There was a moment during my manifestation when I wanted to prove myself to my familiar. I begin, my voice steady but tinged with wonder. And in that ethereal form, I saw a magnificent sword adorning my waist. The aura surrounding that sword was unparalleled, exuding a raw and potent energy. Since that encounter, I have felt an undeniable connection to it, as if it is destined to be mine. I yearn to find that sword and claim it as my own. I mutter, recalling the presence of the sword. Hearing my words, Old Man Duke's eyes widens in shock. "That's the Excalibur. You remember it?" Old Man Duke mumbles, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Chapter 265, Presenting the Sword. I walk out of Old Man Duke's chamber, gripping the bestowed sword tightly in my hand. I set my sights on Zamira's chamber, eager to fulfill Old Man Duke's proposal and deliver the sword to her. But as I make my way down the corridor, a familiar voice resonates within my mind, breaking through the silence. "Master, what do you think? Are you going to get back with Zella?" A mixture of emotions swirls within me as I contemplate the question. Memories of Zella, our shared moments, and the complexities of our relationship flood my mind. Yet, there's a flicker of hope that remains, an undeniable curiosity about our child, a child that defies the boundaries separating our two species. That's a tough question. Despite the challenges and pain, a part of me longs for reconciliation with Zella. I yearn to witness the extraordinary sight of our child, a being that will defy the laws of nature and mark a new chapter for witches and vampires. Lost in my thoughts, I finally arrive at Zamira's chamber. Without hesitation, I step forward and enter, only to find it empty. Confusion grips me, and I instinctively turn to leave, but in my haste, I unintentionally collide with Zagrith, Zamira's trusted advisor and combat mate. "Apologies," I mutter, quickly regaining my composure. I take a step back, allowing Zagrith to steady herself. I meet her gaze, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on her face. "Is Zamira inside? I have something to deliver to her." "And no, my master left the train a few minutes ago. She was also waiting for you to come, but after learning that you went to see the king, she decided to go and train," Zagrith explains. I stand there, taken aback by Zagrith's response, trying to process the information she has just shared. Zamira, expecting my visit, and she had been occupied with training in the training ground? It's an unexpected twist, but it fills me with a sense of anticipation and eagerness to see her. As I glance around Zamira's chamber, I notice the flurry of activity happening within. People of various professions are bustling about, repairing and beautifying every nook and cranny. Painters meticulously work their magic, their brushes gliding across the walls adorned in pure white. Intricate designs and artistic drawings begin to take shape, transforming the chamber into a place of both elegance and charm. My attention is drawn to one particular painter, his brush strokes fluid and precise. He brings life to the walls, infusing them with colors and imagination. It's a sight to behold, witnessing the transformation of Zamira's chamber into a sanctuary of art and beauty. "Zagrith, what's happening?" I inquire, my voice filled with genuine curiosity and surprise. The scene before me is unlike anything I've witnessed in Zamira's chamber before. My master decided to renovate her chambers because of her upcoming marriage with you, Zagrith stammers, her words filled with a mix of nervousness and excitement. A smile slowly spreads across my face as I absorb her words. Zamira's commitment and dedication never cease to amaze me. "That's wonderful," I reply, my voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. I can't wait to see what she has created. With a sense of anticipation, I step out of Zamira's chamber and begin making my way toward her training field. As I approach the field, I can already hear the sound of Zamira's sword slicing through the air. It's a familiar melody, one that resonates with her determination and strength. When I arrive, I pause for a moment to observe Zamira in action. She is fully immersed in her training, her movements precise and powerful. With each swing of her sword, she displays a remarkable blend of grace and sheer force, relying solely on her physical strength rather than tapping into her aura. It's a testament to her unwavering determination and commitment to honing her skills. A surge of pride wells up within me as I watch Zamira push herself to her limits. Her relentless pursuit of growth and improvement inspires me to strive for greatness alongside her. I can't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude that our paths have crossed, intertwining our destinies, that I think you should take a look at as Zamira finishes a particularly fierce series of strikes. She pauses and turns in my direction, her eyes meeting mine. A brief smile flashes across her face, and she gestures for me to join her on the training field. I approach her with a mix of excitement and admiration, my footsteps echoing on the ground. "Zamira, you never cease to amaze me," I say, my voice filled with genuine admiration. "Your dedication and strength are truly inspiring." Zamira's eyes sparkle with a blend of determination and affection as she lowers her sword. "Jake, your presence ignites a fire within me, driving me to become stronger each day," she replies, her voice filled with conviction. I smile affectionately at Zamira, feeling the warmth of her body against mine as she wraps her arms around me. The bond between us grows stronger with each passing moment, and I can't help but feel overwhelmed by the depth of my love for her. "Jake, I want you to hold me forever like this," Zamira mutters. "I want to hold you like this forever, too." "Zamira," I whisper softly, my voice filled with sincerity. I tighten my embrace, cherishing this moment. As she nestles her head against my chest, I feel a sense of completeness wash over me. Suddenly, I remember the gift I had brought for her. With a gentle release, I pull away slightly and reach in my inventory, retrieving the sword I had received from Old Man Duke. "I brought you a gift, Zamira," I say, my voice filled with anticipation. "It's a symbol of your own strength and the path you've chosen." Zamira's eyes widen with surprise and excitement as she takes in the sight of the sword in my hand. Recognition flashes across her face, and she stammers in disbelief. "This is the king's sword, the Demon Tyr's sword," she mutters, her voice trembling with awe. The sword she is holding slips from her grasp, forgotten in the presence of this newfound treasure. I offer her the sword with utmost reverence, while Zamira's hands tremble as she reaches out to accept it, her eyes never leaving the magnificent weapon. Chapter 266 tournament begins. I stand before the sleek black VR capsule, its glossy surface reflecting my own anticipation. Today is the day I've been waiting for, the day of the tournament. As I step closer, I take in the familiar surroundings of the room I repaired in my mother's chambers. It's just me here, alone with my thoughts and the hum of excitement in the air. I've taken care of all the necessary preparations, making sure to register the sword I acquired from Zamira. It's an exquisite piece, its design intricate and awe-inspiring. I can't help but marvel at the craftsmanship every time I lay my eyes on it. But as for the Demon Tyr sword I entrusted to Zamira, I haven't had the chance to witness its true capabilities. Zamira, concerned about the destructive power it possesses, chose to keep its potential hidden for now. I can only hope it will serve her well in the tournament. The venue for the tournament is a state-of-the-art facility, equipped with VR capsules that all vampires can use for free. It's a remarkable opportunity for everyone to witness the intense battles that lie ahead. For those who have the means, the privilege of owning their own VR capsules allows them to spectate the tournament from the comfort of their homes. It's a testament to how far technology has come, bridging the gap between reality and the virtual realm. I step into the capsule, feeling a surge of anticipation coursing through my veins. The VR capsule comes to life, emitting a low hum that resonates through the room. In an instant, my surroundings transform, transporting me to a virtual arena. The shift is seamless, and the sights and sounds of the new environment engulf my senses. The room I was previously in fades away, replaced by a grand stage where participants from numerous families converge. I take a moment to absorb my surroundings. The vast arena stretches before me, filled with a multitude of players representing different families. The competition is fierce, with approximately 50 families gathered here, each fielding a team of 5 participants. It's a remarkable sight, an assembly of diverse warriors ready to test their skills in this virtual battleground. As I take in the scene, I feel a gentle tap on my shoulder, startling me. I turn to find Zamira standing beside me, a bright smile adorning her face. She's adorned in a striking set of armor, one of the king-tier varieties. Zamira exudes confidence, her presence commanding attention. Behind her stand two men and a woman, all donned in the same impressive armor as her own. They seem formidable, a well-coordinated unit ready to face any challenge. In contrast to their grand attire, I'm dressed in a simple advanced tier complete armor. It's the type commonly worn by guards, reliable and sturdy. Compared to Zamira and her companions, my equipment may pale in comparison, but I hold my head high, knowing that true strength lies within. Handicapping yourself, huh? You never cease to amaze me, Zamira says with a mischievous smile, her eyes glinting with excitement. These three behind me are from the Mistro family, Zamira continues, motioning toward the trio standing behind her. The air crackles with anticipation as the strangers step forward, each one exuding an air of mystery. They are Mo, Phil, and Carmen. She introduces them, her voice filled with intrigue. My gaze sweeps over them, taking in their appearances. The two males, Mo and Phil, possess jet black hair that contrasts sharply with their fair skin. They have an average build, standing about my height. There's a certain aura of quiet confidence about them, as if they've seen more than their fair share of battles. And then my eyes settle on the female among them, an imposing figure who stands at a staggering 9 feet tall. She dwarfs everyone around her, her presence commanding attention. Her long, flowing ebony hair cascades down her back, framing a face that emanates both beauty and strength. This is Carmen Adurang, a vampire subclass renowned for their towering heights and explosive power. As Carmen steps forward, her gaze meets mine with a mix of curiosity and wariness. I can sense the skepticism in her eyes, an unspoken question about my capabilities. And who can blame her? After all, I've intentionally handicapped myself by wearing this mere guard's armor. It's my pleasure to meet you, Prince Jake, Carmen says with a small bow, her voice carrying a touch of reverence. Her words, coupled with her graceful demeanor, convey a genuine respect. Despite being a Durang, known for their explosive power, she possesses a captivating beauty that transcends her formidable nature. Mo and Phil echo Carmen's sentiment, their voices harmonizing as they both bow in unison. Their actions are a testament to the Mistro family's code of honor and respect. I think you should take a look at. I acknowledge their greetings with a nod, reciprocating their formalities. As the formalities subside, my attention shifts back to Zamira. She stands beside me, a constant presence amidst the gathering anticipation. So, only the participants will be in this place? I inquire, seeking clarification before the tournament commences. Zamira nods, her gaze focused on the upcoming events. Yes, we will soon be transported to an area where the tournament will begin. While only the participants are present here, there are millions of people spectating the tournament, she explains, her voice filled with a hint of excitement. The realization sinks in I am about to embark on a battle that will be witnessed by countless spectators. A flicker of curiosity sparks within me, and I find myself scanning the crowd for a familiar presence. The Sanguine family are nowhere to be seen amidst the sea of faces. Perhaps they are positioned elsewhere, awaiting the commencement of the tournament. Suddenly, a man materializes before us, his presence commanding attention. His voice resonates across the field, cutting through the murmur of anticipation. He is the announcer, the master of ceremonies for this grand event. Ladies and gentlemen, and observers alike, welcome to the Tournament of Champions. He booms, his words echoing in the open space. The crowd erupts in cheers, their excitement palpable. The time has come for the mightiest warriors from different families and bloodlines to face off in an ultimate test of strength, skill, and strategy. Y'all will be transported to a different area now, the man says, clicking his fingers. Suddenly, the surrounding starts changing. Chapter 267, Camping. The surroundings transform rapidly, morphing into a vast expanse of desert with rocky hills and caves scattered across the landscape. It stretches endlessly, a barren wasteland as far as the eye can see. Chaos erupts instantly as the other families begin scrambling around the area. Some take to the air, their wings carrying them away from danger, while others engage in fierce battles. Let's find a safe place to camp, I suggest to Zamira and our 3 other teammates. They nod in agreement, and in the next moment, wings sprout from our backs, allowing us to take flight. However, Carmen remains grounded. "Ah, I don't have wings," she says, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But I came prepared. As she speaks, a hoverboard materializes in her hand. We take off, soaring over the desert landscape in search of a haven. The wind whips past us as we fly, the scorching sun beating down on our backs. Below, we witness battles raging on, families fighting for survival in this harsh new world. The intense heat proves challenging to move through, especially for Mo and Phil due to their vampire noble stage evolution, which makes them more sensitive to the high temperatures. Carmen, on the other hand, manages to keep up with us thanks to her hoverboard and her subclass abilities. According to the game's rules, once a participant is killed, they disintegrate and are logged out. Only 5 survivors are needed, regardless of their backgrounds. Even if an entire family of 5 survives, they will emerge as the victors. Based on my knowledge, the participants most likely to be eliminated early are those who engage in battles right from the start. After flying for about 20 minutes, we spot a small cave nestled among a cluster of smaller caves and valleys. It appears unsuspecting to other participants, making it a potentially safe hiding place. We land and enter the cave, grateful for the respite from the relentless heat outside. The cool darkness of the cave provides a welcome relief. Thanks to our night vision capabilities, we can see clearly inside the cave. In fact, our vision seems even sharper than in daylight. There are only a few harmless rats and snakes lurking around, as animals in the virtual reality world are less aggressive than their real-world counterparts. We settle down, sitting on the cave floor. Zamira sits close to me, while Mo, Phil, and Carmen sit opposite us. Suddenly, Zamira produces a small round gadget that resembles a pocket watch. It displays the number 98. 2 players are dead, she announces, her voice filled with gravity. Most of the people engaging in battle now are from small families. Participants from the big 5 families won't make such a reckless move, Mo interjects. I agree, Carmen adds, nodding in agreement with Mo's observation. However, Zamira appears deep in thought, her brow furrowed as she considers the situation. After a moment of silence, she speaks up, her voice a mix of concern and suspicion. Did any of you notice? Most of the big families took off into the air without engaging in battle. Some even flew alongside each other. My guess is that they want the smaller families to be cleared out before joining the fight, Zamira murmurs. Hearing her words, I shake my head, countering her assumption. Wrong, Zamira. You're mistaken, I say firmly, attempting to dispel her theory. The main target of the big families is us, the Mistro family. Based on what I observed when they took off, they'll probably ally with each other to wipe us out. The Sanguine family and the Freeman are exceptions, though. Zamira's eyes widen as my words sink in. The realization dawns on her, and her expression transforms from confusion to a mix of concern and determination. You may be right, she reluctantly admits, her voice tinged with worry. If the big families have set their sights on us, we need to prepare ourselves for a battle unlike any other. Carmen's eyes narrow as she processes the implications. It seems we have underestimated the power dynamics within the families. She remarks, her voice tinged with frustration. But we won't allow them to destroy our legacy without a fight. Mo clenches his fist, his determination shining through his eyes. We've faced numerous challenges before, and we've always emerged victorious, he declares, his voice filled with unwavering conviction. This time won't be any different. We'll fight for our family's honor, for our ancestors, and for our future. Suddenly, I stand up and stretch my back, letting out a yawn. The transformation into the Vampire Lord stage has left me with a body that feels foreign yet powerful. As I rise to my full height, my muscles ripple with newfound strength, and I can't help but admire the changes. I still haven't fully adapted to this new body after evolving to the Vampire Lord stage. I remark, a mix of amusement and fascination in my voice. I turn my gaze to my palms, examining them closely. The veins beneath my pale skin pulse with energy. Perhaps it's time to put it to the test. I muse to myself, a mischievous smile playing on my lips. "What are you up to?" Zamira suddenly asks, her eyes flashing with curiosity. She must have sensed my restlessness and intuited that something is brewing in my mind. "I think you should take a look at Hihi before I answer your question. Tell me first, how many participants are remaining?" I reply with a giggle, teasing her playfully. Although I already know the answer, I want to hear it from her. Zamira looks at me with a mixture of surprise and amusement. "There are 80 participants remaining," she replies, displaying the gadget that boldly displays the number 90. "Don't tell me you're planning to single-handedly wipe out other families? The moment you step out, you'll become a target because of the Mistro emblem on you. Besides, we are a team. We should stick together." Her voice carries a hint of worry and frustration. I chuckle at her concern. Despite witnessing the extent of my power, she still cares about my safety. It's both endearing and frustrating. "Do you really think I'm so weak that I'd be taken down easily? I'm even stronger than before." I retort, a confident gleam in my eyes. Zamira raises an eyebrow, still not entirely convinced. "You may be powerful, but that doesn't mean you're invincible. The emblem on your body attracts attention, especially from rival families who would love nothing more than to claim the title of the strongest for themselves. We need to be cautious and strategic if we want to survive." Her words strike a chord within me. Zamira is right, as always. Surviving in this deadly competition requires more than just brute strength. It demands strategy, teamwork, and careful planning. However, I take a deep breath, meeting Zamira's intense gaze. "You're right, Zamira, but there's something more important I need to do. Why don't you trust me?" I ask, teasing her slightly. I already know she trusts me, but I want to hear her say it. Zamira sighs, a mix of exasperation and trust evident in her expression. "All right, I trust you. Well, stay here until you return," she says, waving her hand dismissively. "But your highness," Mo starts, his sentence abruptly cut off. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," I reassure them, stepping out of the cave. As I reach the entrance of the cave, I pause and glance back at the small opening. I can't resist the urge to test my newfound powers. Fueled by celestial energy, with a determined grin, I focus my mind and prepare to unleash my abilities. "It's time to put this celestial energy to the test," I mutter, a spark of excitement igniting within me. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes momentarily, grounding myself in the present moment. As I exhale, I visualize the celestial energy flowing through me, like a river of power coursing through my veins. With a flick of my fingers, a burst of dazzling aura erupts from my body. The energy shimmers with an ethereal glow, intertwining with the celestial energy surrounding me. It dances gracefully, casting a radiant glow upon the surroundings. The sight is beautiful, filling me with awe and anticipation. As the celestial energy surges, a remarkable transformation takes place. Dozens of blood swords materialize in the sky above the cave entrance. Each sword possesses a sinister elegance, their crimson hues contrasting sharply against the pale backdrop of the heavens. They hover effortlessly, suspended in midair, awaiting my command. I imbue my will into these blood swords, granting them a purpose beyond mere inanimate objects. With a single thought, they will defend this sacred place. Even the mightiest of foes, including a vampire lord, would struggle to withstand their relentless assault unless they possess exceptional skill and power. Satisfied with my preparations, I take to the skies, my body soaring effortlessly as if weightless. The wind rushes through my hair, invigorating my senses. With each passing moment, I grow more attuned to the celestial energy flowing within me. Chapter 268 Roth's Carnage in a vast and desolate landscape. A tall and strikingly handsome boy stands alone amidst a group of menacing vampires. The air crackles with tension as the vampires encircle him, their crimson eyes revealing their bloodlust. Roth, his chiseled body glistening with perspiration, exudes an aura that matches the essence of the vampires surrounding him. He stands shirtless and fearless. Insignificant beings. Roth's thunderous voice reverberates through the eerie silence as he lunges forward, his fists becoming blurs of motion. With each strike, vampire heads explode in a shower of blood and shattered bones, their lives extinguished in an instant. Roth's combat skills are unmatched, and his raw strength seems limitless. Amidst the chaos of battle, a lone vampire seizes an opportunity. Darting forward, he thrusts a spear towards Roth's stomach with vicious intent. However, as the spear makes contact, it shatters into countless pieces against Roth's impenetrable skin. The boy's expression remains unchanged, and a cruel smile forms on his lips. "Fool!" Roth sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. "I don't even bother blocking your attack, because you are all pathetic." With lightning speed, he delivers a resounding slap across the vampire's face. The force is so powerful that the vampire's head detaches from its body, soaring through the air before landing with a sickening thud. The remaining vampires, witnessing their comrade's demise, recoil in fear. Their courage wanes as they comprehend the futility of their efforts. 7 vampires, armed to the teeth, now face a foe whose might seems unconquerable. Hesitation clouds their eyes as they exchange glances, uncertain of their next move. Roth's eyes blaze with a mix of triumph and bloodlust as he assesses his remaining adversaries. He relishes in the fear that grips their undead hearts. Slowly, he extends his hand, palm facing upwards, commanding their attention. "Come fort, cowards!" He taunts, his voice echoing through the desolate expanse. "Be big, brother. Let's run for our lives." One of the vampires facing Roth mutters in fear while looking at him in horror. The vampire's voice trembles as he speaks, his eyes wide with terror. "Vermin, it's pointless to run." The team leader responds, his voice firm and resolute. "If we decide to run, this monster will easily kill us. We are only 7, but if we face off against him, we might have a chance to win. He is a vampire lord, skilled in combat, and holds a long sword in his hand." The team leader is seething with anger. 2 families had joined forces to defeat the formidable vampire in front of them. Yet they couldn't even scratch him. They had heard about his strength, but witnessing it firsthand was a different story. No wonder the legendary knight took him as an apprentice. The team leader thinks inwardly while gritting his teeth. If only he had not allied with the useless and gullible vampires he had planned to use as cannon fodder. Suddenly, Roth stretches his body and yawns. "You guys are wasting my time," he says nonchalantly. "Since you won't come forward, I guess I will have to come and meet you myself." The vampires exchange nervous glances as Roth begins to approach them. They grip their weapons tightly, their hearts pounding in their chests. The team leader takes a deep breath and steps forward, ready to face off against the powerful vampire. As Roth nears them, the team leader raises his sword and charges towards him. The other vampires follow suit, their weapons raised and ready for battle. Roth meets their charge head-on, his movements fluid and graceful as he dodges their attacks. He strikes back with deadly precision, his blows landing with devastating force. I think you should take a look at the vampires fight with all their might, but they are no match for Roth's strength and skill. One by one, they fall to the ground, defeated. The team leader is the last one standing. He fights with all his might, determined to protect his comrades and defeat the powerful vampire. But despite his best efforts, he too falls to Roth's superior strength. Roth stands victorious amidst the fallen vampires, a look of boredom on his face. Is that all you've got? He mutters before turning and walking away to retrieve something. The team leader lies on the ground, defeated and broken. He had failed to protect his comrades and defeat the powerful vampire. As he closes his eyes and accepts his fate, he can't help but wonder what could have been if things had gone differently. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, Roth darts towards a nearby pile of rubble, searching for something, anything that could serve as a weapon. His eyes lock onto a large stone nestled amidst the debris, and he instinctively snatches it up. Without a moment's hesitation, Roth charges forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The team leader, unaware of the impending danger, turns his attention to another member of the group. Seizing the opportunity, Roth lunges forward, his arm arcing through the air with the weight of the stone behind it. Bash! Time seems to stand still as the stone smashes into the unsuspecting team leader's head. The force of the blow is jarring, the sound reverberating through the area. The leader's body crumples to the ground, lifeless. In a bizarre twist, his form disintegrates into fine particles, vanishing into the air. A stunned silence follows, broken only by the heavy breathing of those still standing. The defeated vampires, momentarily taken aback, find themselves confronted by a monster. Roth's eyes burn with newfound ferocity as he surveys the scene, his gaze fixed on them like a predator. Roth's next moves are swift and calculated. He springs into action, a whirlwind of raw power. With each step, he leaves a trail of destruction in his wake. The vampires, once formidable foes, fall before him, their lives snuffed out by his unyielding brutality. There is no mercy, no hesitation as Roth unleashes his pent-up fury upon his enemies with the slab of stone. Chapter 269, The Showdown Part 1, After killing all the vampires. Ethereal specks of particles rise in the air before disappearing. Roth had just single-handedly killed 2 families. How many participants remaining? Roth asks as he turns around, facing 4 vampires standing in the far distance behind him while he did his onslaught. Hearing his words, the vampires dash towards him in a flash. 8 to 80 participants remaining. One of the vampires holding a round gadget says, weary of Roth's presence. Seeing them act like this, Roth lets out a sigh. You guys should stop acting like this. This is just a game. We were meant to have fun. I wouldn't kill my fellow vampire like that in the real world, Roth says with a smile, tapping the vampire's shoulder. Game my ass. We can still feel the sensation of pain inside this game. That expression, the vampire thinks inwardly, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, he spots a red dot in the sky. Team leader, something is approaching us. It looks like vampire aura, but he's wasting it. The vampire informs Roth. Hearing the vampire's words, Roth looks up and instantly recognizes the incoming threat. He's finally coming, huh? Roth mutters, clenching his fist while adrenaline courses through his body. You guys shouldn't interfere in my battle, or else I'll kill you all myself. Now scram. Roth bellows, his eyes glowing red, dismissing his teammates. In an instant, the teammates soar into the air and start flying away from the area. Right now, I am soaring through the air, my senses keen and focused. As I search for Roth, ever since I discovered his secret journey to the vampire planet, undertaken without informing me, I have resolved to confront him and demonstrate the true extent of my power. As I glide effortlessly through the sky, my eyes scouring the land below, a commotion catches my attention. People are engaged in a fierce battle, their bodies intertwined in a deadly dance. And amidst the chaos, I spot him, Roth. A surge of anticipation courses through my veins, and I pause my momentum, hovering above the ground to observe the unfolding scene. Roth, his figure cloaked in an aura of malevolence, moves with a relentless and ruthless grace. Each strike he delivers carries a lethal precision, leaving his adversaries defenseless and vulnerable. The sight is both mesmerizing and horrifying, an intricate ballet of violence and power. With a chilling calmness, he employs whatever means necessary to eliminate his foes. I watch as Roth's hand snatches a nearby stone from the ground, his grip firm and resolute. With a swift, and merciless swing, he brings the stone crashing down upon an opponent's head. The sickening thud echoes through the air, amplifying the raw brutality of the act. Blood splatters, and the defeated figure crumples to the ground, lifeless. My gaze remains fixed on Roth, my mind whirling with admiration. His willingness to wield such savagery strikes a dissonant chord within me. Yet, as his adversaries fall one by one, I cannot help but marvel at the raw power emanating from him. I think you should take a look at a calculating smile tugs at the corners of my lips as a plan begins to form in my mind. I must tap into reserves of power that lie dormant within me, waiting to be unleashed. This battle is not merely about vanquishing an opponent. It is about proving that my own will eclipse his. With renewed purpose, I resume my flight, descending gracefully toward the battleground. My arrival does not go unnoticed, and the combatants pause, their attention shifting toward me. Roth's eyes meet mine, a flicker of recognition sparking within them. I can sense the surprise and curiosity mingling with the primal instinct of a predator sizing up its competition. For a moment, a palpable tension hangs in the air, the anticipation of an imminent showdown crackling between us. In the next moment, I fly down below and land gracefully in front of Roth. The ground trembles slightly beneath my feet as I touch down, my celestial energy dispersing into the air. The vibrant hues of my aura fade away, revealing my true form. Roth, when do you plan to stop acting childish? I ask, my voice tinged with a hint of exasperation. I shake my head, disappointed by his reckless behavior. Wahahaha! Roth bursts into laughter, his confidence evident in his demeanor. I don't care about what you say. I just want to defeat you. I have trained endlessly, honing my skills. I am even confident that I can take a warlock stage vampire head-on. That's why we are now equals, he boasts, flexing his toned bicep as if to prove his point. I regard Roth with a mixture of concern and frustration. He had always been headstrong, but I could sense that something was amiss. His actions seemed forced, as if he were being manipulated by an external force. I know someone is probably telling you to do all this, I say, my voice softer now, laced with empathy. If I agree to fight you with my full power, will you tell me everything? I pull off my armor and remove my undershirt, leaving only a pair of pants on. The cool breeze brushes against my bare skin as I stand before him, vulnerable yet resolute. Roth's eyes widen in surprise, momentarily taken aback by my offer. His laughter subsides, replaced by a contemplative expression. He gazes at me intently, searching for sincerity in my eyes. After a moment of silence, he nods slowly. Fine, he says, his voice quieter now, stripped of its bravado. If you fight me at your full power, I will tell you everything. A sense of relief washes over me. I knew that Roth had his reasons for acting this way, and now I had the opportunity to uncover the truth. With a focused gaze, I draw upon the depths of my power, tapping into the celestial energy that courses through my veins. Radiant tendrils of light swirl around me, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of awe. As the energy envelopes me, I feel a surge of strength and determination. I can sense Roth's apprehension, his realization that he may have underestimated the true extent of my abilities. Roth also readies himself, his muscles tensing as his calves bulge, emanating raw power. Simultaneously, a burst of aura erupts from his body, swirling around him like a tempestuous storm. Chapter 270, The Showdown, Part 2, Jake. I recognize that energy. I have fought against someone with a similar energy, and I hooped his ass, Roth declares, his tone serious, yet a flicker of confidence dances in his eyes. I don't know what it is, but if you're planning to use it against me, you won't win because it's useless. His words hit me like a bolt of lightning, a surge of surprise spreading across my face. Roth had encountered a god before and emerged victorious. He had become a god slayer, a realization that shook me to the core. In my arrogance, I had underestimated him, failing to grasp the extent of his newfound strength. But now, standing face to face, the truth stares me in the eye. However, even though he's now a god slayer, that doesn't change anything. After all, I am an entity above god slayers. Suddenly, I dash towards him, muscles bulging and celestial energy covering my entire arm. Roth also charges at me with the same speed, determination etched on his face. Behemoth punch. We both exclaim simultaneously as our fists collide. The air surrounding the collision ripples, and the sheer force raises dust, debris, and small stones. In that moment, there's a clear winner, a victor amidst the clash. The celestial energy that once enveloped my arm vanishes, as if avoiding a direct confrontation with Roth's formidable aura. With a sudden, swift movement, we leap away from each other, creating distance. Several meters separate us now. I glance at my right hand, the one I used to collide with Roth's. It trembles, blood seeping from multiple cuts inflicted by the collision. My hand bore the brunt of his aura, absorbing the full impact. But slowly, I sense regeneration setting in, the wound starting to heal. Yet, I can't help but acknowledge the gravity of the situation. It has been a long time since I last bled. I had severely underestimated Roth's power. Furthermore, I realized that I still lack a full understanding of how to harness and utilize my celestial energy effectively in battle. It appears that, in its current state, it offers little assistance in combat. It's a valuable lesson learned. I told you, that energy will be useless against me because of my blood space manipulation, Roth says, a confident smile playing on his lips. His words hang in the air, resonating within me. Blood space manipulation, a power I had witnessed before. I take a moment to assess the situation. Roth's mastery over his blood power has granted him a formidable advantage. My celestial energy alone will not be enough to overcome his blood space manipulation. A surge of adrenaline courses through me. I take a deep breath, steadying myself amidst the aftermath of our clash. The wounds on my hand continue to heal, the regenerative properties of my body at work. Roth, you may have an advantage now, but I am not one to be easily defeated, I reply, my voice infused with newfound resolve. I may not have fully harnessed the potential of that energy, but I possess other abilities that you have yet to witness. Prepare yourself. A flicker of surprise crosses Roth's face, quickly masked by a resolute expression. He readies himself, anticipation burning in his eyes. Inside the VR capsule spectator section, a buzz of excitement fills the air. People are engrossed in the ongoing tournament, and the option to view various fights is available to them. Among the numerous battles taking place, one particular fight captures the attention of spectators. Without hesitation, they click on this specific fight to spectate it, eager to witness the clash between Jake and Roth. As the virtual scenery unfolds, showcasing the intense battle, a spectator notices something intriguing. What's that energy surrounding the air? He comments, his gaze fixed on Jake's form. Inside the virtual comment section, spectators have the opportunity to voice their thoughts, which briefly appear on the screen before fading away. The comments section is alive with discussions about the unfolding fight, and the attention is now focused on the energy emanating from Jake. That I think you should take a look at that must be an ability. I can't believe that the air is using an ability. At least, you shouldn't use something like that in the tournament. One spectator remarks, astonished by the display of power. I heard he can't use abilities. That must be something else, another spectator counters, adding to the speculation surrounding Jake's unique energy. The virtual comments flood the screen, each comment bringing a new perspective or observation. The viewers are captivated by the sheer power and intensity of the battle. Did you see that punch? It's packed with power. Incredible. The air is being pushed back by the boy from the Freeman family. Maybe the air isn't as strong as we thought. Look, his hand is bleeding. He's taking a lot of damage. The comment section becomes a hub of excitement and discussion, the viewers eagerly sharing their reactions and analysis of the fight. The number of views for this particular scene skyrockets as more and more spectators join in to witness the intense clash between two formidable opponents. Amidst the flurry of comments and observations, the fight between Jake and Roth continues to unfold. The virtual environment reverberates with the clash of their powers, each strike generating shockwaves that ripple through the landscape. The intensity of their battle captivates the spectators, drawing them deeper into the unfolding drama. The spectators are a part of this virtual world, immersed in the spectacle before them. They become emotionally invested, cheering for their favored combatants and eagerly anticipating the outcome of the clash. The virtual comments serve as a testament to the impact the fight has on the spectators, fueling their engagement and adding an extra layer of excitement to the tournament. As the battle rages on, the virtual comments section remains abuzz with viewers' reactions, capturing the essence of the fight and amplifying the electric atmosphere surrounding the spectacle. The clash between Jake and Roth becomes more than just a personal rivalry. It becomes a shared experience that unites spectators from different backgrounds, each connected through their collective fascination with the power and unpredictability of the ongoing tournament. Chapter 271, The Explosive Exchange. Suddenly, I unleash my vampire aura, allowing a burst of crimson energy to erupt from within me. It envelopes my entire being, swirling and pulsating as if hungry to consume everything in its path. My muscles bulge and tense, empowered by the surge of power coursing through my veins. As the crimson aura dances around me, my hair floats back in a wavy manner, seemingly ignited by the fiery energy. Fight me with all your might, for I won't hold back, I declare, assuming a confident stance. Roth, undeterred by my display of power, wears a small smile. In response, a sudden surge of aura erupts from him, causing stones and debris to lift into the air. His aura, compared to mine, possesses a more aggressive and ferocious nature. While it may not match the sheer reserve of my own aura, there is no denying its monstrous intensity, reminiscent of a warlock's aura. I can only imagine the formidable force it will become if he evolves to the Vampire Lord stage. One thing about Roth is his unwavering dedication to training. His commitment knows no bounds, and as a result, he has achieved a physique even stronger than that of a Vampire Lord, despite being at the Vampire Noble stage. His body exudes an indomitable strength, resembling that of a warlock, while his aura reserve is nothing short of incredible. Roth's onslaught shows no signs of relenting as another burst of neon-colored energy erupts from his body, merging with his vampire aura. The resulting aura expands several meters around him, swirling like a furious tornado. The sheer intensity of his presence is undeniable. As I witness the fusion of his vampire aura and this newfound ki energy, a realization dawns upon me. I had severely underestimated Roth's determination and drive to catch up to me. Just how much training has he endured to reach this level of power? Jake, even after witnessing my ki, will you still hold back? Roth bellows, his eyes glimmering with a crazed determination. I let out a weary sigh. If I were to fight him with my full ki reserve, it would complicate matters when facing Zero. While I am confident in my swordsmanship, this battle calls for unarmed combat. Very well, I reply, a sudden burst of neon-colored energy erupting from my body, extending several meters around me. The force of my aura causes Roth to instinctively leap backward, landing firmly on the ground. Roth, there are two qualities that make a man great: hard work and talent. Your relentless dedication and unwavering spirit are truly admirable. However, I possess natural talent. I was born for this, I state with conviction, raising my hand high. Hearing my words, Roth clenches his teeth. A mixture of frustration and determination etched across his face. Assimilation, sword intent, I utter, my voice steady as a massive tornado of ki swirls around both of my hands. With this technique, I can infuse my hands with the sharpness and precision of swords. Blood space, Behemoth's punch, 10 stacks. Roth mutters in response. Behind him, several crimson portals materialize, emanating an ominous aura. Concurrently, black miasma dances around his hands, accentuating the formidable power he wields. The battlefield becomes charged with a palpable tension as our auras intertwine, creating a maelstrom of energy. The clash between us is no longer a simple contest of physical strength, but a battle of wills, talents, and the forces that course through our very beings. As the storm of power swells, I brace myself, fully embracing the immense potential within me. The time has come to push beyond my current limits, to unveil the culmination of my talent and training. Suddenly, I propel myself forward, charging headlong towards Roth, and he mirrors my movements with equal determination. The ground beneath our feet scorches as our paths leave a trail of searing marks. The air around us ripples and distorts, giving the illusion of teleportation as our movements blur with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, I close the distance between us, launching a powerful punch aimed at Roth's face. But he reacts swiftly, ducking his head and evading my strike with a hair's breadth. My hand meets nothing but empty air. Almost simultaneously, he retaliates with an uppercut, his movements surpassing my own in speed and agility. Fuck! Boom! An explosive impact reverberates through the air as his blow lands cleanly on my chin, propelling me high into the sky. The sheer force of the strike sends me hurtling through the atmosphere, temporarily suspended in midair. What was that punch? I piece it together now. With his mastery of space manipulation, Roth was able to amplify the first stage of the Behemoth Punch, multiplying its power tenfold. It's a clever move on his part, exploiting the full potential of his abilities. However, I'm not one to be outdone so easily. I possess the true Behemoth Punch, a technique that surpasses its popular variations. While many vampires are only able to utilize the first or second stage, I have a vast array of exclusive techniques at my disposal. The arsenal of original techniques developed by me and Sanguine far surpasses what most vampires can comprehend. Slowly, I begin my descent from the heights to which I was launched. Thanks to the protective shield of Ki surrounding my body, the impact of Roth's uppercut is dampened, its damage minimized. This is one of the advantages of having a large Ki pool and channeling it through a resilient and tough physique that I think you should take a look at in the blink of an eye. I touch down on the ground, my gaze fixed on Roth as he charges at me once more. Oof. He unleashes a flurry of punches, aiming to overwhelm me with his rapid succession of strikes. However, I remain calm, studying his fighting style and the patterns in which he throws his punches. Despite his speed advantage, I am able to deftly evade each blow, sidestepping and weaving through the onslaught with precision. Unrelenting, Roth follows up with a powerful kick, his leg enveloped in a swirling aura of Ki. Caught off guard by a sudden movement, I instinctively raise both hands, forming an X shape to intercept his kick. Boom! The impact reverberates through the air as his powerful kick crashes into my hands. Craters form beneath my feet, the ground buckling under the force of the collision. Despite my defensive maneuver, the sheer power behind his attack sends me skidding backward, struggling to maintain my balance. With unwavering determination, I regain my footing, ready to rise to the challenge that Roth presents. Fight me. Show me your true strength. Is this all you've got? Is this your peak? Roth bellows, his voice brimming with fervor as he charges toward me once again. Sure, I'll show you what I've got, I declare, my voice resolute. Slamming my right leg into the ground, a ripple of power surges through the earth. Instantly, several stones lift into the air, suspended by an unseen force, while my vampire aura engulfs me in a blazing display of fiery intensity. Roth lunges forward, his left hand aimed at my skull, intending to deliver a powerful blow. Swiftly, I contort my upper body, bending backward with almost unnatural flexibility, my feet planted firmly on the ground, supporting my weight. Seizing the opportunity, I retaliate with a lightning-fast kick, my right foot soaring upward to strike him square on the chin. Boom! The impact echoes through the area, resonating with the sound of solid iron colliding. The force of my kick connects with resounding accuracy, launching Roth into the air, his body sent flying. Now it's my turn. I mutter, a determined glint in my eyes. Crouching down low, I gather an immense amount of energy within my thighs and calves. The air crackles with anticipation as I prepare to launch myself skyward, chasing after Roth, who is still recovering from the force of my blow. With an explosive burst of power, I propel myself into the air, defying gravity's hold. The world around me blurs as I ascend, my movements swift and fluid. The wind rushes past me, the exhilaration of flight surging through my veins. As I close the gap between us, Roth's form comes into focus. He is still caught off guard, struggling to regain his momentum after the forceful impact. Chapter 272 Zamira versus 0 Part 1 Your Highness. Can you hear it? Carmen exclaims, her voice filled with urgency as she springs up from her seat. Mo and Phil raise their heads, their attention piqued by Carmen's words, and they turn to look at her. Zamira, tapping her foot impatiently on the ground, responds with a knowing nod. That's Jake. He's probably engaged in a fierce battle with someone. Carmen's worry becomes evident as she continues, her voice laced with concern. Your Highness, should we simply sit here and wait indefinitely? People are watching us. Can you imagine what they will think of us? Mo and Phil silently agree with Carmen's sentiment, their expressions reflecting a mix of frustration and impatience. Internally, Mo grits his teeth, thinking if this were a real fight and not just a game, I'd gladly shut that mouth of hers. Even though it's just a simulation, the pain feels all too real. Phil shares Mo's sentiment, his face mirroring the frustration etched on his features. Carmen's tendency to overpower them in battle has left them yearning for an opportunity to prove their worth. Suddenly, the distant sound of voices reaches their ears, originating from outside the cave in which they are hiding. Zamira instinctively raises a hand, gesturing for the others to remain silent. A tense stillness settles upon the group as they strain their ears, listening intently to the voices drifting through the air. The sense of anticipation hangs thick in the air, mingling with the frustration and impatience that has been building within them. Zamira's gaze flickers with a mix of determination and concern. As the leader of their group, she feels the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders. She knows they cannot afford to draw unnecessary attention to themselves, especially with the eyes of spectators fixed upon their every move. The voices outside continue to grow in volume, causing Zamira's unease to deepen. Each passing moment adds to the tension, fueling their eagerness to join the unfolding battle. Yet, they must exercise caution and restraint, for their actions could have consequences that extend far beyond this virtual world. What are those things flying in the air? A voice calls out from outside, causing Zamira to tighten her grip on the hilt of her sword. The curiosity in the person's voice sends a shiver down her spine, alerting her to the potential danger that lies just beyond their hiding place. The flying things the person is referring to are none other than the swords created by Jake, infused with his divine energy. Zamira is unsure of the extent of their power, but she refuses to be caught off guard. With a resolute expression, she clings tightly to her sword, prepared for whatever may come. Hey, you! Go check it out, another voice commands, the tone laced with authority. The urgency in their voices sends a ripple of tension through the group, prompting them to ready their weapons in anticipation of a confrontation. They stand poised and focused, prepared to strike at the first sign of the enemy's arrival. However, just as the footsteps draw nearer to the entrance of the cave, an unforeseen intervention occurs. As the figure comes into view, the floating swords suddenly ignite in a blinding flash of white light, impaling the vampire and pinning him mercilessly to the ground. The ethereal blades exhibit a level of agility and precision far beyond that of a normal vampire noble's comprehension. The lifeless body remains impaled, a grotesque testament to the deadly accuracy of the swords. The vampire's expression contorts in horror and regret, his fate sealed. Gradually, the body of the vampire begins to disintegrate, transforming into minuscule particles that scatter into the air. The evidence of his demise lingers, yet his physical form is reduced to nothingness. Team leader, look, he's dead. Those floating swords killed him. A voice cries out from outside, filled with a mix of shock and terror. The group within the cave gazes upon the emblem emblazoned on the armor of the fallen vampire, their eyes widening in disbelief and dread. The truth dawns upon them, sinking deep into their cores like an anchor. That's the Sanguines. Carmen's voice trembles, her words laden with horror and realization. Zamira, her instincts sharp and honed, rises swiftly from her seat, her gaze fixed on the cave's entrance. With a purposeful stride, she moves toward the opening, her hand grasping the hilt of her demon-tier sword. The weight of the moment settles upon her, stirring a mix of determination and trepidation within her heart. Everyone, gather close. Things are about to get nasty, Zamira declares, her voice unwavering as she unsheathes her formidable weapon. The demon-tier sword gleams with a malevolent aura, its power coursing through her veins. Behemoth punch. 6th stage. I roar, my voice resonating with determination as I propel myself towards Wrath, my hands crackling with the power of Ki. In a swift motion, my fist collides with his chest, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Wrath is sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. The force of the impact creates a series of craters, marking the planet with the remnants of our clash. Boom! The sheer destruction unleashed by my attack sends shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the once clear battlefield. The chaos spans an expanse of 4 kilometers square, evidence of the immense power unleashed within a single strike. But I'm not done yet. Suspended in midair, I cup my fists together, drawing upon the surging energy within me. The anticipation builds, a simmering storm ready to be unleashed upon my opponent. Dracula's Rage. 5th stage. Chapter 273 Zamira vs. Zero Part 2 Swordcraft. 100 blade cuts. Zamira's voice echoes through the air as she swiftly unsheathes her sword in a blur of motion, too fast for the eye to follow. The gleaming blade cuts through the air with such speed and precision that it appears as if multiple slashes have been unleashed simultaneously. Lines of blood aura erupt from her sword, soaring into the sky before converging upon the floating swords above. In a spectacular collision, the floating swords dissipate, their ethereal forms vanishing into thin air. The atmosphere crackles with the energy of the clash, the remnants of the swords dissolving into the surrounding air. But Zamira is far from finished. With a fierce determination burning in her eyes, she tightens her grip on her sword again and channels the power of her blood aura once again. Swordcraft, 100 blade cuts, she declares, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. This time, Her strike is aimed at unwavering stance. Their presence is commanding, their aura exuding a sense of the very heart of the cave, its purpose clear and unwavering. The lines of blood aura surge forth, slicing through the solid rock with a seamless precision. The cave trembles under the assault, unable to withstand the force of Zamira's attack. As her blade cuts through the cave, it cleaves the structure in two, creating a gaping opening that reveals the outside world. And there, before the trio of Zamira, Mo, and Phil, stands a group of 4 individuals, their arms folded in an intimidating display of confidence. The dust settles around them, revealing their unwavering stance. Their presence is commanding, their aura exuding a sense of authority and power. The tension in the air is palpable, as if the very fabric of reality has shifted in their presence. "Princess, I see you've been hiding in this little rat hole. If it weren't for my heightened senses, I wouldn't have noticed that the princess is skulking here," a voice taunts, laced with sarcasm. It is none other than Zero, a formidable presence cloaked in brown armor from head to toe. Legendary tier equipment adorning his frame. A headgear conceals his face, adding an air of mystery to his imposing figure. Beside him stand 3 vampires, their own armor boasting the same impressive Emperor tier level as the fallen vampire whose life was claimed by the floating swords. Zamira's grip tightens around the hilt of her sword, her resolve unyielding. The mere presence of Zero sparks a fire within her, igniting a fierce determination to defend her honor and protect her companions. But Zero's gaze falls upon Zamira's sword, and he squints, his curiosity piqued. A demon tier sword. Huh. So the king has finally bestowed it upon someone. How disappointing that he chose someone incapable of harnessing its true power. And to wield such a weapon while donning such a pathetic armor, how foolish. Vampires, truly. So arrogant. Relying on their natural abilities rather than embracing the power of beast gears like the strongest humans and dragons, Zero remarks, his voice dripping with disdain. Zamira's fury reaches its peak, her patience worn thin by Zero's belittling words. "Do not dare come here to lecture me," she bellows, her voice resounding with a mix of anger and defiance. In one swift motion, she swings her sword at Zero, unleashing a surge of blood aura that courses through the air like ethereal tendrils. Zero's eyes narrow, an amused smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. With a fluid motion, he sidesteps Zamira's attack, evading the lines of blood aura that streak through the space he once occupied. "You'll have to do better than that, princess," he retorts, his tone filled with arrogant confidence. The air crackles with tension as Zamira readies herself for another strike. She knows that this battle is not merely about defeating Zero. It is a battle of pride and proving her worth. She refuses to be belittled, to have her capabilities questioned by someone who underestimates her. The battlefield erupts into chaos as the 3 vampires under Zero's command charge towards Mo, Phil, and Carmen, their eyes glinting with bloodlust. In a swift motion, the trio of Mo, Phil, and Carmen leaps into action, engaging in a fierce battle against their formidable adversaries. The clash of weapons and bursts of supernatural abilities echo through the air, their struggles intermingling with the tension between Zero and Zamira. With her allies locked in combat, Zamira finds herself face to face with Zero, the embodiment of arrogance and power. The air crackles with anticipation as the 2 adversaries stand their ground, their gazes locked in a battle of wills. In a swift and fluid motion, Zamira raises her sword, positioning it just inches away from her face. A radiant neon-colored aura begins to envelop her body, swirling and pulsating with raw energy. "Thank you for teaching me, Jake," Zamira mutters, her voice filled with determination. She draws upon a lesson she has learned from her encounters with Jake, harnessing the power of ki to enhance her abilities. Zero's eyes widen in surprise as he witnesses the transformation taking place before him. He unsheathes the dual swords strapped to his back, their blades gleaming ominously. Clad in legendary tier equipment, Zero radiates a palpable aura of power. So, you're already tapping into the realm of Ki? Zero remarks, a mixture of curiosity and admiration lacing his words. He readies himself, his grip tightening around his swords. Zamira meets Zero's gaze, her eyes ablaze with determination. The neon aura surrounding her intensifies, crackling with energy. She assumes a poised stance, her body radiating an undeniable presence. One strike, Zamira declares, her voice carrying a hint of certainty. Let's end this in one strike. The atmosphere becomes charged with anticipation, the clash between Zero and Zamira on the horizon. The air itself seems to hold its breath, awaiting the culmination of their battle. Chapter 274 Final Clash Swordcraft 100 Cuts Merge Sanguine's Petal Strike Second Stage. The two bellows simultaneously as they charge at each other. Trails and marks of burning blood aura can be seen in their paths as they dash towards each other like lightning bolts, aiming to finish everything in one strike. Both of them sprint toward each other with their weapons radiating intense bloodlust. Their collision sends shock waves through the air, the force of their clash shaking the very foundation of the battleground. As the dust settles, both Zamira and Zero find themselves standing with their backs turned to each other, their swords still gripped tightly in their hands. A sudden gush of blood sprays from Zero's shoulder, the result of Zamira's precise strike. His right hand, severed during their exchange, falls to the ground, taking the sword it once held with it. Despite the gruesome injury, Zero remains remarkably composed. With a determined expression, he gathers a surge of ki in his left hand, pressing it against the stump of his arm to halt the bleeding. He then reaches down, retrieving his severed hand, and reattaches it with a swift motion, his regenerative abilities allowing him to restore his physical form. Meanwhile, Zamira clutches her injured shoulder, blood flowing freely from the wound inflicted by Zero's dagger. Her breathing is labored, and pain courses through her body, but she refuses to falter. She pulls the dagger out with a grimace, letting it fall to the ground beside her sword. "You bastard! What did you do?" Zamira's voice echoes with fury as she tightens her grip on her sword. Her body remains stiff, unable to move as she confronts Zero, who approaches her with a confident smirk. Well, I admit that you're stronger than me," Zero chuckles, his voice dripping with arrogance. "However, you're just a musclehead after all. Your focus on winning battles without sacrifice or strategy is your downfall. And that weakness, my dear Zamira, is what I've exploited." Zamira's eyes narrow as she glares at Zero. She knows he speaks some truth, for her strength and determination often overshadow her need for strategic thinking. But she refuses to let that define her. Gripping her sword tighter, she prepares to face the challenge before her. Zero continues to taunt her, reveling in his perceived advantage. "My blood power, you don't understand it, do you? I can control atoms to a certain extent, and with the dagger I used to stab you, my blood now runs through your veins. Every fiber of your being is under my control." A mixture of anger and defiance flashes across Zamira's face. Despite the dire situation, she refuses to be intimidated. With a surge of inner strength, she raises her head, her eyes ablaze with determination. In a split second, Zamira's eyes emit two beams of blood aura, shooting towards Zero with incredible force. The beams strike him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward through the air. He crashes against a nearby cave, his body crumpling to the ground. Zamira takes a moment to catch her breath, her body trembling with exertion. The control Zero had over her starts to wane, and she feels her muscles loosening, her own willpower reclaiming dominance. With renewed resolve, she steps forward, her gaze fixed on Zero's fallen form. "You underestimated me, Zero," she declares, her voice filled with a mix of triumph and defiance. "My strength may lie in my physical prowess, but I am more than just a muscle head. I possess the willpower and determination to overcome any challenge." Zero groans as he struggles to rise, his arrogance fading in the face of Zamira's fierce spirit. Blood seeps from the wounds on his chest, staining his clothes and the ground beneath him. Despite his injuries, he manages to push himself to his feet, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "You think you've won? You think your temporary surge of power can overcome my mastery of blood control?" He spits, his voice laced with venom. "I am a sanguine, a descendant of one of the most powerful bloodlines. Your strength is nothing compared to mine." Zamira stands tall, her expression unyielding. She takes a step forward, her sword gleaming in the light. "It's not just about bloodlines or heritage. And if it's about bloodlines, you know your bloodline pale in comparison with mine," she retorts, her voice steady and filled with conviction. "It's about heart, courage, and the unwavering determination to protect those who matter. And I will not let you harm anyone else." With a burst of speed, Zamira charges at Zero, her sword held high. She strikes with a calculated and relentless assault, her movements precise and calculated. Zero desperately tries to defend himself, but Zamira's determination and skill prove to be formidable. Their swords clash with a resounding clang, the sound of their duel echoing through the air. Zamira's blood aura swirls around her, amplifying her strikes and infusing them with power. Zero's control over blood may be formidable, but Zamira's unwavering spirit is an unstoppable force. As the battle rages on, Zamira's attacks become increasingly fluid and calculated. She anticipates Zero's every move, exploiting his moments of weakness. With each strike, she inches closer to victory. Finally, with a swift motion, Zamira disarms Zero, her sword pressing against his throat. She gazes into his eyes, her voice steady and unwavering. "Any last words, Zero?" Zero's defiance wavers, replaced by a mix of fury and resignation. He meets Zamira's gaze, his voice filled with bitterness. "You may have won this battle, but the war is far from over," he seethes. Zamira's grip tightens on her sword, her determination unwavering. "We will be ready for whatever you and the Sanguines throw at us. Our kingdom will stand strong, and justice will prevail." With a final flick of her wrist, Zamira renders Zero unconscious, ensuring he poses no further threat. She takes a moment to catch her breath, her body pulsating with a mix of adrenaline and fatigue. Zamira looks around at her comrades, their faces filled with relief and admiration. "Mo, Phil, Carmen, you guys won, huh?" "Yes, Your Highness," the trio replies with a nod. But why didn't you kill him?" Carmen asks, pointing towards the unconscious figure of Zero. "Welp, Jake told me before we entered the game that if encounter Zero, I shouldn't kill him. Jake also made me aware that I should be aware of his underhanded tactics." "Phil, tie him up," Zamira replies and instructs Phil. Chapter 275, Red Portal's Dracula's Rage. 5th stage. I bellow, my voice echoing through the battlefield. The anticipation builds as I descend upon Roth like a meteor, my fists tightly clenched together. With incredible speed, I appear before him, as if I had teleported, and drive my fists into his stomach with a thunderous impact. "Arg!" Roth's voice finally escapes his lips, a testament to the power of my blow. Dust and debris swirl in the air, forming a haze around us, while deep craters mark the ground beneath us. But I don't relent. In one swift motion, I seize Roth by the neck, channeling my energy into my thighs before propelling us both into the air with an unstoppable force. As we hang suspended in midair, I unleash a devastating punch directly to Roth's face, sending him hurtling towards the ground below. Yet, this is only the beginning. My body begins to spin rapidly, akin to a mighty drill, as my blood aura swirls around me like a vicious tornado. The intensity of my power reaches its peak. Blood drill. I roar, my voice resounding with determination as I propel myself towards Roth once again. My hands strike his stomach repeatedly, my body spinning relentlessly in mid-air. Each impact resonates with a bone-shattering force, threatening to bury Roth deep into the ground. As I finally touch the Earth's surface, the momentum carries Roth downwards, his body sinking into the soil. My hands continue their assault, drilling into his seemingly impenetrable stomach. However, Roth's resilience proves formidable, his iron-like abdomen withstanding my onslaught. After delivering a barrage of strikes to Roth, I propel myself away from him, soaring out of the enormous crater that our battle has carved into the earth. As I survey the aftermath, it becomes apparent that the entire area lies in ruins. Craters and cracks mar the landscape, sparing no spot from their destructive touch. The sky itself bears the remnants of our clash, a reddish hue lingering in the air, a testament to the power we have unleashed. My gaze shifts downwards, settling on the figure of Roth, slowly rising from the ground. He brushes off the dust that clings to his shorts, his eyes meeting mine with an unyielding determination. To my surprise, there is little sign of damage upon him. That was splendid. Finally, I have felt the true meaning of power, Roth bellows, a wild grin stretching across his face. But it's not enough. Show me more. With a sudden burst of energy, Roth leaps into the air, landing effortlessly before me. His expression betrays a hint of madness, his muscles bulging with newfound strength. It is then that I notice something peculiar. The ki surrounding him expands, nearly matching the magnitude of my own. But that's not the only surprise awaiting me. Above the sky, an array of crimson portals materializes, numbering in the hundreds. The sight sends a jolt of recognition through me. Roth possesses the ability to summon familiars to aid him in battle. However, this time, he refrains from invoking their presence. Could it be that he has been concealing his true strength all along? A mix of surprise and curiosity paints my features as I struggle to comprehend the extent of Roth's power. It seems I have underestimated him yet again. I must admit, Roth, you have piqued my interest, I declare, a sly smile gracing my lips. If you seek more, then I shall not disappoint. As I utter these words, the intensity of my aura escalates, intertwining with a renewed vigor that pulses within me. The ground beneath us trembles in anticipation, responding to the awakening forces at play. I think you should take a look at the truth is, I have been holding back in my battle against Roth. A small part of me had been relishing the excitement and thrill of our encounters. But now, faced with his increased power, the time has come to reveal my true strength. I don't mind fighting at my current full power, but I still remain cautious, holding some of my cards close to my chest. In a sudden twist of events, Roth vanishes from sight, only to reappear within one of the crimson portals he had opened earlier. His fist, enveloped in a blazing red aura, hurtles towards my face with alarming speed. Instinctively, I duck my head to the side, evading his attack with mere inches to spare. The force of his strike whizzes past, grazing the air where my face once was. Taking advantage of his missed blow, I swiftly retaliate, launching a punch of my own. However, before my fist can connect with its target, Roth vanishes once more, re-emerging from a different portal. The battlefield is now adorned with numerous red portals, and Roth utilizes them to his advantage, launching a relentless onslaught against me. From every direction, he materializes, attacking with furious determination. Yet, my reflexes are honed to their peak, my body moving with an almost preternatural grace. Each strike Roth unleashes is met with an evasive maneuver, causing his attacks to land on empty air. My movements become a blur, a testament to the years of training and experience of my past lives. Roth's ability to create new portals, using them as gateways for his attacks, poses a formidable challenge. He lunges at me from unexpected angles, his assault unyielding. However, I'm not one to be outmaneuvered so easily. I anticipate his movements, my instincts guiding me as I deftly evade each strike. It is a dance of evasion and counter, where every move is calculated and precise. As the battle intensifies, the clash of our powers sends shockwaves through the battlefield. The ground beneath us trembles, unable to withstand the magnitude of our forces. The air crackles with energy charged with the raw power we exude. With each evasive maneuver, I study Roth's patterns, seeking a vulnerability, a momentary lapse that I can exploit. I know that revealing my full power will be a double-edged sword, as it would expose my most potent techniques, the ones I have kept hidden thus far. But now, the time has come to turn the tide in my favor. Sorry, Roth. There's a reason why the absolute blood control remains the strongest blood power. Astral Walk. Chapter 276. Am I overpowered? Astral Walk. Second stage. I mutter under my breath, the words carrying a weight that resonates within me. As the incantation leaves my lips, I feel a substantial portion of my blood aura deplete, a sacrifice necessary to wield this powerful technique. In an instant, the space around me freezes, including Roth's movements. Time itself seems to hold its breath, awaiting my next move. A sly grin spreads across my face as I revel in the sheer number of techniques at my disposal. There are so many possibilities, so many paths to explore. With a playful chuckle, I take my time, allowing my mind to rummage through the vast repertoire of my abilities. Fu. There are just too many techniques, it's almost overwhelming. I muse aloud, my voice laced with amusement. But fear not, I shall choose wisely. With a swift motion, I command several blood swords, about 2,000 in total, to levitate in the air around me. Each blade glistens with a crimson hue, resonating with the pulsating power of my blood aura. I raise my hand, the swords following suit, aligning themselves with my intentions. Blood swords, I command, my voice resolute and commanding. In a spectacular display of power, the blood swords launch towards the portals Roth had conjured. With precision and accuracy, they slice through the air, shattering every portal in their path. The rupture of energy reverberates through the battlefield, dispelling the array of crimson gateways one by one. Buoyed by my success, I take flight, my wings propelling me towards Roth with an unwavering determination. My hand, charged with an abundance of power, soars through the air, aiming straight for his vulnerable neck. Boom! The force of my attack sends shockwaves through the air, a thunderous explosion that reverberates across the battlefield. Roth hurtles downward, his body crashing into the unforgiving ground. The sheer force of the blow tunnels his body deep into the earth, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. As the dust settles, I descend from my midair perch, my eyes scanning the aftermath of my assault. The once pristine battlefield now bears the marks of chaos. A massive crater stretches across the landscape, spanning nearly a kilometer in diameter. I land gracefully on the edge of the crater, surveying the scene with a mix of satisfaction and curiosity. The impact of my attack has reshaped the terrain, leaving destruction in its wake. It is a stark reminder of the forces we wield, the clash of powers that have brought us to this precipice. My gaze shifts toward Roth, his prone form buried within the depths of the crater. Despite the devastation I have wrought, I can sense the unyielding spirit that burns within him. Slowly, I approach Roth, my footsteps deliberate as I come to a stop right before him. A smile plays upon my lips, a mix of amusement and curiosity in my gaze. Roth, you still want to fight, huh? I ask, the words tinged with a hint of amusement. It's clear that despite the odds, his spirit remains unyielding. As I study Roth's figure, it becomes evident that he has managed to shield himself well from physical harm with his ki. However, the last attack I unleashed had left its mark, causing significant internal damage within his body. Suddenly, Roth begins to cough, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. The sight is a stark reminder of the toll this battle has taken on him. "Jake, I admit it now," Roth confesses, his voice strained but filled with a newfound clarity. "No matter how much I train, I can't catch up to you. You're different at a mountain that keeps growing. But today I'm happy because I was able to go all out and surpass my own limits. I hope we can battle again someday." I think you should take a look at a mixture of emotions washes over me as I listen to Roth's words. There's a sense of respect, a recognition of the growth we have both achieved through this fierce rivalry. But beneath it all lies a concern, a lingering question that demands an answer. "Remember your promise before we fought?" I interject, my tone serious as I lock eyes with Roth. "Who forced you into this?" It was clear that the attacks you launched at me were aimed at vital points with the intent to kill. Roth's smile falters, his expression turning pensive. He takes a moment, as if contemplating his next words, before finally responding. My father asked me to defeat you in this tournament," Roth admits, his voice laced with a mixture of bitterness and resignation. "He promised me Blood Moon fruits as a reward, claiming they would elevate my evolution stage. Who knows? If I had reached the Vampire Lord stage, perhaps I would have been a true match for you." I absorb his words, my gaze unwavering as I process the information. A surge of anger and concern rises within me, fueled by the realization that Roth had been manipulated into this battle. The consequences of his father's actions have left their mark, both physically and emotionally. A heavy sigh escapes my lips as I contemplate the gravity of the situation. I had sensed something amiss throughout our encounters, a lack of agency in Roth's actions. Now, the truth has been laid bare before me. "Sai, you could have just asked me, and I would have provided you with enough Blood Moon fruits," I say with a hint of exasperation, a tinge of disappointment coloring my voice. I grab onto Roth's hand, offering support as I help him to sit down. He looks weak, his breathing labored, and his vampire aura barely flickering. A sense of regret washes over me as I contemplate the situation. The realization that the real Roth had been suppressed under the influence of his father's manipulation weighs heavily upon my heart. I had sensed that something was amiss, that the actions he had taken during our battle were not true to his character. "Why don't you kill me?" Roth's voice cuts through the air, filled with a mix of weariness and resignation. I pause, my gaze locking with his. There is a profound sadness in his eyes, a reflection of the inner turmoil he must be experiencing. Despite the hardships we have endured, I can't help but feel a sense of compassion for him. "Well, Roth, I want you to be one of the survivors," I reply, my voice filled with a hint of compassion. Surviving is not the only thing that matters, though. What truly matters is the points that each individual earns. Both of us would have likely accumulated a considerable amount of points. As our conversation unfolds, a sudden shift in the atmosphere jolts me from my thoughts. My senses go on high alert as I detect an object hurtling towards me with alarming speed. The unmistakable presence of bloodlust radiates from it, sending a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Chapter 277, another blood power user instinct takes over as I swiftly dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the incoming attack. The object, sharp and deadly, embeds itself into the ground where I once stood. I turn my attention towards the source, ready to face this unexpected threat. As I examine the long spear that was aimed at me, I notice the powerful aura that propelled it. It's a dangerous spear, and the thought of catching it crosses my mind. Just as I prepare myself for the impending danger, a figure descends gracefully to the ground before me and Roth. It's a female vampire, her flowing purple hair cascading down to her waist. Unlike the more robust figures of my mother and Zamira, she possesses a slender, athletic physique similar to Misty's. A wave of frustration emanates from Roth as he mutters under his breath, clicking his tongue in annoyance. "You know her?" I ask Roth, my curiosity piqued by his reaction. Roth lets out a sigh, his tone tinged with irritation. "I know her. She's from the Cross family, and she possesses a rather troublesome blood power. My eyes narrow as I take in the situation. It appears that this encounter holds more significance than I initially thought. The tension in the air is palpable, and I can sense the underlying history between Roth and this mysterious vampire. Before I can react, however, the girl raises her hand, her expression filled with urgency and sincerity. "Wait, I am sorry," she shouts, her voice filled with genuine remorse. "I never meant to attack you. My clones mistook you for a target. By the way, my name is Avril Cross." I freeze, my keys still gathered, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Confusion swirls within me as I contemplate her words. Lowering my key and easing the tension in my stance, I take a moment to assess the situation. It becomes clear that this girl, despite her blood power and affiliation, may not be an enemy after all. A sense of caution remains, but I open myself to the possibility of a peaceful resolution. It's essential to distinguish between true foes and those caught up in circumstances beyond their control. "Why should we believe you?" Roth's voice cuts through the air, his suspicion evident in his tone. The girl meets Roth's gaze, her eyes filled with sincerity and a hint of vulnerability. "I understand your doubts, but please give me a chance to explain," she implores, her voice laced with desperation. "My clones were meant to confront a different target entirely. They must have mistaken you for someone else, and for that, I deeply apologize." Her words hang in the air, creating a brief moment of tension as Roth and I exchange a glance. There's a glimmer of recognition in Roth's eyes, a hint of understanding. I take a step forward, my gaze softening as I address her. "Everyone deserves a chance to rectify their mistakes," I say, my voice filled with empathy. "But know that any further attempts to harm us will not be taken lightly." The girl nods, relief washing over her features. She understands the precarious position she finds herself in, and she is willing to make amends. "Thank you," she whispers, her voice filled with gratitude. "I promise. You won't face any more attacks from me or my clones." "Oh, it's not like I worry about them anyway," I replied dismissively, my voice laced with a hint of confidence. "Besides, you can't expect me to spare you just because you're a blood power user. After all, this tournament is only for the strongest." Slowly, I begin to walk towards Avril, my steps deliberate and filled with purpose. I want to test her resolve, to see if she truly has what it takes to withstand the power that I possess. A grin forms on my face, a glimmer of anticipation shining in my eyes that I think you should take a look at one blow. I say, my voice dripping with challenge. "You have to withstand one of my blows." Avril's expression briefly reflects confusion, but quickly transforms into one of unwavering determination. She has accepted my challenge, ready to prove herself in the face of overwhelming odds. "If that's what you want, I'll prove myself to you," Avril declares, her voice steady and resolute. I take a stance, my aura pulsating with an intensity that matches my anticipation. The air crackles with energy as I prepare to deliver the force of my attack. Behemoth's Punch, 6th stage. I shout, a surge of power propelling me forward in a flash, appearing before Avril almost instantaneously. My right fist, brimming with aura and the intent to kill, hurtles towards her head with unstoppable force. However, just as my fist is about to make contact, Avril raises her hands, forming an X shape with them. In a remarkable display of strength and resilience, she blocks my attack, preventing it from reaching its intended target. Boom! The sound reverberates across the area, a thunderous echo of the force unleashed. Debris fills the air as Avril is sent flying backward, propelled by the sheer power of my blow. As the dust settles, I scan the area, searching for any sign of Avril's presence. I had expected her to be defeated, unable to withstand the full brunt of my attack. Yet, to my astonishment, I see her emerging from the debris with a smile on her face. "I survived," she exclaims triumphantly. I'm left speechless, my mind struggling to comprehend what I have just witnessed. Avril stands before me, seemingly unscathed despite the ferocity of my strike. This revelation baffles me. I had used the 5th stage against Roth, and even with his formidable durability, he had sustained considerable damage. Yet, Avril has emerged from the clash seemingly unharmed. Roth, who had been observing the battle, speaks up from behind me, breaking the stunned silence. "I told you her blood power is annoying," he says, his voice tinged with both annoyance and begrudging respect. Curiosity burns within me as I turn to face Roth. My gaze focused on Avril. "You didn't take that blow head on. What did you do?" I ask, a mix of awe and genuine curiosity in my voice. Avril's smile widens, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. "Fufu, I simply swapped with the clone I created just before the attack reached me," she answers, her tone filled with a touch of pride. Chapter 278, Avril Cross. I have to admit, Avril must be quite talented since I wasn't able to notice when she swapped with her clones. Their seamless transition leaves me momentarily awestruck, but I quickly regain my composure. After nodding my head to her words, Avril steps forward, presenting a gadget with the number 30 boldly displayed on it. The device emits a faint hum, drawing my attention to the digital countdown. "Is that not the timer?" I inquire, my curiosity piqued by the ominous display. "This," she says, her voice laced with urgency, "is the timer. It's counting down the number of lives left. I think each participant has won. A fearsome swordsman has been wreaking havoc, leaving a trail of death in his wake. He's responsible for the demise of my teammates, and now he's coming for us." As if to emphasize her point, the number on the gadget changes to 25, and I watch with a mix of fascination and awe as it steadily decreases. The reality of our limited time sinks in, urging me to act swiftly. Determined to gather any information that might help us, I turn my attention back to Avril. "Tell me more about this swordsman. Do you have any idea who he is?" Avril's brow furrows and a frown creases her face. I wish I could provide more answers, but the swordsman remains mysterious. All I know is that he wields a flying sword. It moves with deadly precision, striking down anyone who crosses his path. A slight chill runs down my spine at the thought of such a formidable opponent. But at the same time, I am getting excited because I'm finally going against a swordsman. We must find a way to outmaneuver him if I want to survive. But well, my concern is for Zamira and Roth. Glancing at the gadget once again, I notice the number has dropped to 20. Avril's voice suddenly breaks through my racing thoughts. "We need to strategize, quickly. The swordsman is relentless, and his thirst for blood seems insatiable. We must stay one step ahead of him if we have any hope of survival." I nod in agreement, my mind racing to come up with a plan. Every second counts now. As I ponder our next move, a surge of determination washes over me. With a newfound resolve, I turn to Avril. We need to gather intelligence, find any weaknesses or patterns in the swordsman's movements. We can't afford any mistakes. Avril's eyes gleam with determination, mirroring my own. "Agreed. We'll do whatever it takes to stop this swordsman. Lives may be ticking away, but we won't let fear paralyze us." As the number on the gadget ticks down to 15, a sense of urgency engulfs us. Time is running out, and the swordsman draws closer with each passing moment. "Hey guys, I will help you out," Roth suddenly says, his voice filled with determination as he rises to his feet. "Buddy, you're just recovering," I interject, raising a hand in a dismissive gesture. "Nah, I've already replenished my vampire aura and my ki. I'm almost at my peak now," Roth responds, a confident smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yet, amidst his bravado, a subtle tension lingers in the air. I notice Avril trying to avoid Roth's gaze, and in turn, Roth's eyes dart away from her, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "Roth, what kind of man are you?" Avril's voice cuts through the silence, her words laced with a mix of frustration and hurt. She taps Roth's shoulder, her touch firm yet tinged with a hint of desperation. "You don't even care about your wife. You don't call me, text me, or do anything. Heck, you came around and didn't even check on me." Roth's gaze softens as Avril's words hit him, the weight of his actions seemingly dawning upon him. His smile fades, replaced by a somber expression. Avril, I'm sorry. He begins, his voice filled with regret. I never meant to neglect you or make you feel unimportant. The truth is, I was consumed by my own battles, my own struggles. I thought distancing myself would keep you safe. Avril's eyes glisten with unshed tears, but she remains steadfast, her voice resolute. Roth, you don't get to decide what keeps me safe. We're in this together, remember? As partners, we face these dangers side by side. I need you, not just as a fighter, but as someone who cares about me. Roth's shoulders sag, the weight of his past decisions pressing upon him. You're right, Avril. I've been selfish. I've let my fear drive a wedge between us. And for that, I am truly sorry. But I promise you, from this moment on, it'll be there for you. I won't let anything come between us. Avril's face softens, her eyes searching Roth's for sincerity. Slowly, a small smile tugs at the corners of her lips. Okay, Roth, I believe you, but actions speak louder than words. Show us that you mean it. Determined to prove his commitment, Roth takes Avril's face in his grip firm, and slowly plants a kiss on her lips before parting their lips. I forgive you, Avril mutters, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and forgiveness. She averts her gaze, the weight of their exchange lingering in the air. Hearing their words and witnessing their actions, a surprised expression spreads across my face. Who would have ever thought that my musclehead friend had a fiancé? TCH. So, Roth is your fiancé, huh? I inquire, my curiosity getting the better of me. Feche. No. Avril responds, a bright smile illuminating her features. Roth is my husband. Chapter 279, The Mysterious Swordsman. Haha. Roth chimes in, his voice filled with warmth and a touch of playfulness. We got married when we were kids. We were supposed to plan our future together this year. Since we're already kya. Don't talk about something so embarrassing in public. Avril interjects, her cheeks now burning crimson as she playfully hits Roth on the chest. A smile tugs at the corners of my lips, the realization that bonds are forged in unexpected ways dawning upon me. It's fascinating how friendships can evolve into something deeper, anchoring us during times of turmoil. Hey, guys, we have to get going. I interject, seizing the moment to redirect our focus. With a swift motion, I unleash my wings, ready to take flight into the boundless sky. Avril and Roth follow suit, their wings unfurling as they join me in the skies above. As I take to the skies, the rush of wind against my face heightens my senses, sharpening my focus. With a determined heart, I soar towards the cave where Zamira and our other teammates seek refuge. Drawing closer, my eyes widen with shock and anger at the sight before me. Zamira engages in a fierce battle against a blonde-haired man. The man wields two swords, one of which floats in the air, launching surprise attacks from unexpected angles. My heart pounds in my chest as I witness the devastation caused by the flying sword. In a horrifying instant, it cleaves through Mo and Phil, severing their bodies from their waists. The loss of our comrades fuels the flames of fury within me, igniting a burning resolve to avenge their untimely deaths. That bastard! I growl through gritted teeth, my anger bubbling to the surface. The taste of vengeance lingers on my tongue as I surge forward, propelled by a mixture of grief and rage. Roth and Avril follow closely behind, their eyes reflecting the same fire that burns within me. That's the guy I was talking about. I almost met my end at his hands, but I managed to swiftly swap with my clone. Unfortunately, my teammates weren't as fortunate. Avril's voice reaches my ears, her words laced with a mix of bitterness and determination. Let me take him on, Jake. Roth's voice cuts through the chaos, brimming with anger and determination. Wait, I respond, my gaze fixed on the battle unfolding below. My mind races as I assess the situation, weighing our options. Zamira is not one to be easily defeated. Let's observe and strategize before we act. I focus my attention on the fight, observing the dynamics at play. Carmen, wielding her hefty axe, struggles to fend off the relentless assault from the flying sword. Her movements are hindered by the weight of her weapon, making it difficult for her to evade the swift strikes from unexpected angles. Meanwhile, Zamira engages in a fierce and intense battle with the blonde-haired man. Their movements blur together, their swords clashing with a symphony of steel. Despite the ferocity of their exchange, I find myself able to track their movements with ease. Suddenly, realization dawns upon me. The blonde-haired man possesses a higher level of skill in swordsmanship than Zamira, despite relying solely on basic techniques. He expertly maneuvers, maintaining an offensive stance that keeps Zamira on the defensive. His strategy seems focused on preventing her from utilizing her powerful technique, swordcraft. Just who is this guy? As the battle intensifies, my gaze remains fixed on the swordsman. A sense of unease settles within me, a nagging feeling that there's more to him than meets the eye. The crimson hue of blood stains the sky, casting an eerie glow upon the chaos below. In a horrifying instant, the flying sword cleaves through Carmen's head, cleanly separating it from her body. Time seems to slow as her lifeless form crumples to the ground, blood spurting from the severed neck. I can only watch in stunned silence as her body gradually dissolves into dust, vanishing into the sky. Jake! Roth's voice trembles, a hint of unease coloring his words. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily upon us as we face this ruthless adversary. Don't go. I interject, my voice filled with caution and concern. Something is off about that sword. If you engage him head-on, you'll be walking in a certain death. Trust me, the sword seems to possess its own consciousness, initiating attacks and techniques independently. That guy is dangerous. I shake my head, trying to process the events that have unfolded before me. For the first time in a while, I find myself facing an opponent that demands caution and respect. The swordsman's power and the autonomy of the flying sword leave no room for underestimation. A heavy silence blankets the battlefield as we witness the swordsman's next move. The flying sword, having eliminated Carmen, now turns its attention towards its wielder. The blonde-haired man grabs hold of its hilt, swiftly sheathing his other sword into a space ring. His movements are so fluid and fast that they leave me momentarily impressed. Curiosity gnaws at me, urging me to uncover the identity of the strange swordsman, display player's name. I mutter under my breath, hoping for a glimpse into his true identity. In response, a small in-game screen materializes before my eyes, revealing the name. Player's name, Arthur Bates, I think to myself, committing the name to memory. There's a sense of familiarity in the way the name resonates, but I cannot quite place it in the midst of the chaotic battle. Returning my focus to the fight unfolding below, I watch with bated breath as Arthur relentlessly swings his sword at Zamira. His attacks leave her no time to retaliate, forcing her to remain on the defensive. The sheer ferocity and precision of his strikes are awe-inspiring, reminding me once again of the danger we face. Zamira, ever resilient, leaps backward in a desperate bid to create some distance between herself and Arthur. As she moves, I notice a change occurring within him. The sword he wields begins to emit a deep crimson glow, matching the intensity of his own aura. The very essence of his vampire aura seems to merge with the weapon. Chapter 280, End of Tournament. A mixture of awe and unease washes over me as I witness this transformation. The fusion of Arthur's being with the vampire aura leaves no doubt that he possesses an extraordinary blood power. His body radiates a fiery red hue, as if he has become the epitome of the vampire aura itself. But amidst this display of Arthur's power, A surge of energy emanates from Zamira. Ki and vampire aura intertwine around her, swirling with an electric intensity. Lightning bolts crackle and dance along her sword, extending up to her hand. It becomes clear to me that Zamira has unleashed one of her formidable demon-tier sword active skills. The air crackles with anticipation as the two adversaries prepare to clash once more. In a sudden movement, they dash towards each other, their swords colliding with a resounding clash that reverberates through the area. The sound of their weapons fills the air. Zamira's sword movements have noticeably increased in speed and precision, the lightning bolts dancing around her hand fueling her strikes. I watch in awe as the battle intensifies. Arthur's figure blurs, his movements becoming a flurry of motion as he darts around Zamira. It's as if there are 10 versions of him, each mirroring his deadly precision. Zamira, undeterred, launches a relentless assault with her 1,000 blade cuts technique. Lines of vibrant aura dance around her, swirling like a tornado of power. The clash of their skills creates a visual spectacle, a breathtaking display of power and finesse. Their movements blur together, a mesmerizing dance of blades and a testament to their mastery of their respective techniques. However, the tide of battle takes a sudden turn as Arthur delivers a powerful strike, aiming to finish Zamira in one fell swoop. His attack slices through her protective ki, threatening to land a fatal blow. Luckily, with a sudden burst of agility and instinct, Zamira raises her sword just in time to intercept Arthur's vicious attack. The clash of their weapons reverberates through the air, creating a deafening explosion that echoes in my ears. As the shockwaves ripple across the battleground, Zamira's lithe form is propelled backward. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring my vision momentarily. When the particles settle, I see her kneeling on the ground, her sword driven deep into the earth for support. She appears weakened, and a surge of concern grips my heart. Something feels off about this situation. Zamira shouldn't have faltered so easily. Could she have sustained an injury prior to this encounter? I contemplate inwardly, my thoughts racing. However, my train of thought abruptly halts as my gaze catches a glimpse of a figure lying motionless beside Zamira. It's Zero, his body adorned in crimson armor from head to toe. He lies bound and unconscious, a captive in this treacherous game. The realization strikes me like a bolt of lightning. Zero has been captured by Zamira. No wonder she struggles to withstand Arthur's relentless onslaught. Arthur, his sword still aglow with an ominous red energy, begins to advance towards Zamira. His footsteps echo with arrogance as he taunts her with disdain dripping from his words. I thought vampire warlocks were meant to be formidable. What a disgrace you've become to the kingdom. Zamira's response is laced with defiance, her voice strained yet resolute. Blood stains her lips, a testament to the fierce battle she has endured. Bastard, if it weren't for this idiot's poison, that cocky expression on your face would be wiped clean. Very well. I wish to fight you at your peak someday, but pardon my disrespect for today, Arthur states, raising his sword high above his head. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares for his next strike. Not so soon. I can't let Zamira face the brunt of his attack. In a flash of determination, I propel myself toward her, positioning myself as a shield between her and Arthur's descending sword. With a thunderous impact, the blades collide with me. The force is immense, causing my legs to sink into the ground as the ground quivers beneath me. Yet, to my surprise, the sword fails to bravado my defenses. Instead, it rebounds off my shoulder, delivering the full force of Arthur's attack back onto him. He stumbles backward, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. "Hey, Chow, who are you?" Arthur stammers, his expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion. His sword trembles in his grasp, emitting a resonating hum that fills the air. The aggressive vibrations of the sword grow unbearable for Arthur, causing him to release his grip, letting the weapon fall to the ground. He retreats a few steps, his eyes fixed on me in disbelief. "Are you?" Arthur's voice trails off, unable to fully comprehend the situation unfolding before him. Of course, I am the owner. After all, you can't expect a part of me to hurt me. I should have known since. I pause, a smile slowly forming on my face, an enigmatic glimmer in my eyes. Arthur's expression shifts from surprise to a mix of relief and wonder. Ag, where have you been all this while? He asks, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. I have searched for you everywhere, across countless planets as a tireless traveler, but all my efforts proved futile. I'm glad I have finally accomplished Excalibur's wish to reunite with her master. The words hang in the air, laden with a profound sense of destiny fulfilled. The connection between Arthur and Excalibur, the legendary sword of the Protoss, is an unbreakable bond that spans time and space. While talking the real world, I reply, raising my hand in a symbolic gesture, mimicking the shape of a gun. A surge of red aura radiates from my fingertips, forming a blazing energy that surges forward, swiftly barato Arthur's head. In an instant, his life is extinguished, his body dissolving into fine dust particles that mingle with the air before vanishing completely. Chapter 281 Aftermath. In the next moment, I approach the fallen sword, my footsteps purposeful and steady. As I reach down to grasp it, a vibrant glow emanates from the hilt, bathing my hands in a pulsating light. The sword trembles in my grip, resonating with a power that seems to recognize me. I know you are happy to meet me, but it will be more appropriate to hold the real you. I whisper to the sword, my voice filled with reverence. With careful intention, I drive the blade into the ground, its tip embedding firmly in the earth. Roth and Avril descends gracefully to the ground beside me. Roth's gaze lingers on the sword, curiosity etched upon his features. Why did you collect his sword? He asks, his voice filled with intrigue. Because it's mine, I reply, a flicker of seriousness in my eyes. I offer no further explanation, my attention shifting towards Zamira, who stands nearby. Good job, wifey, I say to her with a small smile, acknowledging her resilience and strength. Walking past her, I stop in front of the motionless figure of Zero, who lies on the ground, still unconscious. Raising my foot, I bring it down with a swift motion, crushing his head beneath my heel. The sound of bones cracking fills the air as his skull caves under the pressure, reducing it to a grotesque mess. Bastard didn't even live up to my expectations, I mutter, shaking my head in mild disappointment. The battle may have been fierce, but Zero's performance fell short of the mark. Zamira's voice cuts through the air, her tone tinged with a mix of gratitude and correction. You are wrong, Jake. The truth is, he was stronger than me. If it weren't for the hint you gave me, I might not have survived. I pause, considering her words. The weight of her revelation sinks in, altering my perception of the battle's outcome. I nod, acknowledging the truth in her statement. I see. I respond quietly. Why did you tell me to capture him, though, since you were going to kill him either way? Zamira inquires, her confusion evident as she questions my actions. Well, I wanted to kill him myself. I reply with a mischievous grin, my eyes reflecting the thrill of the impending confrontation. In the aftermath of the intense battle, the atmosphere is heavy with the weight of loss and sacrifice. As I turn my attention to Roth and Avril, their faces bear the marks of exhaustion. Only the four of us remain now. There are only the four of us left. Huh? I mutter, the gravity of the situation settling upon us. Avril and Roth nod in solemn agreement, their expressions tinged with weariness. Yeah, what else? Roth mumbles, the weight of our fallen comrades pressing upon him. What else, huh? I trail off, my mind grappling with the consequences of our choices. There is no escape from the reality before us, and I realize that the path to victory may demand even greater sacrifices. Suddenly, a surge of determination surges within me. With a decisive gesture, I raise my hand in the air, forming the shape of a gun with my fingers. Roth and Avril's eyes widen in shock, realizing my intent. They move to dash towards me, but it is too late. In an instant, A burst of aura erupts from my hand, manifesting into crimson bullets that pierce through their heads. Their bodies freeze, impaled by my blood bullets, before falling to the ground, their forms slowly disintegrating into dust. Bastard! Roth mutters, a faint smile gracing his lips as he acknowledges the inevitable end. His body dissipates into the air, leaving behind only memories of our shared battles. That was unexpected, but they should have known, Zamira says quietly, her gaze steady as she observes me. Since we are not on the same team, they would have to put up a fight. I nod in agreement, acknowledging the bittersweet truth of our situation. We all knew the risks, the delicate dance of allegiances and alliances that could crumble in the face of conflicting objectives. Is that so? I ask, a sly smile curling on my lips. My actions have caught Zamira off guard, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Jake, what's that, expert? Before she can finish her sentence, a sudden burst of energy erupts from my hand, impaling Zamira's head. Time seems to slow as her body freezes, her eyes locked onto mine in shock. WY, I thought we were comrades. We are on the same team. She utters weakly as her form begins to disintegrate into fine dust. As Zamira disintegrates, a feeling of emptiness swirls inside me. It's as if a void has opened up within, and I am left questioning the path I have chosen. I have grown immensely powerful, capable of defeating almost any vampire that crosses my path. Yet, the emptiness remains haunting my thoughts. I haven't even regained all my powers, and yet this sense of emptiness plagues me. Perhaps it's not just about physical strength. Maybe there's something deeper, something intangible that I am missing. The thoughts churn in my mind as I consider my next move. There are still many powerful beings out there, challenges that await me beyond the realm of vampires. Fully evolved demon-rank beasts, deity-rank beasts, Dragonkins, Balers, Azuras, and formidable humans and Dhampirs beckon me. Perhaps it's time to seek out new adversaries and test my mettle against these formidable foes. With a heavy sigh, I contemplate my uncertain path. The world around me starts to crumble and shift, transforming into the familiar arena where the tournament began. However, something is different this time. Instead of being in the arena, we find ourselves inside a glass room situated adjacent to the battlefield, just like before the tournament commenced. X Chapter 282. Zamira is furious, glancing around. I find myself met with a sea of disapproving gazes. Whispers spread like wildfire among the onlookers, their words echoing in my ears like a relentless storm. That guy's a psychopath. He killed his own teammate. It wasn't just any teammate. It was Princess Zamira. He might not even be able to beat her if they fought one-on-one. He attacked her unaware. He should be disqualified. Haha, stupid. He's going to be your next king. And so, it's not like I care. After all, I don't live on the vampire planet. I only came to join the tournament because my family asked me to. There's also this news circulating around that Princess Zamira and Prince Jake are going to get married once the tension of the tournament is over. Wow, to think that he hurt the ego of his wife-to-be. That guy is crazy. I choose to ignore the whispers, refusing to let the judgments of others sway my determination. The weight of their words may press upon me, but my focus remains unwavering. Instead, my gaze falls upon a particular individual among the crowd, along with 3 other people at their side. Zamira, I mutter, determined to mend the rift between us. Don't talk to me, she snaps, her voice laced with anger as she steps back from me. Wait, I'm sorry, I say, reaching out to gently grab her arms. I can see the hurt in her eyes, and my heart aches at the pain I have caused. You're sorry. You kill me for no reason. Even though it's a game, it still doesn't make any sense to kill your teammates. Zamira bellows, her emotions pouring out. I am at a loss for words, unable to find the right way to explain my actions. I am sorry, I know I did something terrible, but it doesn't affect your score in any way, I try to reason, hoping to find some common ground. Zamira looks at me, her anger still simmering, but her gaze softens for a brief moment before she speaks again. Doesn't matter. You crush my ego, she says, turning away and walking off. I let out a sigh, feeling the weight of my actions bearing down on me. I had hoped to prove something to her, but instead, I only managed to cause pain and frustration. You really angered Princess Zamira. Your Highness, Carmen's voice sounded from behind me. Right? I was just trying to prove something to her, but it's fine, I reply, trying to keep my composure. Carmen's observation hits me, and I can't help but feel a sense of regret. As we continue to navigate the arena, waiting for announcement, I notice that Mo and Phil are rather quiet and reserved. Carmen, on the other hand, is friendly and approachable, always ready to strike up a conversation. The revelation that they are all siblings leaves me somewhat speechless. I had never imagined that they were related, but it makes sense given their similar features and powerful abilities. Mo and Phil, the elder twins, must have felt the sting of their little sister outshining them countless times. Carmen's skill and prowess have likely challenged their egos, leaving them with their own insecurities. Your Highness, Princess Zamira talked a lot about you back in the tournament. It seems like she's really in love with you. She was even contemplating if she should have a chi. Looks like someone talks too much. Zamira suddenly covers Carmen's mouth from behind, dragging her away. Let go of me. Your Highness, save me. Carmen pleads as Zamira drags her away. Sigh. She doesn't even realize that she's like a giant. Yet she's always acting cute. Turning my gaze to Mo and Phil, they turn their eyes away, avoiding my gaze and attention, so as to not bring Zamira's wrath upon themselves. These fuckers, I mutter, looking around at the other participants. Suddenly, I see Arthur sitting on a glass chair that's mounted to the glass walls of the room. Found you, I say, taking a seat beside him. Now that I notice, he is not as old as I had seen him during the tournament. Maybe it was because he was covered in blood. He looks to be the same age as me and Roth. Sorry. I was lost in my thoughts, Arthur says, scratching the back of his head. Thanks for finding Excalibur for me. I don't know how to thank you, I say, giving Arthur a small bow. Fufu, it's fine. I only joined the tournament because I thought I might find Excalibur's owner there. But to think she was owned by the heir. Arthur muses with a smile. Suddenly, a loud voice breaks into our conversation. You bastard. I trusted you. Hearing the curses, I turn my head to see Roth staring at me with a furious gaze, fuming with anger. I can feel the tension in the air, and I know I need to explain things quickly. Your Highness, this lousy guy is your friend? Just who the fuck doesn't Roth know? He seems to know everyone. Arthur asks, rubbing his head in confusion. You know him too? I ask, surprised. Well, he is a close friend of mine. We have been training under Alfonso for a long time, I answer, hoping my explanation will ease the situation. This guy, I met him on an expedition on a certain planet, and he challenged me to a duel. Of course, I hooped his ass without even using Excalibur, and we became friends since then. Haha. To think I will see this shirtless guy here again. Arthur starts laughing loudly, trying to lighten the mood. Chapter 283 results announcement. I can't help but chuckle at Arthur's description of Roth. Yeah, he has a habit of getting into fights wherever he goes, I say, giving Roth a playful punch on the shoulder. Hey, watch it. Roth grumbles, but a hint of a smile appears on his face. In the next moment, Roth takes a seat beside me and Arthur, and I can't help but feel a sense of relief that the tension seems to have dissipated somewhat. Roth, were you going to stop walking half-naked? I ask with a sigh, shooting a playful grin his way. Well, the armor was itchy, so I decided to throw it away. Well, this guy was also not wearing a shirt. Roth says, pointing at Arthur. Come on. My armor and undershirt disintegrated when I used Excalibur, Arthur explains in a calm voice, trying to diffuse any awkwardness. Roth mutters in a low voice, slightly embarrassed by his previous comment. TCH, who knew you even have a hot wife? Meanwhile, you lied to me that you don't even have a girlfriend. I click my tongue, teasing Roth. Foo-foo. I was simply wary of you. Arthur, be weary around this guy, or else you will end up crying, Roth says, his grin growing wider. Why is that, though? Arthur asks, genuinely curious. The answer is simple. He is a woman magnet. I advise you not to bring your woman too close to him, or else you'll regret it. I will even have to hide Avril away from him now that he knows her, Roth claims, giving me a friendly nudge. Come on, man. I won't ever take my friend's woman. That's just one thing about me, I say, shaking my head while a nostalgic smile blooms on my face. The mention of my old friends, Zach, Barry, and Tony, brings back fond memories. I wonder how they're faring wherever they are. Roth, I understand what you're saying. This jerk is going to take Excalibur away, Arthur suddenly says, playfully rolling his eyes. I raise an eyebrow, feigning offense. Hey, now it's not like that. Besides, Excalibur is mine. Arthur smirks, and I can tell he's just trying to rile me up. Oh, I know. I'm just pulling your leg, mate. As the banter continues, I feel a sense of friendship forming between the three of us. Despite the initial awkwardness and tension, it's refreshing to have Arthur join our little group. I can see why he and Roth get along, sharing a similar adventurous spirit and a penchant for mischief. Wait a minute. I noticed that you guys have been talking about Excalibur, the sword, for a while now. Arthur, do you have that kind of fetish? Roth asks, his eyes widening mischievously. Arthur chuckles and rolls his eyes, clearly used to Roth's teasing. Nah, it's not like that at all. Excalibur is a legendary weapon. Bruh. Roth shakes his head in amusement. Ignoring Roth's antics, I interject, Excalibur is not just a mere sword. She's a spirit. Spirit. Like she's a female spirit. Like another woman you have that can turn into a sword? Roth asks, a sly grin on his face. I shoot him a playful glare. No, not like that. She's a spirit weapon. I see. Roth nods his head in mock understanding, but I can tell he's still teasing. Your Highness, I have a question for you. Arthur suddenly speaks up, his expression getting serious. I took Excalibur from the celestial monkey race, and, according to what they told me, she has been in their possession for thousands of years. However, looking at you, you seem just like our age. So, you are the prosecutor. Arthur corrects his words upon sensing my gaze. I can't help but smile at his attempt to be discreet about my true identity. Prosecutor, huh? It's close enough, I say, playing along with his little act. A prosecutor, what's that? I want to join. Roth says, his interest piqued. Ahem. Prosecutors are a secret group of powerful vampires that deal with criminal vampires that have committed great offenses. I create a story, knowing full well that Roth won't be able to resist the allure of such a mysterious and powerful group. I hope I can join, Roth says, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Suddenly, a voice breaks into our conversation, making the room fall silent. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that you all are having a good time and have gotten over the grudge of the tournament that took place. The reason why we delayed you here is to ease the tension and rage of the tournament that might still be surging inside you. After all, everything that happened there isn't real. Now, let's get to the real thing, the master of ceremony announces, his voice booming through the room. This is the same man who made the announcement when the tournament was about to begin, and he now stands before us with an air of excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, a white large holographic screen appears above, displaying some information, and the crowd's attention is immediately drawn to it. Winners: 1. Jake Mistro, last man standing. Powerful, but doesn't care about teammates. 2. Roth Freeman, killing machine. Only cares about killing. Careless and rash. 3. Arthur Bates, the best swordsman, seems to have a goal and doesn't care about being the first. 4. Zamira Mistro, kind-hearted, was betrayed by a teammate. 5. Avril Cross, one the strongest, too confident. Trusted Jake Mistro on a whim. The holographic screen continues to show additional information, revealing the rankings of the top 5 highest points earners. Top 5 highest points earners: Arthur Bates, Roth Freeman, Hector Sanguine, Avril Cross, Zen Cross, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X Chapter 284. Nice time with friends. Seeing the announcement, a sigh escapes the corner of my lips. The holographic screen displaying the results reveals that I've secured the top spot in the tournament, making me the #1 participant. It's a bittersweet feeling, as I can't help but recall the tough battles and sacrifices made along the way. Buddy, you took the #1, Roth says, slapping me on the back with a hearty laugh. Not bad at all. What the hell are those comments? They described us perfectly, Arthur mutters, his expression a mix of annoyance and amusement as he reads the descriptions next to our names on the screen. I am not even in the top 10 of highest points earners, I say with a sigh again, feeling a tinge of disappointment. While being the overall winner is an achievement, I had hoped to see my name higher on the list of highest points earners. Well, that doesn't matter since only the top 5 strongest are considered winners. Besides, a huge chunk of points must have been subtracted from you when you killed your teammates. To top it all off, you were literally watching when the flying sword cleaved Mo, Phil, and Carmen without acting, Roth explains. He's right. The penalties for attacking teammates in the tournament were severe, and I can't deny that my hesitation during those moments had cost me valuable points. Nevertheless, it doesn't change the fact that I could have done better. Well, at least you said something meaningful today, I say with a smirk, nodding my head in acknowledgement. Wah, I have never said anything meaningful. Roth pretends to be hurt, earning a chuckle from Arthur and me. Suddenly, the voice of the announcer continues, capturing our attention once more. The top 5 strongest participants will be chosen as candidates for the upcoming Universal Tournament. The top 5 highest points earners will also be rewarded and be given titles, the Master of Ceremony announces, his voice resonating with excitement. The news sparks a new sense of excitement within me. The Universal Tournament is a prestigious event that brings together the most formidable fighters from various worlds and dimensions. To be selected as a candidate is an honor beyond measure, and I can't help but feel a surge of anticipation at the prospect of testing my skills on a grander stage. I guess it's time to exit the I suddenly pause my words as I see Zamira approaching me. Before I can say anything, she steps on my toes, causing me to wince in pain, and continues walking forward without saying a word. Oh, that must have hurt, huh? To be honest, it seems like this woman really likes you. I am quite surprised to see the cold ice princess finally fall in love. Maybe Roth was right after all. Besides, she didn't use her dangerous sword that usually freezes people, Arthur speculates, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hearing his words, I let out a sigh inwardly. It seems like Zamira is better off with her demigod tier weapon. The ice and fire active skill makes her more formidable in battle than the demon tier weapon. But well, I will ask her about it first. Hey guys, I will log out of the game since there is nothing left to do again, I say, waving my hand to Roth and Arthur. Hey, as you can see, people are still having fun here. Quit acting like an old geezer, man, Roth says, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. By the way, don't you notice some thick girls around? They wouldn't even turn you down if you walk up to them, right? Roth whispers in my ear, a playful grin on his face. I chuckle at Roth's attempt to lighten the mood. You and your wild ideas, Roth. You know Zamira and Avril are still here. Who knows what Zamira would do next if she sees me chasing after one of these girls. And you, I am sure, Avril will farm your balls. I reply with a grin, shaking my head at Roth's playful teasing. Come on, man. Avril and Princess Zamira left. Besides, since you have many wives, you don't have to worry about Princess Zamira, Roth says with a small nudge. Sigh. This guy, you won't understand. I have important things to do. The Supers Academy examination is near. Didn't you also register? I ask, try to shift the conversation to more pressing matters. I registered, Roth answers. Me too. Arthur chimes in, always eager to participate in any challenge. However, my father told me not to attend the academy again and look after the family affairs, Roth says with a sigh, his expression clouded with conflicting emotions. Hearing his words, a small frown appears on my face. I know Roth's relationship with his father has been a complicated one, and his father's plans for him have always been a source of tension. Roth, just do what you think is best for you. Follow your own destiny. If you are against your dad's idea about taking over the family, then talk to him about it. Make him know that you have your own path to follow, I say. Offer him my advice and support. Thanks, man. They'll visit you in the real world. Roth replies, a hint of determination in his eyes as he walks away. I think this is my chance to finally get a girlfriend, Arthur says with a mischievous grin, deciding to pursue his own interests now that Roth and I have our own plans. I sigh inwardly, watching the two friends walk toward a group of girls in the corner. They never fail to amuse me, and I wish them the best of luck in their endeavors. Log out yes, no, yes. In the next moment, the scenery around me changes, and I find myself inside my VR capsule. Chapter 285, Proposing to Zamira. The familiar sensation of disconnecting from the virtual world washes over me, and I slowly open my eyes to the real world. As I step out of the VR capsule, I'm greeted by the familiar surroundings of my room. The afternoon sun casts a warm glow through the windows, and I take a moment to let the experience of the virtual game sink in. Although the game world is just a simulation, the friendships and experiences I've had there are very real to me. It's a place where I can challenge myself, grow stronger, and connect with others on a level that transcends the boundaries of the real world. Suddenly, a bluish light erupts from my head, and in the next moment, Mimi appears before my eyes in her miniature fairy form. Aya! She lets out a voice as she flies around playfully, her face filled with ecstasy. Joe, just what is making you happy? I ask her with a smile, intrigued by her sudden excitement. Hee, 'cause I get to feel the outside world again. You just don't understand. It's not easy getting cramped inside your head all day. Moreover, I couldn't talk to you inside the game, so it felt like eternity waiting for the tournament to finish. By the way, how was it? Well, nothing special really, wait. I'ma just check your memories then. No need to stress yourself to explain. Oh, after some time, Mimi's voice resonates in my head again. I saw everything. You really killed Zamira inside the game. What the heck is wrong with you? You know, it wasn't easy to conquer her at first, but after getting her, you decided to mess with her heart. Sigh. I know how much Zamira cares about winning battles. I only wanted to prove something to her, but I couldn't. Oof. You better apologize to her. I feel a pang of guilt as Mimi scolds me, and I know she's right. My actions in the game might have hurt Zamira, and I need to make things right. You're right, Mimi. I messed up, and I should apologize to Zamira, I say, taking her advice seriously. Good. Now let's go find her and sort this out. Don't keep a lady waiting, you know. Mimi's tiny wings flutter as she urges me to take action. Okay, before that, I need to pick a certain thing I bought now that the tournament is over. With a newfound determination, I quickly leave my room and head outside. I get to Zamira's chambers, my heart pounding with nervous anticipation. At the entrance, I see Zagrith, Zamira's loyal combat maid, standing there. Upon seeing me, Zagrith's face turns slightly pink, and I can't help but wonder if she knows about the recent tension between Zamira and me. Zagrith, is Zamira inside? I inquire, trying to keep my tone casual. She looks at me for a moment before nodding. Yes, she's inside. Go on in, Zagrith replies, her voice surprisingly gentle. Taking a small deep breath to steady my nerves, I walk into Zamira's room. The moment I step inside, a grand scene meets my eyes. Zamira's room is now lavishly decorated and furnished with the latest gadgets and equipment in the world of today. I also remember that they were working on it the last time I came. I'm awestruck by the transformation. The once simple and minimalistic room has been replaced with an opulent display of wealth and luxury. Everything looks immaculate, from the elegant furniture to the state-of-the-art technology. Zamira, this place looks incredible, I say, trying to find the right words to express my admiration. She turns to face me, her expression guarded at first, but then softening slightly. I wanted to change. A new beginning, she says, her voice tinged with emotion. I can see that. It's impressive, I reply, taking in the details of the room. There's a moment of awkward silence before I decide to address the elephant in the room. Zamira, I'm really sorry about what happened in the game. I never meant to hurt you or mess with your heart. I say earnestly, hoping that my apology will reach her. She looks at me, her eyes searching mine for sincerity. I know you didn't mean to hurt me, but it still hurt nonetheless, she admits, her vulnerability showing. I understand, and I promise it won't happen again. You mean a lot to me, Zamira. As someone I deeply love, I say, the weight of my words carrying the truth of my feelings. Her expression softens further, and I can see the wall she had put up slowly coming down. Thank you for apologizing, she says, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. For some reason, I feel Zamira's heart racing and pounding hard as if she's shy, but trying to keep calm in front of me. The atmosphere is filled with tension and anticipation as I gather my courage to express my feelings. Zamira, there's something I want to give you, I say, my voice slightly shaky but filled with sincerity. She looks at me with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. What is it? She asks, her icy demeanor momentarily melting away. In the next moment, I dip my hands into my pocket and bring out a small heart-shaped box. I can feel my own heart pounding in my chest as I open the box, revealing a delicate ring nestled inside. With a sudden movement, I gently grab Zamira's hand, feeling her warmth against my skin, and I ask her the question that has been on my mind for so long. Zamira, will you marry me? I say, my voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying all the love and hope in my heart. Her eyes widen, and for a moment, I see a hint of vulnerability in her expression. It's as if the confident warrior facade has momentarily faded, revealing the woman beneath. I never expected this, she stammers, her cheeks turning a soft shade of pink. I know it's unexpected, and I know we've had our share of ups and downs, but I can't imagine my life without you, Zamira. You've become an important part of my world, and I want to share my life with you, I say, pouring my heart out. Her hand trembles slightly in mine, and I can tell that my words are having an impact on her. It's a vulnerable moment for both of us, but it feels right, like the pieces of a puzzle finally falling into place. Chapter 286, Relieving the Stoic Princess, Part 1I. I will marry you, Jake, Zamira mutters, her face turning extremely red. She turns her gaze to the side, her emotions clearly visible as her heart beats faster. I feel a rush of joy and relief wash over me as her words sink in. It's a moment I've been hoping for, and I can't help but smile with happiness. Without wasting any time, I take the ring from the box and gently slide it onto Zamira's finger. It fits perfectly, as if it was meant to be there all along. As I do so, I can feel her hand trembling slightly, a reflection of the emotions we both share. With the ring now in place, I slightly kiss her hand, my lips barely grazing her skin. Idiot, why didn't you ask me out since all these days? You kept me waiting. I let out a small smile, savoring the moment. I guess I was waiting for the right moment, and I wanted the tournament to end first, I reply, my voice filled with affection. Her cheeks grow even redder, and she playfully nudges me. You and your silly reasons, she says, but there's a hint of fondness in her voice. I just wanted everything to be perfect, I say, looking into her eyes with adoration. Zamira sighs, shaking her head, but unable to hide the happiness in her eyes. You really are an idiot, Jake, but I love you for it, she says, her voice soft yet filled with warmth. I love you too, Zamira, I say, reaching out to gently cup her cheek. She also does the same thing, grabbing my cheek. Zamira's touch on my cheeks is electrifying, and I can feel the intensity of her emotions through the roughness of her breaths. Her face continues to turn red as she looks deeply into my eyes, her vulnerability shining through. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Jake, she says, her voice slightly shaky but filled with truth. My heart swells with love and joy at her words. This moment feels surreal, and I can hardly believe that the Iron Lady feels the same way about me. I want that too, Zamira, I reply, my voice filled with honesty and affection. In the next moment, I slowly guide her towards the bed, our hands still interlaced. Her back gently falls onto the soft mattress, and she looks up at me with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Now that I notice, she's wearing a red sexy gown that brings out all her curves. The sight of her takes my breath away, and I can feel my heart race even faster. She's breathtakingly beautiful. I lean down and gently kiss her, feeling the softness of her lips against mine. Our kiss is filled with passion and love, and I can feel the depth of our connection in every moment. As we continue to kiss, our hands explore each other's bodies, a dance of desire and longing. Zamira's hands trace the contours of my body, and I feel a shiver run down my spine. Every touch ignites a fire within me, and I can sense that she feels the same way. She pulls me closer, and our bodies mold together as if they were meant to fit perfectly. I want to be with you. Zamira's voice enters my ears. My heart races at Zamira's bold words, and I can feel the desire in her voice. Her vulnerability and honesty only make her more alluring to me. I also want to be with you, Zamira. I admit, my voice filled with longing. But we've waited this long, and it will be worth it to wait a little longer until our engagement day. It will make that moment even more special. I gently kiss her lips again, savoring the sweetness of the moment. Nobody is going to know if we do it, right? I won't tell anyone about it. Zamira tries to persuade me again, her face turning even redder. I chuckle softly, understanding her temptation. It's not about whether others will know or not. It's about the validity of your virginity card on our engagement day, since it's official. Let's wait for the right time, I say, gently caressing her cheek. Zamira nods, her expression softening as she realizes the importance of our decision. Okay, I understand, she says, her voice slightly breathless. But a little overwhelmed, she confesses, her voice barely above a whisper. Her words send a wave of emotion through me. But I know that I need to be strong for both of us. I want you too, Zamira. You're incredibly tempting, but let's be patient a little longer, I say, trying to hide the struggle within myself. I can feel my body respond to her. She bites her lip, her eyes filled with desire and a hint of frustration. Maybe you should touch me there, just to help with the temptation, she suggests shyly. Very well. I can at least do that to help you, I reply with a smile. To be honest, I am quite surprised by her boldness and straightforwardness. It's pretty romantic if you ask me. In the next moment, I move my gaze downward, looking at Zamira's pale, thick thighs. The sight of them is too much to handle. What makes it worse is the pantyhose she's wearing. Damn, this amount of temptation. It's quite embarrassing, you know? Zamira mutters, placing her right hand on her lips. Foo-foo-foo. We'll do more of this in the future, I say, slightly raising her gown above her abdomen. And in an instant, a flash of red fabric appears before my eyes. The clothing of the stoic princess is before my eyes now. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Chapter 2, 87, Relieving the Stoic Princess Part 2, slowly adjusting her outfit. I put it to one side of the bed. As I lean closer, a faint scent fills the air. You might be wondering if I'm saying gibberish right. Well, let me burst your bubble. Due to my 1,000 years of experience, I have developed an inner radar that can detect if a woman is inexperienced. This is one of the techniques I see in my memories. Have you ever explored that area before? I ask as I start gently touching her there. Zamira's lower region is a bit bushy with hair running down from the base down to the center of her rear. It looks kind of odd and unappealing. But what do I expect from a 300-year-old virgin? However, she is very clean and well taken care of nonetheless. Jake, don't ask that kind of question now. I have never touched myself down there, except when I am bathing. Zamira replies while looking at me. Is that it? It isn't as pleasing as I thought, but it still tickles a lot, Zamira utters with curiosity on her face. Hearing her words, I pause, raising my head to look at her. I can feel a large brick hit my ego and pride as the most perverted entity in the universe. Not even the god of pleasure can contend with me. Is that so? I guess they'll have to be a bit unruly, I say, a grin forming on my face. In the next moment, I start touching her in a slow, deliberate motion that seems almost tender. A gentle touch. I mutter, and a red aura begins to dance around my fingers. Sensing my shift in energy, I notice Zamira's cheeks flush a deep crimson. Fu. Without wasting time, I reach toward her intimately as she reacts with a soft gasp. Ahan. Zamira lets out a small voice upon my sudden action, but quickly covers her mouth with her hand. I haven't even gotten started yet. I start moving my middle and ring fingers in a steady up and down motion, while the upper joint of my fingers continuously taps the targeted area inside. Most people always get this simple technique wrong simply because they did not follow the protocols. I increase my pace and continue to touch Zamira while I reach out to her with my left hand and hold her through her clothes. U201 Siahan Jake. U2 O1D U2 O1 Sahan U2 O1D U2 O1 CI. I am feeling strange. U2 O1 D Zamira grabs the sheet of the bed while her body trembles. U2 O1 CS. Something is happening, Jake. U2 O1 D. Something is. Ian. Zagrith's heart aches as she hears her master's lewd moans from inside the room. She can't believe how her master has changed ever since that man came into her life. They used to be so close, but now it feels like there's a barrier between them. That perverted man. Since he came into Master's life, she's been different. She doesn't even talk to me like before. My master I knew would never do such a thing. That man must have done something to her. Zagrith mutters to herself, her face burning with frustration and sadness. Feeling hurt and left out, Zagrith decides to seek solace in the training field. She walks forward and sits down on the smooth, comfy grass that covers the field. Lying down, she gazes up at the sky, hoping to find some answers. I have only a few days left, and yet Master doesn't even care to spend time with me, she says with a heavy sigh. Tears stream down from the corner of her eyes, expressing her pent-up emotions. Her heart feels heavy as she thinks back to the times when she and her master were inseparable. They used to train together, laugh together, and share their dreams. But now, it seems like everything has changed. Master, why won't you talk to me? Why won't you confide in me anymore? Zagrith whispers, her voice filled with hurt and longing. She thought she knew her master so well, but now it feels like there's a side of her that Zagrith doesn't understand. It's painful to see her master drift away, leaving her feeling lost and alone. As she lies there, tears continue to fall, and she can't help but wonder if things will ever be the same again. She wants her master back, the one who would share her hopes and fears, the one who would listen and understand. The thought of losing their bond terrifies Zagrith, and she can't bear the idea of being pushed aside for someone else. But she also knows that she can't force her master to open up to her. All she can do is wait and hope that their connection will be restored. My heart is still racing from the intensity of our intimate moment as I look at Zamira lying beside me. Panting heavily, I can't help but smile at the sight of her, feeling a deep sense of connection and love. Ha, that was intense. Zamira mutters, her breaths slowly steadying. I reach over to gently stroke her hair, savoring the tender moment between us. Underneath her, there's a pool of water from a melted ice sculpture on the bed. I notice that the bedsheet doesn't soak up the liquid, and it's floating on the surface. It's quite a significant amount, about a liter. Fu. That should keep you cool until our wedding day, huh? I say, teasing her playfully while raising an amused eyebrow. Zamira chuckles softly, her face still flushed with a mix of embarrassment and pleasure. You certainly know how to please, she replies, her voice husky with emotion. I lean over to place a soft kiss on her forehead, feeling a sense of contentment wash over me. And I promise our wedding night will be even more special, I say with a grin. Should we visit the king and talk to him about the event? Zamira asks, her expression serious. Chapter 288, Choosing Wedding Date. Leaving Zamira's place, I make my way to my mom's room. She had been a bit naggy about me not visiting her lately, but a sweet kiss and some affectionate words quickly calmed her down. We ended up spending some quality time together, and it felt good to catch up with her. After our time together, I head back to Zamira's chambers, and we both decide to visit Old Man Duke. As we approach his room, we hear some loud, spirited noises coming from inside, along with the sounds of rhythmic movement. Zamira and I exchange amused glances, and even the guards seem to be a bit flustered. "What's going on in there?" Zamira whispers, trying to stifle a giggle. "I have no idea," I reply, trying not to burst into laughter myself. After what feels like an eternity, the guards finally give us permission to enter Old Man Duke's room. As we step inside, our eyes fall upon a rather surprising scene. Old Man Duke is lying on the bed with 3 maids hidden under the sheets. Sorry to interrupt," I stammer, not sure how to handle the situation. "Ho, excuse this old man, ladies. This old man wants to have a chat with his family," Old Man Duke says playfully to his maids, causing them to quickly scramble out of the room. Zamira and I can't help but burst into laughter at the unexpected encounter. It's typical of Old Man Duke to be surrounded by a harem of maids, but it's still amusing to witness. "I hope we didn't interrupt anything important," Zamira says, her voice filled with mirth. "Oh, not at all. Those maids are always looking for any opportunity to entertain me," Old Man Duke says with a mischievous grin. I shake my head, still chuckling. "You never change, do you, Your Majesty?" He winks at me. "Life is too short to be serious all the time, my boy. Now, what brings you 2 young lovebirds to my chambers?" Zamira and I exchange a glance, and she nods for me to speak. "We wanted to talk to you about something important," I say, taking a deep breath. Old Man Duke sits up, looking serious. "Go on, I'm listening," Old Man Duke says with a wink, knowing fully well about what I want to say since we've talked about it before. Taking Zamira's hand in mine, I smile at her before turning back to Old Man Duke. "Zamira and I have decided to get engaged and eventually get married," I say confidently. Old Man Duke's eyes widen in surprise, and then a warm smile spreads across his face. "Well, it's about time, isn't it? I've been waiting for this day to come." Haha, I can't help but let out a small smile upon hearing Old Man Duke's words. He always has a way of lightening the mood. "Please, have a seat," Old Man Duke says, gesturing to the wooden chairs behind us. I nod and gently guide Zamira to sit down beside me. "So, when do you want the wedding to take place?" Old Man Duke asks, looking at both of us curiously. I turn my gaze to Zamira, waiting for her response. I feel it's best if she chooses the date since it's her special day. Zamira's face turns slightly red upon sensing my gaze and Old Man Duke's inquisitive look. I want in 2 days," she mutters, her cheeks getting even redder. That's good. Well, hold the coronation ceremony, banquet, and wedding all together. This will be a grand celebration," Old Man Duke announces with a wide grin, causing Zamira's face to blush even more. It's going to be a bit overwhelming since there will be so many people there to witness the usually composed and stoic Ice Princess getting married. Don't you think that's a bit too much?" Zamira asks with a stutter, placing her hand on her face in embarrassment. Ho, do you know how long I have waited for my first child to get married? Even though you decided to marry your cousin's child, I'm still overjoyed because I thought you didn't have any interest in men. I was expecting this to happen after the tournament, so I have sent a message to your mom. She's coming to your wedding." Old Man Duke throws another surprise. What? My mom is coming?" Zamira mutters in shock. "Yes, Zamira. It seems she's gotten over Sid's death and thinks it's high time to care for the rest of her children. Moreover, she was also thrilled to learn that she would be expecting a grandchild and great-grandchildren." Old Man Duke explains. Listening to his words, I can't help but feel a mix of emotions. I wonder where she looks. For some reason, I feel a newfound excitement at the thought of meeting her, and then a mischievous idea pops into my head. What if I use this opportunity to get some payback on Old Man Duke for all the mischief and teasing he's put me through in the past? It might be fun to turn the tables on him for once. Foo. Suddenly, Old Man Duke turns his attention towards me, his gaze showing gratitude. "Jake, I want to thank you for your participation in the tournament and the prowess you showed. Although you were a bit unruly, you made the people realize that the Mistro family is not getting any weak. Since you are now one of the strongest vampires, I have an important task to give you. You might even take one person along with you. Old man mutters, his expression turning serious. XXXX Chapter 289. A task. Which task do you have for me, Your Majesty? I ask with keen eyes, noticing Old Man Duke's strange expression. Well, let me start from here. The Dampier sent a message to me, Old Man Duke says with a sigh, glancing at Zamira as if hesitating to say something. Immediately after the tournament was over, I received a message, a rather bothersome one. The Dampiers are requesting a marriage between the heirs of our two races. They believe it will bring peace if our heirs marry each other, Old Man Duke explains. Hearing his words, I slowly take it in, weighing the weight of his words. Zamira, on the other hand, looks very angry, veins popping on her forehead. Those bastards. They are probably afraid now that the vampires are having extremely talented and powerful individuals. Zamira voices out. I don't think that's the case, Zamira. According to Alfonso's report, powerful Dampiers are also emerging randomly within their leagues. And we all know that if a Damper and vampire with the same power level go head-to-head, the Damper would have a significant advantage due to their temporary rise in strength when facing off against a vampire, Old Man Duke explains. You are right, Your Majesty. I have fought against one, and I almost died. Although I was still weak at that time, there's no doubt Dampiers are dangerous opponents, I utter, escalating the tension in the air. I just don't know what they're after. And about the task I want to give you, well, it's quite simple. I want you to go to the celestial monkey race planet and challenge them. Old Man Duke reveals. Hearing his words, I scrunch my face. Celestial monkey race are a very powerful race. However, due to their low birth rate, there aren't many of them. Heck, their total population in this universe is not up to 1 million. Challenge them? Why? I finally ask. Well, the answer is simple. Just like the Excalibur, your weapon as the Protoss, it was in the possession of the celestial monkey race for thousands of years before it finally got into the hands of that guy. Just like the Excalibur, there are many vampire artifacts and relics with them, some of which their higher-ups have decided to covet for themselves, Old Man Duke replies. I understand what you're trying to tell me, but going there to beat them up and vomit some thousands of years artifacts is just a bit. My voice trails off as I don't complete my sentence. Old Man Duke's eyes twinkle with a mix of mischief and wisdom as he listens to my hesitation. His white beard moves slightly as he smiles, showing the decades of experience etched on his face. You must understand, Jake, he begins, his voice taking on a more serious tone. The celestial monkey race may be small in number, but their strength is far from insignificant. They have protected these ancient artifacts for eons, and their guardianship of power weapons has kept the universe in balance. But now, corruption seeps into their ranks, and those who were once the keepers are becoming the exploiters. I see. They'll take someone along with me, I say, nodding my head in understanding. Although the most important of all, which is Excalibur, is now back in my possession, having other artifacts to add to my arsenal won't be bad after all. Thanks for being willing to go. It will be preferable if you take that guy who found Excalibur along, since he seems to be very skilled and familiar with Excalibur, Old Man Duke suggests. Okay, Your Majesty, I say, getting up from my seat along with Zamira. I suddenly stop at the doorstep and turn to Old Man Duke. What are we going to do about the Dampiers? I ask, concern creasing my forehead. We're going to ignore them for now. It's not like they can do anything because of the treaty, Old Man Duke replies with a hint of dismissal. Tell them that if they lay their hands on any vampires, I'll kill them all myself. I say firmly before leaving the room. Right now, I am walking towards Arthur's family mansion. It's a place that's pretty far from the palace. Wearing a black long hood, I sneakily get out of the place and slowly walk towards his house. After walking for what seems like an eternity, I finally arrive at Glelms Market, a bustling hub where almost everything is sold. It's also one of the most popular places in the world, attracting tourists and visitors from far and wide. Apart from its popularity, Glelms is known for its well-organized market. Navigating through the vibrant stalls and lively merchants, I keep my hood up, trying to maintain a low profile. The last thing I need is unwanted attention. My mind, however, can't help but wander to the task at hand. I must retrieve Excalibur from Arthur's family mansion. Walking around Glelms Market, I stumble upon a shop that looks alluring. I remembered I promised Stella to get her an ability crystal. She has always yearned to possess such a treasure, and this seems like the perfect opportunity to fulfill my promise. Hello, what types of ability crystals do you have? I inquire with cautious curiosity, approaching a rough-looking vampire man wearing a red suit, the shop's proprietor. Please come inside, esteemed customer, the man replies warmly, gesturing for me to enter. Nodding my head, I step into the shop. My eyes are instantly drawn to the magnificent armors and weapons displayed outside, their craftsmanship leaving me in awe. Once inside, I see several wooden shelves with glassy doors, showcasing an array of ability crystals. Some pulsate with strange glows, emitting an ethereal aura that captivates my senses. Seeing all these ability crystals, I can't help but feel a pang of longing. If only I could tap into their power and wield abilities. Chapter 290 Sword Waifu Part 1. So, Mister, there are many types of ability crystals here. Tell me the type you want, and he'll tell if it's available, the old man asks with a light smile. Though his smile looks rather creepy because of the dried crumbs of food on his mustache and beard. Well, I need a speed-related ability crystal, I answer, trying to keep my tone casual and not draw too much attention to myself. The man looks at me for a few moments before speaking up. Mister, I need you to remove your hood because of security reasons. I am sorry if you feel offended by my words, the man says with a slight bow. No problem, I oblige, pulling down my hood to reveal my face. The moment the man sees my face, he hastily springs up from his seat and bows his head, almost touching the ground. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Forgive this old man, he says with an anxious tremor in his voice. Sigh, I should have changed my appearance. Being recognized can be both a blessing and a curse. Sigh, no need to cause a ruckus. I didn't want to attract attention to myself. That's why I wore this hoodie, I say, try to ease his nervousness and gesturing for him to rise. Ahem. All right then, I have different varieties of speed-related ability crystals. Follow me, please. Your Highness, the old man says with a slight bow, his demeanor composed now that he knows my true identity. I follow the old man to a back room, away from the prying eyes of the market. The room is dimly lit, with various shelves lined with ability crystals of all shapes and sizes. I didn't realize that the shop is damn wide. These are the speed-related ability crystals, the old man says, waving his hand toward a particular shelf. Some enhance your reflexes, others grant the gift of superhuman speed, and a few even allow you to manipulate time to an extent. Choose wisely, Your Highness. I take my time inspecting each crystal, weighing their powers and effects in my mind. It's crucial to find the perfect one for Stella, something that aligns with her adventurous spirit and passion for exploration. My eyes fall upon a small, radiant crystal with a deep azure glow. The old man notices my interest and steps forward to explain its properties. Time, it goes for 10 million credits, compared to the dollars spent on Earth. The currency used is credit. A universal, this one is known as the Zephyrite, Your Highness. It grants the user the ability to move like the wind, evading even the swiftest of attacks and traversing great distances in the blink of an eye. It also has 1,000 MC cells upon merging for the first time. It goes for 10 million credits. Compared to the dollars spent on Earth, the currency used is credit, a universal currency that's mostly preferred than dollars around the world. I'm intrigued by the description, and it seems like a perfect fit for Stella's adventurous nature. They'll take the Zephyrite, I say. My decision final. The old man nods in approval, handling the crystal with great care inside a small brown box. An excellent choice, Your Highness. This will serve your friend well. As I pay for the crystal, I can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Stella will be thrilled with this gift, and it will aid her on her daring escapades. Leaving the shop with the Zephyrite carefully tucked away in my inventory, I head towards the Bates mansion, stopping in front of a red-colored tall building with trees surrounding it. Making a fortress, I gaze at the building with a profound gaze, looking at the words boldly written above the Bates. Getting closer, I'm stopped by two menacing-looking guards. State your purpose here and remove your hood. One of the guards demands in an audible voice, walking towards me. Move aside, I mutter, my eyes glowing bright red, a manifestation of my vampire aura. Swallowing a lump of saliva, the guard steps aside, sensing the aura of authority and danger that surrounds me. The second guard, standing beside the entrance, is frozen in place, intimidated by the evil aura emanating from me. In the next moment, I pass by them and enter the Bates mansion. The area is quite vast with some cars parked here and there. There also seem to be a ridiculous amount of flowers growing on the walls of the house, creating a striking and unusual sight. As I approach the red-colored building, I decide to remove my hood. Just then, a white-haired butler appears out of thin air and starts walking towards me. What brings your highness here? The butler asks, bowing his head slightly. And sorry for appearing so rudely, he adds, a hint of formality in his demeanor. I'm here to see Arthur, I reply. Oh, the young master? Please, follow me. Your highness, the butler says, taking my hand and leading me forward. In the next moment, he teleports us to a large training field filled with red sand. In the center of the field stands Arthur, who swings a sword with clean accuracy and precision, devoid of using any aura. Each of his swings is sharp and precise, displaying the intent to kill. What makes the scene flabbergasting is that his eyes are covered with a piece of cloth, which heightens his other senses during training. Watching from a distance, I observe the intensity of his practice. It looks familiar, but I can't wrap my head around it. Fuzzy memories start to flash in my head. The butler guides me closer, and Arthur finally stops his relentless training, sensing my presence. Who's there? He calls out, his voice carrying a hint of skepticism. Well, just remove the damn clothing, I say with a somewhat frustrated sigh. Oh. Arthur leaks out a voice and removed the cloth wrapped around his face. The moment his gaze lands on me, a smile blooms on his face. I have waiting for you, though. Even Excalibur has been budging me to come to the palace if you didn't show up today, Arthur says with a small smile. Chapter 291, Sword Waifu Part 2. Hearing Arthur's words, I let out a smile, knowing that Excalibur's silence means she's displeased with my absence. In the next moment, a dull-looking red, rusted sword appears in Arthur's hand. With a wave of his hand, he tells the butler to excuse us, giving us some privacy. As you can see, Excalibur isn't happy in the slightest, Arthur says as he slowly walks towards me, Excalibur still in his hand. I see. She must be mad at me for abandoning her for such a long time. I reply with a weary smile as fragments of my memories from my past life start to resurface. Excalibur, a spirit weapon that was created alongside me. Excalibur was more than just a weapon. She was my confidant, my companion, and dare I say, my first love. Sounds crazy, right? Arthur stops in front of me and gives me the somewhat large red sword before moving back, giving us some distance. Arthur, I have a request to ask you, but first, let me sort out what I want to do first, I say with a serious expression, making Arthur nod his head, understanding the gravity of my words. Shifting my gaze back to Excalibur, who is still silent in my hand, I run my hand across her intricate rune designs. For some reason, she doesn't react to my touches. It's as if she's angry at me. Sigh, has she ever shown you her true form? I ask Arthur, trying to gauge how much she has revealed to him. Yes, only once, and she drained all my aura reserve. Arthur replies with a hint of astonishment in his voice. Well, it's time to awaken her by calling upon her real name. Guida, come forth, I mutter, and start sending my aura into the sword, pouring my emotions and memories into the ancient weapon. The rusted and dull appearance of Excalibur begins to change. The red blade gleams with a brilliant crimson hue, and the intricate runes illuminate with an ethereal light. As my aura merges with hers, I can feel the connection rekindling, as if a dormant flame has been ignited. Excalibur trembles slightly in my hands, and her presence fills the air around us as a burst of aura erupts from her. The spirit within the sword stirs with a roar, as if waking from a long slumber, as the sword slowly disintegrates into dust. Her true form, a magnificent and majestic ethereal being, materializes before us. Her flowing silver hair cascades like a waterfall, and her glowing red eyes look at me with nothing but love in them. She's also wearing a black robe of darkness that swirls around her like a miasma. I have to admit, Guida is a very beautiful spirit. Guida, I whisper, feeling a rush of emotions surges within me. Master, she replies before dashing towards me and hugging me tightly. Why? Why did you leave me? Wah. I know, and I am deeply sorry for leaving you without a word. I don't know why they don't want to see me live in peace. But I was happy that I died fighting with you alongside me. I apologize sincerely. I understand, Master, but do not let it happen again. Sniff, she says sternly, yet her eyes soften with forgiveness. I have a lot to ask you now, but I think we should get home first, I say, kissing her forehead. Home, Guida mutters in a low voice, confused. With her awakened presence, I can sense her immense power and the deadly aura she possesses. But then again, she'll have to consume a huge chunk of my aura with every passing minute for her to keep her true form. But due to my aura reserve that increased significantly since my evolution, I don't have to worry about that. Request. After what seems like an eternity, he leaks out a sigh, showing that he's considering my plea seriously. Turning to Arthur, I wear a resolute expression. Now, Arthur, there is something important we need to discuss. What's that? Arthur asked with a raised brow. Well, Arthur, I have a rather bold request. I begin, taking a deep breath. I need you to escort me to the celestial monkey race planet. You see, you're pretty familiar with the area, and I could use your expertise and skills on this journey. Arthur looks at me with a profound expression, weighing the pros and cons of my request. After what seems like an eternity, he leaks out a sigh, showing that he's considering my plea seriously. Jake, you know how dangerous that place can be, he says with a concerned tone. But I also understand the importance of your mission. If you're going, then I'm going with you. A sense of relief washes over me as he agrees to accompany me. It would be such a hassle to head there without having any knowledge about the celestial monkey race. Thank you, Arthur. Your assistance means a lot to me, I say, expressing my gratitude for his support. He nods, but his curiosity doesn't wane as she looks at me suspiciously. Now tell me, what is your purpose on the celestial monkey race planet? It's not just for a casual visit, is it? Fufu, no it's not. My primary goal is to retrieve the other artifacts of the vampires that are currently in possession of the celestial monkey race. Arthur's eyes widen at my revelation. The vampire artifacts? Those are heavily guarded and require some dangerous trials to get. Jake, are you sure you can handle the risks involved? A smirk crosses my face, confident in my abilities and the bond one share with Excalibur. I wouldn't be asking for your help if I thought it was impossible. Besides, with Excalibur by my side, I believe we stand chance. Arthur's expression changes, realizing that my mind is set and he won't be able to sway my decision. Well, if you're going, they'll be there to watch your back, he says, an adventurous smile blooming on his face and matching my own. But promise me you'll be cautious and don't act cocky. The celestial monkey race isn't to be underestimated. I promise, I reply with a wide grimace, knowing fully well that trouble would always stir up anywhere I enter. Chapter 292, Sword Waifu Part 3, after returning to the palace. I make my way straight to Old Man Duke's chamber to report the outcome of my meeting with Arthur. Old Man Duke looks up from his desk as I enter, his eyes showing a mix of curiosity and expectation. "Well, Jake, what news do you bring?" he asks, his voice reverberating in the room. "I've spoken to Arthur, and he has agreed to follow me to the celestial monkey race planet," I reply. Old Man Duke raises his eyebrows, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. However, his attention quickly shifts to the figure standing beside me. "And who is this?" he asks, his eyes keenly studying the presence next to me. "This is Excalibur," I respond, introducing the ancient spirit weapon. Old Man Duke's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe his eyes. The legends of Excalibur have been passed down through generations, and to see her standing before him is undoubtedly astonishing. You now possess Excalibur, and she's humanoid?" He stammers, his disbelief evident. Excalibur, whose real name is Guida, steps forward, her presence emanating an aura of darkness. She wraps her arms around me, showing her approval of my words. "Yes, I am Excalibur, the spirit weapon created to serve and protect the Protoss," she says, her voice resonating with a powerful aura. Old Man Duke's expression shifts from disbelief to awe as he absorbs the gravity of the situation. "Truly remarkable. I didn't believe it firsthand," Old Man Duke mutters, finding his voice again. "But it seems like fate is on our side." Guida chuckles softly, her eyes locking onto Old Man Duke. "And who is this ugly old man?" she asks me teasingly. "I am Duke Mistro, the current Vampire King and head of the Vampire Council." Old Man Duke stutters, taken aback by Guida's directness as he introduces himself. Regaining some composure, Guida smiles mischievously, clearly enjoying the moment. "Ah, the head of the Vampire Council. Quite an important title for an ugly old man," she remarks, her tone playful, carrying a hint of sarcasm. I suppress a laugh, knowing that Guida's straightforward and playful nature might take some time getting used to for Old Man Duke. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Duke," Guida says, waving her hand dismissingly. Old Man Duke nods, still a bit flustered by Guida's remark. "Likewise, Excalibur," he replies, acknowledging her with a profound respect. Sigh, this sly old man, he is scared of Guida than me? What the actual fuck? In the next moment, Guida releases me from her embrace and plants a deep kiss on my lips as she grabs my face. "Master, I can't wait to do it with you after all these years," Guida says seductively, rubbing my chest and trying to take off my hoodie. Noticing my hesitation, she raises her head and glances at Old Man Duke menacingly. All right, they'll leave the room for you too," Old Man Duke says, raising his hand in defeat as he gets up on his feet in a flash and power walk towards the door. While walking, though, he mumbles some words that sound as if he's cursing at us. After Old Man Duke gets out of the room, I glance at Guida with a piercing gaze. What did I do wrong, my lord?" she asks, moving a bit backward, as if scared like a little kid. "Sigh, you didn't do anything, but we could have used my room instead. You just chased the damn old man out of his room. What if the guards spread the news about it?" I ask, leaking out a sigh. "And my lord, have you forgotten that these people were meant to live in fear and cower at the mention of your name? Yet it seems like everything changed," Guida says with a stutter while biting her lips. Hearing her words, I move closer to her and hug her, planting a kiss on her smooth neck, leaving a hickey. In the next moment, I carry her in my arms and the princess carry her towards the bed, gently placing her on it. You know, my perspective of things changed from before, and in this my current reincarnation, I have gotten a lot softer, yet very powerful. It's like I am getting stronger with each reincarnation and slowly losing my very essence and importance. I say in a small voice, taking off Guida's black gown. Due to my sexual approach, the dark aura stops dancing around her. "My lord, what might have caused that?" Guida asks seductively. I admire Guida's striking form on the bed. As a spirit weapon, IDs say she radiates a powerful allure. The pull I feel from her is quite different from what I experience with Misty. Shedding my outer layers, I lean over her and press my lips against her chest, circling my tongue around at them simultaneously by pressing her close together. "Ah, my lord, it feels so good to be touched by you after all these years," Guida sighs softly as I press against her. Smelling a familiar scent, I follow my inner radar and move my gaze downward, feasting my eyes on her well-cleaned, intimate area that looks as if recently groomed. As expected from a being of her caliber, everything is like perfection. What makes it alluring now is that it is glistening, spreading her legs apart widely. I press myself intimately against her, leaning close before pausing. I will go further, I inform her. Oh, my lord, you don't have to tell me before you continue. You can stay with me all day if you want. That's why I am your trusted ally and first wife, Guida mutters with a small sound, nodding my head to her words. I press deeply against her. I am. Chapter 293, the squabble between two waifus. Currently, me and Guida are seated on the bed. Her back is faced against me, as if angry. My lord, when we were intimate, I saw all your memories. You haven't stopped chasing after skirts, right? Okay, Fine. I am not stopping you from chasing after them, but that ridiculous amount of wives is just a bit absurd. Heck, they also want to bear babies for you. Even I, that has been with you since the beginning, don't have a baby with you because we're always chased down by gods, and getting pregnant will only weaken my abilities, Guida voices out, her voice etched with pain. I don't know what to say, Guida, but we both know that if you get pregnant for me, you won't be able to transform into a weapon and will need to be constantly fed with my aura. What if something happens to me? You'll perish for life, since getting pregnant doesn't apply to your immortality, and I don't want to lose you. I say, try to convince Guida. Just when are we going to be comfortable? Just when do we stop fighting? I want to at least enjoy some good time with you. While walking out of Old Man Duke's room, my thoughts are filled with the revelation of Excalibur, or rather, Guida, being with me all along. I can't help but wonder about the implications of her being a spirit weapon and what it means for her to give birth to another. Will her child also be a spirit weapon? It's a puzzling notion, and since Guida and I have been together from the beginning, I find it hard to wrap my head around such a situation. Lost in my thoughts, I absent-mindedly find myself walking towards Stella's room instead of Jill's. As I approach her room, I sense an unusual energy emanating from within. Pushing the door open, I find Stella sitting on the ground, meditating with her eyes closed. Two long horns, a unique trait of her draft lineage, emit a strange glow that dances around her horns. Master, she calls out in a low voice, sensing my presence without even opening her eyes. I didn't mean to disturb her meditation, I say, feeling a tinge of guilt for interrupting her. Stella opens her eyes, and a serene smile graces her lips. No disturbance at all, Master. Your presence is always welcome. I take a seat beside her, intrigued by the ethereal glow of her horns. Your power has grown immensely, Stella. I owe much of my growth to your guidance, Master. You've been a pillar of support for me. Stella chuckled softly. I may have guided you, but it is your determination and effort that have brought you this far, I say, acknowledging her hard work and dedication. Stella's expression turns serious, and she looks at me with a mix of curiosity and concern. Master, is something troubling you? I sense a hint of worry in your aura. I sigh, realizing that I can't keep my thoughts entirely to myself. Stella is perceptive and sensitive to the slightest change of aura. In the next moment, I remember something I picked up during my previous trip. From my inventory, I retrieve a fist-sized crystal emanating and glowing with an azure light. Stella, I say, turning my attention to her, I have something for you. Her eyes widen in shock as I show her the crystal. Tears well up in her eyes, and before I know it, she dashes towards me, causing both of us to fall back onto the bed. Wah! Thank you very much, Master, she exclaims with joy, holding the crystal close to her heart. I chuckle, hugging her tightly. You're welcome, Stella. You've been working hard, and I thought you deserved a special gift. Still clutching the crystal, she looks up at me with gratitude and happiness. I will treasure it, Master. Thank you. Sit down and absorb it, I tell her, gently guiding her back to the floor. Stella obliges, sitting down in the lotus position, cradling the crystal in her hands. She looks eager to learn how to absorb its power and enhance her abilities further. Now, Focus your energy on the crystal and let it merge with your aura, I instruct her. Closing her eyes, she takes a deep breath, following my guidance. Feel the energy flowing from the crystal into your cells. I continue, my voice soft and encouraging. Stille nods, her concentration deepening. I watch as her aura begins to glow with the same azure hue as the crystal. The room is filled with a burst of aura, and I can sense the power of the crystal melding with Stella's innate abilities. As she absorbs the crystal's power, I notice a shift in her aura, indicating the successful fusion of energies. Her eyes open slowly, and a radiant smile spreads across her face. It worked. Master, I can feel the energy coursing through me, she says, her excitement palpable. I smile proudly, knowing that she has taken another step forward in her growth as a giraffe. Well done, Stella. You're becoming more formidable with each passing day. She gets up from her seated position and gives me a grateful hug. I couldn't have done it without your guidance, Master. You've always cared for me. I don't know how to repay you, Stella says, burying her head in my chest, sniffing my clothes. Suddenly, Stella leaps backward upon sensing the sword strapped to my waist. Her movement is swift and graceful, indicating that she has used her ability. Her wide-eyed expression reveals her surprise and fear. What was that sword, Master? Stella asks, her voice trembling slightly. I felt a strong, killing intent from it. I leak out a sigh, realizing that Stella can sense the power emanating from Excalibur, who is also known as Guida. It's no surprise that the presence of a spirit weapon like Guida would affect a giraffe like Stella, who is sensitive to auras. Stella, this is Excalibur, my long-lost companion. I explain, trying to calm her nerves. She's a spirit weapon. Excalibur? She's a spirit weapon? Stella repeats, still looking uneasy. Yes, but she's more than just a weapon. She has a spirit of her own, I reply, knowing that this revelation might be hard for Stella to grasp. Guida, reveal your true form, I call out to Excalibur, wanting Stella to see the woman inside the sword. In the next moment, the sword begins to disintegrate, transforming into a very beautiful female figure, enveloped in a dark, mysterious miasma. Stella clenches her fists, looking at Guida with a mixture of awe and jealousy. Seeing this mysterious woman beside me clearly stirs some emotions within her. Master, I can also follow you around like this woman. Stella exclaims, pointing at Guida. I'm stronger than her. Guida bares her fangs in response, seemingly taking offense at Stella's challenge. There's a playful yet competitive tension between them, and I can't help but chuckle at the dynamic between the two powerful females. Stella, Guida is not just about strength, I say, trying to ease the atmosphere. She and I share a deep bond that goes beyond mere power. And so do you and I. Stella looks at me, her jealousy slightly subsiding. Master, I know that. But seeing you with another powerful woman, it's hard not to feel a little jealous. Stella mumbles with a pout. I smile gently, understanding her feelings. Stella, you hold a special place in my heart. Our bond is unique, and no one can replace you. I love both you and Guida, and I believe in the strengths you both possess. Guida's hostility softens as she listens to our conversation. She knows that Stella is not a threat to our bond, but rather a member of my family now. I don't want to cause any tension between you two. I continue, addressing both of them. We are familos, and each of you has your own role to play in our journey. Stella nods, her expression softening. I understand, Master. I'm sorry for being jealous. It's all right, Stella, I say, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. It's natural to feel that way sometimes. What matters is that we trust and support each other. Guida, with her sharp instincts, senses the sincerity in my words and approaches Stella. She flashes a small smile at her. Stella, I'm here to assist and protect my lord, just as you are, Guida says, her voice gentle. We may be different, but together, we can accomplish great things. Stella looks at Guida and nods, finally accepting the presence of this mysterious woman. But Master, I also want to follow you around. Now, I am strong. I can no longer be a burden to you, right? Stella asks, her eyes widening in anticipation. I can't help but chuckle at her cuteness. Okay, fine. I guess this is the best time to test out your capabilities. Chapter 294 Spar with Stella. Currently, Stella and I stand in a large field that once served as Jill's training ground. The burnt grasses tell the tale of past battles, and it's evident that this place has been neglected over the years. The special grasses that once had the ability to self-heal after taking an attack have slowly withered away. Stella holds a small wooden spear, her aura contrasting with surroundings. She's dressed in a tight black dress that clings to her body, making her look alluring yet fierce. As for me, I'm simply wearing shorts, shirtless, with a wooden sword in hand. Guida stands at the far end of the field, observing the scene with keen interest. Stella, I say, looking at her with a serious expression, I want you to use everything in your arsenal to attack me. Don't hold back. Her eyes light up with determination, and she clenches her fists. Are you sure, Master? I don't want to hurt you. Don't worry about that. I can handle it, I assure her with a reassuring smile. Suddenly, Stella charges at me, utilizing her incredible speed ability. Her movements are so swift that it almost looks like she's instantaneously teleporting from one spot to another. It reminds me of someone with a similar ability, Blink. Stella's attacks comes at me relentlessly and precise as she thrusts the spear at me with expert skill. I parry her strikes with my sword, but her fluid movements make it challenging to keep up. I choose not to use my vampire aura, relying solely on my ki to block her attacks. Despite my best efforts, it's becoming increasingly difficult to evade Stella's barrage of assaults. It's as if she's getting faster with each passing second. Our battle continues, and our movements become a blur as we exchange attacks. Aya! Stella's battle cry rings in the air once again as she charges at me with even greater speed. Our pace intensifies, and it feels like hours have passed, though it's only been minutes. Stella starts panting heavily, her breathing rough as she struggles to catch her breath. In contrast, I am not tired, but perspiration drips down my forehead from the intense exertion. Are you tired, Stella? I ask, concerned for her well-being. She clenches her fist with determination and replies resolutely, No, Master. I can still keep going. In the next moment, something remarkable starts to happen. Stella's body begins to elongate, and her small tail grows larger. Her horns also increase in size, and her muscle mass bulges, revealing her draft form. It's an incomplete transformation, but it's clear that she has improved compared to before. Her draft form radiates with power, and her aura surges with energy. Stella's strength and speed appear to have amplified significantly, and she looks even more formidable. Impressive, I say, acknowledging her progress. Your draft form has grown stronger. Stella nods, her eyes gleaming with a newfound sense of pride and determination. I've been training hard, Master. I want to become stronger and always be by your side. Hearing Stella's determination, I raise my eyebrows, impressed by her unwavering resolve. If you want to always be by my side, Stella, then you'll have to keep getting stronger, I tell her, a serious expression on my face. I promise you that I won't go easy on you. It'll push you even harder than before. Stella nods her head, her fiery determination burning brightly. Without hesitation, she dashes towards me with incredible speed, thrusting her spear forward with precision. I swiftly evade the attack, but she doesn't stop there. With a fluid motion, she throws her wooden spear into the air and launches a barrage of punches at me. I quickly defend against her punches, using my sword to block each strike. But Stella doesn't give me a moment's respite. As her spear descends back down, she swiftly catches it and swings it in a vertical slash towards me. Sensing the attack, I raise my sword above my head to block the strike. However, before I can leap backward to create some distance, Stella surprises me once again. She swings her tail with immense force, slamming it on the back of my head, causing me to skid backward. I feel a dull thud as her tail connects, but am not injured. Instead, I'm impressed by her ingenuity and resourcefulness in combat. Stella's ability to seamlessly combine her attacks, using both her spear and her tail, is a testament to her growth and adaptability. "You're getting better, Stella," I say with a grin, rubbing the back of my head where she hit me. Stella's eyes sparkle with a mix of excitement and determination upon hearing my words. "I won't stop until I reach your level, Master. I want to be someone you can rely on completely." "You're well on your way," I reassure her, a sense of pride swelling within me. "But remember, strength isn't just about physical power. It's also about strategy, tactics, and protecting those you care about." Stella nods, absorbing my words. Since she's not the smart type, I have to take my time and slowly explain to her. As our training session continues, Stella and I engage in a series of intense sparring matches. She keeps pushing herself, and I match her prowess with my own skills and abilities. The field around us becomes a blur of movement and power as we clash against each other. As the moon sets on the training field, we finally come to a halt, both of us panting with exhaustion but wearing smiles of satisfaction. Stella wipes the sweat from her brow, a glint of determination still in her eyes. "I'm not there yet, but I promise I'll keep working hard," Stella says, her voice filled with determination. Letting out a weary sigh, I glance at Guida, who is sleeping on the far end of the field with drool leaking from the corner of her mouth. Courg moi," snoring sound erupts from Guida as she sleeps without caring about her surrounding, though her black miasma is still dancing around her. Sigh. Such a lazy spirit, me and Stella say at the same time, causing us to both let out a chuckle. Chapter 295, Celestial Monkey Planet. Currently, the three of us, Stella, Arthur, and I, are standing inside the spacious field of Jill's chamber. We're all wearing advanced tier complete armor, each painted in a different color. I have an all-red armor set, and Excalibur is securely strapped to my waist. Stella's armor is a vibrant shade of blue, while Arthur's is a sleek shade of silver. As we gather on the field, there's an additional member of our team, Gogo, my demon tier pet. The small, fist-sized figure sits on my shoulder, its humanoid body adorned with brown skin. Gogo has the unique ability to change its size at will, making it a versatile companion. After much thought, I've decided that Gogo will always be by my side and receive proper training as my pet. "Why does it look like y'all are going to war?" A voice calls out from a distance. I raise my head and see Zamira and Jill slowly approaching us. Their matching outfits catch me off guard, and my eyes widen in shock. I hadn't expected to see them wearing identical attire. Zamira chuckles at my surprise, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Oh, don't look so stunned, Jake." "Jill, and I thought it would be fun to wear matching outfits today. Right, Jill?" Jill nods her head in agreement with Zamira's words, and they both come to a stop in front of me. Their eyes meet mine without saying a word, but there's a sense of understanding between us. The women are both dressed in matching red short gowns that cling tightly to their bodies. I can't help but notice how stunning they both look, but my gaze lingers a bit longer on Zamira, who seems to rock the dress with her more pronounced curves. "We need to be well prepared for the outcome on the Celestial Monkey Planet," I reply, leaking out a sigh. Jill and Zamira each kiss me on the cheeks. Their sudden affectionate gesture catches me off guard, and I can feel my cheeks turning slightly pink. "Take care of yourself out there, Jake," Jill says with a warm smile, her eyes showing genuine concern. Zamira, too, joins in. "And don't forget, Gogo will be watching over you as well." She directs her words to the small figure sitting on my shoulder. Gogo nods his tiny head in understanding, his beady eyes reflecting his loyalty. Zamira glances curiously at Gogo. "I thought Gogo could talk. I saw him speaking when we fought against him." I smile at her question, understanding her confusion. "Ah, that's because Gogo can imitate the speech he's heard from others. It's not his true form of communication. He learned that ability from the memories of his victims." Upon hearing my explanation, Zamira's puzzled expression eases. She observes Gogo closely, noticing his antennas and adorable puppy-like eyes. "He's quite the character, isn't he?" she remarks with a chuckle. I nod, a fond expression crossing my face. Yes, he definitely is. He may be mischievous at times, but he's loyal to me and a valuable companion. QQ Gogo mutters in confirmation to my words with a bright smile. The next moment, I bring out a sleek, pen-like device from my pocket. I press a button on the device, and, to my surprise, a loud snapping sound erupts from it, startling me. I quickly drop it on the floor, worried that I might have broken it. But just like magic, the pen begins to morph and change. It elongates and transforms into a mini teleporter, small enough to fit only one person at a time. Everyone around me, including Stella and Jill, are in awe of the incredible device. "Whoa, that's amazing," Stella exclaims, her eyes wide with wonder. Jill nods in agreement. "I've never seen anything like this before. It's incredible." I smile proudly, before explaining, this is one of the gadgets I acquire from Zamira. She's been quite resourceful in providing us with advanced technology. "Yes, I got it from the dwarves' planet. It's a piece of dwarf technology, and it's quite reliable." Zamira chimes in, confirming my words with everyone intrigued by the teleporter I decide to put to use. I activate the device, causing it to emit a loud humming sound while the teleporter lights up with a bright, white light. "Are you ready, everyone?" I ask, looking around at my companions. Stella bounces on her feet, excitement brimming in her eyes. "Definitely, Master. I can't wait to see the celestial monkey planet." "All right, everyone, step into the teleporter." One by one, we step into the teleporter. Compared to the normal teleporter that's widely used, this one will teleport everyone to the set destination. The bright light envelopes us, and for a moment, we're surrounded by a feeling of weightlessness. Then, in an instant, the teleporter transports us to the celestial monkey planet. As we materialize on the foreign planet, we find ourselves in a lush jungle surrounded by tall, ancient trees. The air is thick with an unfamiliar scent, and the sounds of exotic creatures fill the air. "Damn, we've landed in an area filled with beasts." Arthur voices out, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. I mirror his actions, my fingers tightening around Excalibur's handle. The jungle around us seems dense and ominous, and I can feel the presence of unseen creatures watching us from the shadows. Stella, however, remains surprisingly composed. She turns to me with a determined glint in her eyes. "Master, don't worry. This is a perfect opportunity for me to grow stronger." Her confidence surprises me, and I nod in agreement. "You're right, Stella. Just be careful and don't take unnecessary risks." As if to punctuate our conversation, the ground beneath us begins to tremble, and the sound of heavy footsteps echoes through the jungle. It's clear that something big and dangerous is heading our way. Chapter 296, Stella vs. Fury Lizard Part 1. QQ. "Papa, let me deal with the beast," Gogo asks eagerly, perched on my shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "No, Gogo, you have to keep your presence concealed. You can't hunt the beasts," I firmly tell him. Gogo's antennas droop wearily, and he gives me a pleading look with his puppy-like eyes. I sigh, feeling a bit guilty for denying him the thrill of the hunt. Come on. All right, I'll let you consume the crystal afterwards if it's useless. But don't get happy yet." Gogo's eyes light up with joy, and he lets out a cheerful chirp in response. In the next moment, a loud rumbling sound catches our attention, and we turn to see a massive creature emerging from the ground. It's a large, black lizard with sharp spikes sprouting from its back. A fury lizard. Inspect beast type. Fury lizard description. The fury lizard is a species of lizards that hates to get disturbed. Even the slightest movement or sound will annoy the fury lizard. Level, demigod rank power ability, extremely poisonous. The fury lizard can cover its body in deadly poison, making any life that comes in contact with it meet an early demise. I raise an eyebrow, surprised by the creature's formidable level. No wonder Gogo wanted to take it on. The thrill of a challenge seemed to excite him. Ich glänze Stella, who is gripping her spear tightly, her body glowing slightly with an aura of readiness. "Stella, don't let the beast touch your skin. It's poisonous." I warn her, my voice filled with concern. Stella nods her head in response, her determination unwavering. In the next moment, as if she teleported, Stella's figure starts appearing randomly in the area as she uses her speed ability to dash towards the furious beast. Her movements are like a blur, making it difficult for the creature to predict her attacks. Sensing the agile figure emerging towards it, the fury lizard swings its large tail, destroying everything in its path. It continues to charge forward, its poisonous aura growing more intense with each passing moment. Due to the sudden action of the beast, Stella leaps backward, narrowly avoiding the tail the lizard swung at her. It's a close call, and the tail manages to slam against her armor, causing a loud clang to echo through the forest. Bang! With a deafening sound, Stella is sent flying across the forest, breaking through many trees as she skids backwards with incredible force. Finally, she manages to stop her momentum by thrusting her spear into the ground. Seeing what occurred, I rush to her side, my heart pounding in my chest. "Stella, are you all right?" I ask, concern evident in my voice. She looks up at me with a determined glint in her eyes, despite her battered appearance. "I'm fine, Jake. Just a little shaken, but I can keep going. Now that I notice, the armor on her chest seems to be melting due to the poison, but it's constantly repairing itself and getting rid of the poison. It's a common feature that almost all the armor on the vampire planet has. The effect is stronger based on the tier of the armor." "All right, be careful," I tell Stella, who nods in reply and charges towards the beast again. Roar! The beast bellows as it senses Stella dashing towards it once more. This time, Stella's speed increases as she dances around the forest in a very fast motion. With a sudden burst of energy, she leaps into the sky, descending upon the head of the beast with her spear. Roar! The fury lizard swings its large tail, trying to shield its head from Stella's attack, causing her spear to burst right through its tail instead of hitting the head. "Fuck!" Stella curses out as she realizes her mistake. She tries to remove her spear from the tail of the beast, but it won't budge. Meanwhile, the fury lizard turns its head 360 degrees, looking at Stella with its deadly cyan eyes. A chill runs down my spine as I watch the dangerous predator focus its attention on her. "Stella, watch out!" I shout, my heart pounding in my chest as I see the fury lizard's deadly gaze fixed on her. But Stella is quick on her feet. She manages to leap back just in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly poison strike from the enraged creature. "Master, I can't get my spear out of its tail," Stella calls out in frustration, pointing at her stuck weapon. "Should I get rid of the beast?" Arthur asks me, putting his hand on his sword. "Oh, I forgot to mention, Arthur's new sword is now the demon tier sword Old Man Duke gave me. For some reason, Zamira returned it to me because she couldn't put it to use like Old Man Duke during his prime. The active skills of the sword don't resonate with her prowess. No, don't help her. If things get out of hand, well, but it's better for her to have near-death experiences," I tell Arthur. Looking back at the scene ongoing between Stella and the beast, I let out a chuckle. The beast is chasing Stella around the forest, shooting tons of poisonous spitballs from its mouth, which Stella swiftly evades with her ability. Illustrations. Stella runs around the forest, but the lizard keeps chasing her, surprisingly fast even for its size. "Screw it. I'm only avoiding you because of your poison. If not, I would have easily beaten your damn ugly face." Stella curses as she continues running forward. Stella's determination is admirable, and her insults are entertaining, but I can't help but worry about her. The fury lizard's poison is deadly, and one wrong move could prove fatal. But I have faith in her abilities, and I trust that she knows what she's doing. As I watch the chase, I notice Gogo standing on my shoulder, watching the spectacle with keen interest. "QQ," he exclaims, as if cheering Stella on. Chapter 297, Stella vs. Fury Lizard Part 2. You're enjoying this, aren't you, Gogo? I asked him with a smile. QQ, Gogo nods enthusiastically, his antennas bobbing up and down. Stella's agility and speed are incredible. She gracefully evades the spitballs, dancing through the forest with ease. The beast roars in frustration, its attempts to catch Stella becoming increasingly futile. Come on, Stella. You got this. I encourage her, clenching my fists in anticipation. Suddenly, the fury lizard changes its tactics. Instead of spitting poison, it lunges forward, trying to snap at Stella with its sharp jaws. With a sudden move, Stella leaps into the air, somersaulting over the beast's head with a flourish. As she lands on the ground, she quickly picks up her spear that is lunged in the beast's tail, aiming for the beast's eye. But the creature moves its head at the last moment, and the spear narrowly misses its mark. Damn it, Stella curses, pulling out a small vial from her belt. It's a common smoke bomb that the guards usually use during hunts. Stelk throws the vial at the beast, and it shatters, releasing a cloud of thick smoke. The fury lizard roars in confusion, blinded by the smoke. Stella takes this opportunity to dash away, disappearing into the forest. Smart move, I murmur, impressed by Stella's quick thinking. The beast thrashes around, trying to clear the smoke from its eyes. It's disoriented and vulnerable. Now's your chance, Stella. Finish it, I call out. Suddenly, Stella reappears, using her ability to teleport behind the beast. She swiftly runs up its tail, climbing up to its back. With a battle cry, Stella raises her spear and plunges her spear deep into the beast's neck, hitting a vital spot. The fury lizard lets out a final, ear-piercing roar before collapsing to the ground, motionless with a loud thud. After killing the beast, I see Stella standing in front of it, panting very hard as if her heart is about to burst out from her chest. Her armor is covered in dirt and scratches, but she wears a victorious smile on her face. In the next moment, Arthur and I walk towards her. I place my hand on her shoulder, patting her back at the same time. You did great, Stella, I say, offering her a reassuring smile. You tried your best, Stella. On a normal day, a demigod-rank beast is not your match as you're stronger than most of them. But considering the fact this one is a poison-type beast, you were unable to land an attack on it, I tell Stella. Well, I don't think so. She could have been in some serious trouble if it were a cunning humanoid demigod-rank beast, Arthur remarks. Hearing his words, I let out a chuckle. Stella didn't even use her full strength. If she had used her full draft form, the beast would have been long dead. Moreover, she didn't use ki, I retort upon hearing Arthur's words. Arthur grins, acknowledging my point. You're right, Jake. Stella's abilities are truly remarkable. Well, time to tear up the beast, Arthur says as he walks towards the lifeless creature and stabs his sword into its belly. Stella giggles, watching Arthur. You always like to make a dramatic scene, don't you? Arthur shrugs, a playful glint in his eyes. It's all part of the fun. Tearing up the stomach of the beast, guts, intestines, and black blood spill everywhere. But Arthur doesn't seem to care about it, as if it's a normal thing. He dips his hand into the stomach of the beast, searching for something. Found it, he exclaims, bringing out a big, fist-sized, shiny green crystal from the stomach of the beast. Let me see, I say, collecting the crystal from Arthur. I inspect it with keen eyes for a few minutes before tossing it to Stella. Keep it, I tell her with a smile. Stella looks at me with a perplexed expression, unsure of what to do with the crystal. Master, aren't you being too generous? I mean, you don't have to. Stella mutters in a low voice. Hearing her words, I let out a chuckle. Don't talk like that. It's your kill. Besides, I want you to keep these crystals for me because I plan to make high-tier armors and weapons for all my women. It's high time I go for a hunt. Stella's eyes light up with excitement as she realizes my plan. Wow, that sounds amazing, Master. I can't wait to see what kind of armors and weapons you'll create. Wow, Master is superb, Stella adds, her face turning red with excitement as she clutches the crystal in her hands. Why does that sound like a massacre rather than hunting beasts? Arthur asks, his eyes widening in surprise. It's not going to be an easy task. I'm still trying to get permission to go to the Forbidden Planet. And that's like courting death, I reply with a light chuckle. Arthur's jaw drops at my words. Dis donc tellement. That's crazy, he exclaims, holding his head in disbelief. Even your dad, who went there, was seriously injured after facing a beast above the deity rank. Arthur continues, still unable to believe what he's hearing. Master, please don't go to such a dangerous place. And if you want to go, he'll follow you, Stella says, looking into my eyes with determination. Of course, he'll take you along with me, I assure her, and then turn to Arthur. Remember, I now have Excalibur, and Godslayer beasts wouldn't be my main concern. My worries lie with those gods who might come to attack me once they learn about my existence. In other words, I won't be going there anytime soon, I tell Arthur, giving his shoulder a light tap. Arthur seems relieved, but still concerned. Just be careful, Jake. We don't want to lose you, he says earnestly. Don't worry, they'll make sure to be cautious, I assure him, appreciating his concern for me. Chapter 298 Beasts Horde. Suddenly, we start to hear a deafening sound coming from the depths of the forest. The ground trembles beneath our feet as the sounds of many legs, hooves, and rustling leaves grow louder and closer. At the same time, the air fills with the beating of wings as hordes of creatures fly towards us. Many beasts are charging towards us. It seems like the lizard let out a distress call before Stella killed it. Arthur says, his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword. Sure enough, we soon see them countless beasts charging our way. Among them are creatures of various ranks, some at the king rank level, others at the emperor rank, and a few even at the legendary rank level. Bats, snakes, bears, and a myriad of other ugly and menacing beasts form a fearsome horde, each with malicious intent in their eyes. So, that lizard was their leader, huh? I mutter, taking in the sight of the oncoming horde. QQ. It'll kill all of them. Gogo suddenly chimes in, tapping my shoulder with determination. Jake, he'll take care of them. We can make a lot of money from these beasts. And since I'm a skilled traveler, it won't take long before I finish carving out their crystals, Arthur declares, taking a unique stance with his right knee bent forward, his hand on his sword, and a confident glint in his eye. All right, Arthur, I'll leave it to you. Stella, stay close to me, I say, turning to my draft companion, who nods in response, her eyes focused on the approaching horde. Gogo lets out a sad voice as his antenna bob up and down, clearly disappointed that he didn't get the chance to showcase his abilities. Sorry, Gogo. I guess it's not your time to shine, but it'll allow you to consume their flesh, and it'll also tell Arthur to spare you some crystals, I say, attempting to console my loyal pet, while patting his head gently. As I turn my attention back to Arthur, I notice a sudden change in Arthur. A red aura begins to dance around his demon tear sword, and his eyes glow with a fierce intensity. In a burst of energy, the ground beneath him cracks and explodes into debris, some of which enters my eyes, but I quickly use Gyo with Ki to follow his movements. Shim, 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 shim. With lightning speed, Arthur moves so swiftly that the beasts are caught completely off guard. They don't even have a chance to register his presence before he starts cleaving them in half with a single swing of his sword. The red aura trails behind him, leaving a zigzag pattern in its wake as he swiftly eliminates the beasts. It's a breathtaking display of power and skill. Arthur's swordsmanship is unmatched, and in a single move, he takes down all the approaching creatures, leaving them motionless on the forest floor. Within a flash, he reappears beside us as if nothing out of the ordinary happened. Stella and I stare at him with wide-eyed amazement. Arthur, that was incredible, Stella exclaims, her admiration evident in her voice. Arthur chuckles and sheathes his sword, his red aura fading away. Well, it's just the result of years of training and experience, he says nonchalantly, though a glint of pride gleams in his eyes. I would like to spar with you someday. It seems like you'll be a perfect match for me, I say with a small smile, envisioning the thrill of a friendly battle with Arthur. Me too. I can't wait to whoop your cocky ass, Arthur retorts playfully. For some reason, my aura reserve just seems to have monstrously increased since the tournament, and I can feel that my body is about to evolve. I just need a little push. You too? You're about to evolve? I ask, genuinely surprised by the revelation. Yeah, Arthur confirms with a nod. And what do you mean about you too? Oh, Well, it's Roth. He is also about to evolve into the Vampire Lord stage, I reply. Ah, that muscle head, Arthur chuckles. Even at the noble stage, he has the body and aura reserve of a Vampire Lord or even stronger. Just how sturdy will that guy's body become when he evolves to the Vampire Lord stage? I kind of feel jealous of him now. Well, I'm also kind of jealous of him, you know? That guy's insanely strong. I admit to Arthur, a touch of admiration in my voice. If he was at the Vampire Lord stage when we fought, it's possible that we might have been evenly matched. It would have been a tough battle. I only had the upper hand with his lower evolution because of my techniques. Furthermore, he has a hot wife that he hasn't even touched yet. TCH, I click my tongue in annoyance. Arthur raises an eyebrow, looking at me suspiciously. Just what are you thinking? He has one wife while you have a lot of wives. Don't tell me, bruh. His eyes widen and turn hollow, as if he saw a ghost. Wah, what's Master thinking? Stella chimes in, also looking at me with suspicion. Hey guys, calm down. I'm just saying, I assure them, feeling slightly embarrassed by their reactions. It's not like I have any lewd intentions towards the wife of my friend. I was just making an observation, that's all. Arthur lets out a chuckle and shakes his head. All right, man, I believe you. He'll go and farm the crystals of the beasts. He says casually, and in the blink of an eye, he disappears from his position, moving around the dead bodies of the beasts like a blur. Using Gyo, I'm able to follow his swift movements as he cuts open the stomachs of the beasts and removes their crystals. Meanwhile, Stella looks at me with a mix of concern and curiosity. Master, are you feeling all right? You seem a bit off today, she says, her eyes filled with genuine worry. I'm fine, Stella. I reassure her with a smile, trying to hide my embarrassment. Just a passing thought, that's all. Let's focus on the task at hand. Meanwhile, I'm still thinking about the suspicious gazes Arthur and Stella gave me. Man, it was embarrassing. Chapter 299, Commander Lolan. After some time, Arthur appears in front of us with a pile of crystals on the ground. There's a lot of sweat on his face, and from his heavy breathing, one can tell that he exerted himself tremendously. He accomplished a task that would take a normal person a day to complete, all in just a few seconds. It must have been extremely tiresome. Wah, you stink a lot. Stella bursts out in a loud voice, covering her nose. Man, you truly reek, I add, unable to hold back my laughter, which only irritates Arthur further. Q. Papa, he smells like shit, Gogo adds, making Arthur clench his teeth in annoyance. Fuck it. You too, Gogo. All right, I'm going to take the biggest share since I did all the work, Arthur says, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. In the next moment, a burst of aura envelopes him from top to bottom, and the stench emanating from him disappears as if it never existed. Gogo, go and consume the crystals. I instruct Gogo, but before he can react, I stop myself as I hear a cacophony of footsteps approaching us. I look up and see a group of people with strange physiques standing in front of us. They appear to be soldiers of some sort, and they are heavily armed. Instinctively, I place my hand on the hilt of Excalibur, ready for any threat that might come our way. Stella and Arthur also prepare for action, their eyes narrowing in suspicion. As I look at the soldiers in front of us, I can't help but be taken aback by their appearance. They have a humanoid figure, similar to a monkey. However, they are very tall and muscular, with only their faces having facial hair and thick curved eyebrows, along with different types of haircut. Heck, some of them are very good-looking and don't have any facial hair. The only thing they all have in common is the tails sprouting from their behinds. Who are you? State your reasons for being here. One of the soldiers bellows, walking forward with a strange gun pointed at me. The gun looks unlike anything I've seen before. That the key gun Mimi's voice suddenly echoes in my head. Be careful, Master. It packs a punch. Sorry for ignoring you earlier because I was resting inside your head. Master. By the way, I think you should pay attention to them. That gun hurts more than you think. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. These soldiers seem on edge, and any wrong move could trigger an unnecessary conflict. I need to handle this situation delicately. In the next moment, I walk forward with my hands raised in the air, approaching the soldier who seems to be their leader. He sports a thick brown facial hair, with crumbs of food oddly clinging to it. "I am Prince Jake from the Vampire Planet," I say, presenting my identity card. The soldiers freeze, their eyes widening in shock. It appears they have heard about the tournament that took place on our planet and have learned about me through various channels. Their leader lowers his gun and his expression softens. "Nice to meet you, Prince Jake. I am Commander Lolan, and I have heard a lot about you through the news, and it's a pleasure to meet one of the strongest vampires in person. I guess you must have slain all those beasts," he says with a stoic demeanor. "Well, I didn't. He did," I say, pointing towards Arthur. I want to give credit where it's due and not take the limelight for his impressive kills. Commander Lolan's eyes shift towards Arthur, and suddenly they widen in shock. "Why you? What are you doing here?" He stammers, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Fufu, I'm not here to beat you up, Commander." "No need to worry about taking a beating," Arthur says with an evil smile, walking forward to stand beside me. "Sigh. Today has been such a bad day for me," Commander Lolan mutters, stroking his dirty beard. "By the way, what are you doing here?" he asks, his expression turning serious. "Well, as you can see, the prince is the rightful owner of the sword I came here to claim the other time. He said there are also other ancient vampire artifacts with the celestial monkey race." Arthur answers on my behalf, and I nod in agreement. "Ah, again. But you came at the wrong time because the celestial monkey race is also hosting our planet's strongest tournament. Knowing the upper echelons, they might have some sort of underhanded tactics. At least, you remember what they did to you," Commander Lolan says with worry etched onto his face, glancing at Arthur. Arthur lets out a sigh. "We are well aware that the upper echelons might try some underhanded tactics. But you don't have to worry about us," I interject. "Prince Jake, I understand that you are very strong, but I think you shouldn't underestimate the power of the celestial monkey race," Commander Lolan says, still sounding concerned. "I have decided. Besides, there have been reports about corruption in the ranks of the celestial monkey race. As the race that holds and secures artifacts or weapons that may pose danger to this world, it's a shame that corruption is seeping into their ranks," I say firmly, not wavering in my decision. Commander Lolan looks at me for a few moments before nodding his head. "Very well. It'll allow you entry into our land. Moreover, it's forbidden to hunt beasts on the celestial monkey planet. However, there's been a horde of beasts recently attacking nearby villages, and it seems like your teammates have taken care of them. You can keep the crystals as a reward," he says, offering a slight bow. "Thank you, Commander. However, before we follow you, there's still one thing I want to do," I say, turning to Gogo, who is sitting on my shoulder. "Gogo, I think it's time to eat those flesh you've been craving for," I tell him. Gogo responds with a happy expression, his antennas bobbing up and down in excitement. Chapter 300 Celestial Monkey City. Suddenly, Gogo gets down from my shoulder and walks toward the corpses of beasts, devouring their flesh one by one. Seeing this, Commander Lolan's eyes widen in shock. "Is T that a demon-rank beast?" he mutters, unable to close his mouth. "That's my master's pet," Stella explains, feeling Commander Lolanin. "A demon-rank beast as a pet? Sigh, just what more can I expect from him? Even the strongest dragon couldn't tame a demon-rank beast," Commander Lolan mutters in disbelief. "Well, that's because my master is the strongest," Stella retorts with pride. Commander Lolan doesn't say anything and simply shakes his head, still in awe of the companions I have by my side. After Gogo finishes eating the corpses of the beasts, he walks toward me slowly as if he overfed himself before finally climbing back on my shoulder. Yuwa, he lets out a small voice and burps. From a glance, one can't tell that he is a demon-rank beast because of his humanoid figure. Furthermore, he is wearing a black pant and a red t-shirt that Stella got for him. What's more surprising about these clothes is that they could stretch to any size in case Gogo decided to transform into a bigger form. "You're okay, right?" I ask Gogo, concerned for his well-being. Gogo nods his head in response, assuring me that he's all right after the hearty meal. "All right, Commander Lolan, lead us in your territory," I say with a small gesture. "Follow me," Commander Lolan replies and starts leading the way. We venture further into the land of the celestial monkey race, and as we walk, I notice the curious gazes of the other soldiers. After all, it's not every day that they encounter a vampire prince and his extraordinary companions. As we pass through the cities of the celestial monkey race, I am captivated by the stunning blend of an advanced civilization and medieval vibes that greet us at every turn. The streets are bustling with life as celestial monkey residents adorned in vibrant attire move gracefully among the crowd. Their clothing reflects a perfect fusion of traditional designs and modern fabrics, giving off an aura of elegance and sophistication. They all have similar physiques with different structures and skin tones. Some are extremely short, tall, fat, and even bald. They're just like every other race that consists of different types of people. Most of them are staring at us weirdly, some amused and surprised. "Mama, what are these ugly meats? Do they taste good?" A small girl moving along with her mom asks. "SSSH, lower your voice, Abigail. They're called vampires, and they suck blood," her mother replies, trying to hush her daughter's curious questions. "Vampires? Did the soldiers catch them while hunting? How do they taste?" The small girl bombards her mom with questions while looking at us like pieces of meat. "The fuck was that? I am more good-looking than you. Loser. Fucking train your kid to respect others." Arthur bellows at the mother and her daughter with a very angry expression on his face. Due to Arthur's outburst, the woman quickens her pace along with her daughter, clearly intimidated by his aggressive behavior. "We are very sorry about that. There are always some misinformation spread about vampires amongst the kids as their parents use it to scare them to do something. It's not what you think," Commander Lolan quickly intervenes, trying to calm Arthur down. "I, on the other hand, understand better. If it wasn't even for our extremely red eyes and pale skin, most people would mistake us for humans. It's not their fault. They just haven't seen many vampires before. It's okay, Arthur. She's just a kid," I say, placing my hand on Arthur's shoulder to ease his anger. "Sigh. I'm just pissed. She was even asking what I would taste like," Arthur says with a sigh, still trying to get over the encounter. Stella, on the other hand, is looking around in awe. She points to some random things here and there, urging me to buy them for her. Well, I had to oblige and get some of the things she requested since Commander Lolan willingly offered me some currency of this planet. Suddenly, we reach a large area with a towering building that pierces into the sky. The surroundings of the building are fully reinforced with steel-like materials that look quite sturdy and could take a few punches from someone like me. Commander Lolan commands the other soldiers to leave in a peculiar language. At the same time, he presses something on his body, causing his armor to start morphing and change into a black suit. It's quite a transformation. "What the fuck was that?" Arthur mutters, clearly surprised by the sudden change. "They'll teleport everyone into the building now." The monarch of the celestial monkey race is not around now because he's currently doing something important. However, the prime minister is the one in charge now. "So, I need to make him aware of your visit before taking you to meet him," Commander Lolan explains. Hearing his words, I raise a brow. "Why didn't you teleport us earlier and made us walk?" I ask curiously. "I am sorry, Prince Jake. I thought it was best to take you around the city. Moreover, if you notice, the distance we covered from that forest to this place is about 1,000 miles, and yet we covered the distance in minutes," Commander Lolan says with a light grin. Hearing his words, my eyes widen in astonishment. "So, you use an ability—" Wow, I let out a surprised voice. Even I didn't realize we were traveling at such incredible speed. Foo. That has something to do with my ability. "Well, time to go," Commander Lolan says before clicking his fingers, preparing to teleport us to our next destination. Chapter 301 Prime Minister Suddenly. We get teleported into a fine building inside a long, narrow path, painted all white and illuminated with several white lights. There are also many celestial monkey soldiers walking around, some clad in beast gears and strange weapons, all of which are white in color. Upon seeing Commander Lolan, they bow their heads in respect and quickly make way for us to pass. After what seems like a minute of walking, we reach a small hall that's bustling with people. There are several chairs situated around, most of them filled with individuals engaged in discussions. Walking behind Commander Lolan, with Arthur and Stella by my side, we stop in front of a long white seat that can effortlessly accommodate about 5 people. Sorry for the inconveniences, Prince Jake. Please take a seat here while I go inform the Prime Minister about your visit. As you can see, this whole building is where all the higher-ups live and where their offices are located. Most of the people walking around with files in their hand are workers, and the people sitting are visitors or families, Commander Lolan explains, his voice polite and informative. While he explains, I gently stroke the single strand of hair that's sprouting out of my chin wearily. Even Arthur and Stella look bored and tired of Commander Lolan's explanations. It's a lot of information to process, especially after our recent encounter. Q, stop disturbing Papa. Gogo suddenly lets out a small voice, giving Commander Lolan a disgruntled look. The commander is trying to explain something to me, I say, cautioning Gogo, but inwardly, am a bit relieved that Gogo's interference has temporarily halted the flow of information. Cough ahem, I'll go and inform the Prime Minister now, Commander Lolan says before disappearing from our sight. Phew, that annoying guy, Arthur mutters as he takes a seat on one of the chairs, looking a bit frustrated by the lengthy explanations. Why, I am hungry, Stella mumbles, rubbing her stomach as it lets out rumbling sounds. But I bought something for you a while ago, I mentioned with amusement, remembering the little treats I got her earlier. Why, it disappeared, master. Stella lets out a loud yawn. Gogo, on the other hand, seems to have taken a liking to the chair's soft cushion. The hall is a mix of people, some engaged in serious discussions, others glancing curiously at our group, likely wondering about our identity and purpose here. Masta, I'm tired. Stella's voice trails off as she leans against my shoulder, seemingly on the brink of falling asleep. Rest for a while, Stella, I say, placing a hand on her head in a comforting gesture. Arthur, on the other hand, seems to have found some entertainment in observing the people around him. He smirks as he watches a group of celestial monkeys engaged in what appears to be an intense debate, their gestures animated and their expressions passionate. After what seems like 30 minutes, Commander Lolan comes back, perspiration glistening on his face as if he had just run a 1,000-mile race. I can't help but wonder if something unusual occurred during his absence, noticing his damp clothes as well. Did some weird shit happen in there? I ponder silently, eyeing Commander Lolan's wet attire with curiosity. Prince Jake, the Prime Minister asked for you to come in. He said only you. Commander Lolan informs me, his tone respectful. I have to go along with him. You can't treat royals from the vampire kingdom like that. Arthur interjects, rising from his seat and glaring at Commander Lolan with intensity. Okay, I'll go alone with you, I reply to Commander Lolan, shooting Arthur a glance that communicates the need for composure. With a swift and gentle grip, Commander Lolan takes my hand, and in the next moment, we are enveloped in the teleportation process. In the blink of an eye, we materialize within an expansive room, its walls adorned in white paint and bathed in the glow of white lights. As I survey the surroundings, I notice the room's simplicity, highlighted by a single table and chair positioned prominently. An impressive holographic display computer occupies the table surface. Seated in the chair is a bald, celestial monkey, his strikingly large white beard commanding attention. Most remarkable, though, are his white eyeglasses and attire, which only serve to accentuate his dignified appearance. Utilizing Stellus Wind ability, I position myself in front of the man, locking eyes with him. My action prompts Commander Lolan to instinctively grip the handle of his key gun, visibly prepared to defend the Prime Minister from my sudden movement. No need to draw your weapon, Commander Lolan. If I truly harbored malicious intent, your fate would have been sealed before your awareness caught up. I assert, my voice steady as I shift my gaze to meet the commander's startled one. Commander Lolan retreats a few steps, his legs betraying his unease. You don't underestimate the celestial monkeys, he retorts, teeth gritted in a mix of defiance and anxiety. I didn't underestimate you. You were the one ready to draw your weapon. I retort evenly before redirecting my attention to the man before me. For a while, I simply gaze at the man who is none other than the Prime Minister. My silence speaks volumes as I allow my presence to convey my message. Kafahem, welcome to our planet, Prince Jake. I've heard much about you, and it's a pleasure to meet you in person. The Prime Minister finally speaks, rising from his seat and offering a respectful bow. I reciprocate with a nod before extending my hand for a handshake. I must admit, for a moment there, I wondered if the celestial monkey race had forgotten their place. I remark casually as I shake the Prime Minister's hand. My grip is firm, a display of strength meant to convey more than just a polite gesture. The celestial monkey race is not to be underestimated, Your Highness. There's a reason why we were chosen as the Guardians. The Prime Minister retorts, his words carefully measured, but the gleam of resentment and disdain is unmistakable in his eyes. Chapter 302, the upcoming trial. You were chosen because the celestial monkey race is the most honest and sincere race. However, that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. I remark, my expression resolute. The Prime Minister chuckles softly, his demeanor shifting slightly. Haha, not all celestial monkeys are honest. The notion that we're a race defined solely by honesty and sincerity is a myth. You can't expect an entire race to embody such qualities. Nonetheless, it's true that about 70% of the celestial monkey race is composed of good-hearted individuals, while the remaining 30% are less virtuous, he says, reclining in his seat. Observing the Prime Minister's actions, I decide to take a seat as well. The tension in the room is palpable, and I can hear Commander Lolan's nervous swallow in the background. Beads of perspiration at his forehead, a testament to the anxiety simmering beneath the surface. Prince Jake, what brings you here? The Prime Minister inquires, lighting a big cigarette. Well, you are aware that the king has awakened from his slumber. As he wishes to pass down the throne, he has tasked me with a quest to recover the lost ancient vampire artifacts, some of which are in the possession of the celestial monkey race. I reply with an inscrutable expression. The Prime Minister studies me for a moment, contemplating my words in silence. I see. I can't deny that there are indeed some vampire artifacts in our possession. It's not only vampire artifacts. We also safeguard dangerous relics from other races where they reside with the gods. However, since it appears that you are the rightful owner of that sword, then the legends must hold some truth, the Prime Minister concedes, exhaling a plume of smoke and fixing me with an assessing gaze. His eyes momentarily shift to Commander Lolan before he subtly signals for him to leave the room. Why, yes, sir. I must protect you. He has a demon-rank beast with him. Commander Lolan stammers, struggling to maintain his composure as he tries to sound polite. Amusement dances within me as I imagine Commander Lolan silently cursing his luck and frowning at his predicament. A demon-rank beast? The Prime Minister exclaims, his surprise evident. Commander Lolan nods vigorously in confirmation. The Prime Minister sighs deeply and directs his attention back to me. Gogo, I murmur softly. In an instant, Gogo materializes out of his camouflage, reassuming his natural form before perching on my shoulder. Q, Papa, Gogo greets. Well, I'm at a loss for words. I had no inkling that a demon-rank beast was in our midst all this time, the Prime Minister admits, shaking his head in weariness. He then turns his gaze toward Commander Lolan. Lolan, you may take your leave, the Prime Minister instructs. This time, Commander Lolan doesn't protest. He exits the room promptly. Once Commander Lolan has departed, the atmosphere undergoes a marked transformation. The Prime Minister's expression and demeanor shift, adopting a more hostile tone similar to when I first arrived. So, you are really the reincarnation of the Protoss, the Prime Minister mutters, exhaling a puff of cigarette smoke. I remain silent, my gaze fixed on him. Excalibur, the sword strapped to your side, would never accept anyone as its master. But seeing you completely tame it confirms my suspicions. The other individual who came here first to claim it made some sort of pact with the sword but couldn't wield its powers. However, now, you can sense the aura emanating from it, correct? I interject in a low voice. Correct. I can sense auras from miles away, the Prime Minister asserts. Then just give me the damn artifacts I came for, I retort impatiently. In truth, I can't wait to conclude this business and return to Earth to reunite with my beloved wives. Hey, race, what will happen, Prince Jake? To retrieve the ancient artifacts from us, you'll need to pass certain trials. The Prime Minister says in a solemn tone. Unlike the well-known trials of the past, your challenge will be a bit different. You'll have to face the 3 strongest celestial monkeys, he continues, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his lips. I fall into momentary silence, weighing the implications of this peculiar trial. Something about it feels off, and I'm certain there's more to it than meets the eye. After contemplating for a minute, I draw my conclusion. You're trying to gauge my abilities for the gods, aren't you? You pawns and playthings of the gods, I sneer, my grin growing more malevolent. Simultaneously, the sword at my side begins to react, as if Guida shares my anticipation. The time is drawing near the time to confront the gods in full force. This time will be different. Even if I fail, the impact will be enormous, and the gods will forever regret their actions. Amidst these rapid thoughts and possibilities, Gogo, perched on my shoulder, emanates a subtle sense of concern. QQ, Papa, are you okay? He inquires with worry in his eyes. I'm absolutely fine. Papa just got a little excited, I reassure Gogo, patting his head affectionately. Prince Jake, I think you shouldn't get excited just yet, the Prime Minister remarks, that sly grin reappearing on his face. You won't be allowed to use that sword during the trial, he adds, lighting up another cigarette. Of course, I don't intend to use it. That would be overkill against the celestial monkey race, I retort, unfazed by the unequal terms, which raises the Prime Minister's eyebrow. The next moment, I rise from my seat and head toward the door. But before I grasp the doorknob, the Prime Minister's voice reaches my ears once more. Just to clarify, we are not pawns of the gods, nor do we wish to be controlled by them. However, an unfair pact between our ancestors and the gods has left us no choice but to carry out their bidding, he confides in a hushed tone. I will take note of that, I reply before exiting the room, leaving the Prime Minister behind. Chapter 303, Guida's Obsession, how was it? Arthur asks as I approach him. Well, nothing much. I met with the Prime Minister, and he insisted that he'll have to fight the 3 strongest celestial monkeys, I reply nonchalantly, shrugging. That sly bastard, Arthur exclaims, his fists clenching in anger. You know him? I ask, genuinely surprised. Yeah, I know him. He came to the temple to assess me when I went to pick Excalibur last year, Arthur explains. Anything happened between you two? I inquire curiously. Nothing between us, but he had the same nasty look as the kid we saw earlier today. Arthur answers, still visibly irked. It's fine, let's get going, I say, patting Arthur's tense hand. Looking down at a nearby chair, I spot Stella sound asleep, snoring lightly with a small drool puddle forming at the corner of her mouth. Sigh, stretching my arms out. I scoop her up and place her gently on my back. Should I carry her instead? Arthur offers, but he quickly backs down, likely noticing the determined glint in my eyes. I can't let another man carry my woman. Let's get going, I tell Arthur, who nods in agreement. Now, Arthur and I walk through the celestial monkey cities, with Commander Lolan leading the way, his gaze fixed ahead, never turning back. There's a noticeable tension in the air, especially between me and the commander. He seems to be a bit wary of me after the encounter with the Prime Minister. There's no car to take us to our lodgings. Is this how they decided to treat us? Arthur mutters angrily, walking close to me. I sigh once more. Well, we did come unannounced, so it's no surprise that they're treating us like this. It was an official visit, I explain to Arthur. I see, Arthur responds, scratching his head sheepishly. After walking for a while, we reach a massive, dome-shaped duplex building. 6 heavily armed soldiers stand guard around it, and wildflowers adorn the area, lending it an unassuming charm. Prince Jake, this is the residence specially built for esteemed visitors. It's not that big because we celestial monkeys don't receive many outsiders. Please, let me take you inside, Commander Lolan says with a small bow, gesturing for us to follow him. Esteemed guests, my ass, Arthur mutters under his breath as we follow the commander. After navigating a few corners, we each settle into separate rooms, with Stella and me in one and Arthur in another. Arthur initially complained about sharing a room with me and even offered to sleep on the floor, but, well, that didn't last. Whoa, I exclaimed tiredly as I gently placed Stella on the bed and then flop onto the mattress myself, exhausted from the day's events. QQ, Papa. Gogo's soft voice interrupts my drowsy thoughts, and I raise my head slightly to see the cute demon-rank beast perched on the bed beside me. It's astonishing how this once aggressive creature has transformed into a well-tamed and mannered pet, a testament to our bond. Taming a beast like him is a rare accomplishment. Taming a deity-rank beast, on the other hand, is an entirely different challenge, nearly impossible considering their hot temperament. Some, like the Void Dragon, are downright headaches to deal with. Shaking off my reverie, I decide to ask about Gogo's concern. What's the problem, Gogo? I finally ask. QQ, Papa. Mom's sleeping too much, he chatters. His observation startles me a bit. Gogo, who's barely a month old, has picked up on the same thing I've noticed about Stella recently. It's remarkable growth for a beast like him, as it suggests he's becoming more aware of changes in intelligent beings. You did well to notice. I commend him, patting his small head. Q, just worried about Mom, he replies with innocent eyes. I see. I rise from the bed and place Excalibur in a corner, then proceed to shed my clothes. Curiously, Guida remains dormant, which suits me just fine. After stripping down, I head into the bathroom for a quick shower. Upon finishing, I towel off and don a comfortable black pajama set. While changing, I notice Stella slowly awakening. Wah! She stretches sensually, her eyes fluttering open. You've been sleeping quite a lot lately. What's the matter? I inquire, taking a seat on the bed. I don't know, but it feels like my body is going through some changes, Stella responds, tilting her head. Changes? I murmur, tapping my chin in thought. Wait, don't tell me you're pregnant. I blurt out, my eyes widening in shock. Stella's cheeks flush beet red as her eyes mirror my astonishment. And Master, don't say such perverted things. I am not pregnant, she retorts, shaking her head in embarrassment. I'll fetch something for you. There seems to be a kitchen here, Stella says, rising from the bed. Wait, I interject, halting her movements. How did you know where the kitchen is? Were you awake this whole time? I ask, my suspicion raised. Hee, I've been awake since we arrived at this building. I noticed you were carrying me on your back, so I pretended to be asleep, Stella confesses with a mischievous wink before exiting the room. Sigh, what a crafty woman. I mutter, sinking into the plush bed. At that very moment, I sense a particular aura filling the room. Glancing to the side, I find Guida staring at me with intense hatred, killing intent, and jealousy blazing in her eyes. Master, I'm going to kill you. Guida bellows as she lunges at me, a swirling black aura forming around her fist. Seeing her sudden action, I instinctively cover my hand in a red aura, easily grabbing her fist and pulling her closer. Naughty woman, stop being jealous of her, I admonish as I pin Guida to the bed. I'm not jealous of her. I'm angry because you didn't care whether I came out or not. It seems all your attention is focused on Stella, Guida replies, her face turned away in a huff. I didn't want you to come out for certain reasons, I explained, shaking my head at Guida's words. Also, I have something important to tell you, I add, my expression turning serious. Chapter 304 Trial Day, I wake up to the brilliant morning sun streaming into the room, causing me to blink rapidly and squint at its intensity. Turning to my side, I find the two enchanting women, Guida and Stella, lying beside me, their naked forms peacefully asleep. It's evident that they had quite the intense night, and a faint smile plays on my lips at the memory. Phew! We ended up spending the evening together yesterday. I murmur to myself as I slowly rise from the bed. A subtle ache lingers throughout my body, as if I'd run a marathon. It all began when Stella and I started kissing, igniting a fiery passion between us. Guida couldn't resist and joined the passionate display, turning our night into an unforgettable trio. Stella eventually reached her limit after 3 hours of intense activity, her energy spent. Guida, being a spirit, remained tireless, drawing her strength from me, which left me thoroughly exhausted. I stretch my body, and I feel a wave of alertness come over me, seemingly eager for another round. I chuckle softly and give an affectionate pat. There, little guy. We have more important things to do, I mutter to it. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces my head, causing me to instinctively clutch it in agony. A blinding white flash erupts from my mind, leaving me momentarily disoriented. I attribute it to my unique eyes, the god's eyes. A familiar voice chimes in with a playful tone, and I spot a figure floating around the room, just as she always does. It's Mimi, my mischievous companion. Mimi, why do you always do that? I ask, shaking my head and face-palming. Firstly, good morning, master. How was your night? Fufu, no need to even ask. I see you enjoyed yourself to the fullest. Mimi teases as she perches on my shoulder. Her tiny, fairy-like form has grown since the last time I saw her. Multicolored wings sprout from her back, gracefully fluttering in the air, accentuating her cuteness. Her blonde hair cascades down her back in wavy tendrils, framing a face so beautiful it seems as though it was crafted by a god. If I were in your position, I would also do the same. I can't imagine the torture you are going through. Stay in my head all day. Just bear with me a little longer, and you'll eventually be free. I gently pat Mimi's head, but to my surprise, she shakes her head, her expression serious. Mimi, what's wrong? I inquire, concern lacing my voice. Master, you just won't get it. Even if I eventually become free. As a goddess that was banned, if the gods get hold of the news that I am now free, they'll send tons of gods after me to bring my head. Heck, it's not like I'm afraid of dying or anything. I just don't want Lust to be involved in my shit again. She helped me, and I don't want to put her in trouble. Mimi explains, her back turned to me, her tiny wings drooping. Hearing her words, I approach her slowly, gently patting her head as I run my fingers through her smooth blonde hair. For the first time, I can feel the texture of her skin against my touch. A physical presence compared to when my hand would pass through her ethereal form. You don't have to say such words, Mimi. As long as you are with me, no one is going to touch you. What do you think? Do you think I'll let you go after you gave me all your powers? No, you've done me a favor, and I have to pay you back. Moreover, you are now more than a friend to me. You are someone I can reach out to and pour out my heart. I reassure Mimi, trying to lift her spirits. Fortunately, a bright smile graces her face in response to my comforting words. Fufu, who knew the Protoss would have such nice, sweet words? Mimi exclaims, perching back on my shoulder, her mood considerably lighter. Suddenly, a black screen materializes before my eyes, a holographic interface with no visible text or icons. Just as I wonder about its unusual appearance, white characters begin to appear on the screen, startling me. Ding! New mission has been issued by the system. Mission: defeat the 3 strongest celestial monkeys. Reward: ability grimoire. Seeing the mission notification leaves me in shock for a good minute, my mouth agape. It's been a while since I received such a mission, and the reward it offers is beyond belief. A ability grimoire. I stutter, still trying to process it. Yes, master. It's what you think. Ability grimoire. A book that enables you to use all the abilities you have ever encountered from any woman you have been intimate with. This doesn't apply to kisses and smooches. Mimi explains. I nod in understanding. Initially, I thought my ability had a significant downside since I needed to be physically intimate with women to copy their abilities. Each copied ability reset after 24 hours, and there was a limit to the number of abilities I could acquire from women per day. However, with the grimoire, those concerns would be a thing of the past, provided I had enough MC cells. The catch was, I didn't possess MC cells of my own, and the grimoire's mechanism remained unclear. That's where a different theory comes in for that phenomenon. You'll acquire something called limitless. which means you'll have an unlimited amount of MC cells at your disposal. However, that doesn't mean you won't get exhausted at all. In fact, switching between abilities is more mental draining than you think. Mimi clarifies, if the system is going to reward me with such a tempting prize for defeating the 3 strongest celestial monkeys, then my opponents must be formidable. I muse aloud. Correct, Master. The beings you're going up against are indeed very strong. Mimi confirms. A sly grin spreads across my face at the prospect of facing such formidable adversaries, finally anticipating a challenge from someone other than a god. Chapter 3:05 Zeno, Jinto. Paprius, good morning, Master. Why do you have such a dirty grin on your face? Stella's familiar voice catches me off guard, making me turn my head with the abruptness of a child caught misbehaving. Good morning, Stella. Your master is just happy about a particular something this morning. I respond, a wide grin on my face. Stella, puzzled by my cryptic response, scratches her head in confusion. I glance to the side and notice Guida slowly opening her eyes, her gaze fixated on me with a warm smile. My attention turns fully to her as I think about the connection we share. Master, you seem quite alert this morning. Why don't you let me take care of that for you? Guida purrs with a lewd expression, her tongue sliding seductively across her lips. I close my eyes briefly, tempted to give in to her alluring proposal. However, I remind myself of the important task ahead. In most cases, people say bros before hoes. But in my current situation, it's battle before hoes. Don't worry, you two. Clean up. It's time to get going, I instruct them, prompting raised eyebrows and curious expressions. Is anything wrong, Master? Guida and Stella both ask simultaneously. Nothing's wrong. I'm just not in the mood, I reply, waving them off to avoid further inquiries. Ugh, you stink, Stella grumbles, pushing Guida out of the bed. You're no better. You reek of it too. Besides, I don't need to bathe like you. I can simply get rid of the stench, Guida boasts, snapping her fingers to make the unpleasant odor vanish into thin air. Simultaneously, her casual black Gothic gown materializes on her body, transforming into a sword. Observing Guida's swift actions, Stella heads to the bathroom to freshen up. Since vampires don't require daily baths, I retrieve my clothes from the corner of the room and start dressing in my armor. This thing feels quite uncomfortable to wear. I wonder if I'll find my armor in the hands of the celestial monkeys. I mutter to myself as I don the last piece of the armor. QQ. Papa, hungry. Gogo, my little companion, gazes up at me with his innocent puppy eyes, his hunger apparent in his pleading eyes. I let out a sigh. Arthur will get you something to eat. Or perhaps Commander Lolan, I assure Gogo, patting his head. Although he doesn't grasp all my words, he seems to understand that his papa is going to fetch him some food. It's high time I stock up on the corpses of beasts to accommodate Gogo's insatiable appetite. Once Stella finishes her bath and dresses, we make our way downstairs. The sound of a sword slicing through the air reaches my ears. I focus my gaze on the person vigorously swinging his sword, and it's none other than Arthur. He stands shirtless, enveloped in a fiery red aura from head to toe. His hair seems to have a life of its own, floating around him as if it's alive. His stance bears a striking resemblance to mine, and to someone I have vague memories of. This stance. I glance to the side and spot Commander Lolan, standing several meters away from Arthur, near a patch of wildflowers. His arms are folded, and a visible anger mars his expression. Arthur, as if sensing my presence, ceases his swordplay and turns to face me, locking eyes with me. Good morning, Arthur greets me with a small bow. Good morning, brother. I reply warmly, giving him a brotherly hug. Cough, good morning. Prince Jake, Commander Lolan acknowledges with a salute, his demeanor more formal than yesterday. Surprised by his sudden change, I extend my hand for a handshake despite his reluctance to accept it. So, what's on the agenda for this morning? I inquire. All the individuals you'll be facing are already present. Prince Jake. The matches are scheduled to commence at noon, Commander Lolan informs me. I see. May I know who they are? I inquire further. Of course. The first opponents you'll face are Zen, Jinto, and His Majesty Paprius, the Celestial Monkey Emperor, Commander Lolan reveals, a hint of respect and admiration in his voice. Hearing this, my eyebrows shoot up in surprise, and even Arthur and Stella react audibly. Challenge you. As you are possibly the strongest vampire at the moment, Commander Lolan explains. Paprius, the Celestial Monkey Emperor? I thought he wasn't in the kingdom, I mutter in astonishment. You are correct, Prince Jake. His Majesty was on a voyage, but upon learning of your visit, he decided to return to the kingdom to challenge you, as you are possibly the strongest vampire at the moment. Commander Lolan explains. A wide grin forms on my face at the revelation. So, that means he embarked on the voyage to find a worthy opponent. When he heard about me, he decided to return and face off against me, right? I ask, a chuckle escaping my lips. Why, yes, that's correct, Commander Lolan confirms. Bwahahaha. I burst into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing Commander Lolan's response. If that's the case, then he should bring it on. Let's see if the Celestial Monkey Emperor can last more than a few minutes. I declare with a sinister grin, my lips curling into an evil smirk. Prince Jake, do not underestimate us. Zeno and Jinto are formidable opponents as well, especially Zeno, who is nearly as powerful as the Emperor, Commander Lolan cautions. I see. Imuta tuktfuli. Oh, I have a request for you, Commander Lolan, I add. What is it? He inquires. I'd like you to help me feed my pet. He has quite the appetite, I request with a sheepish smile. Commander Lolan swallows hard upon hearing my words. Hey you, come here. Commander Lolan orders one of the guards stationed nearby. The guard approaches and salutes Commander Lolan before giving me a respectful bow. Take Prince Jake's pet with you and procure 2 tons of beast corpses. Don't try to provoke him. He's a demon-ranked beast, Commander Lolan instructs the guard. Demon-ranked beast, the guard stammers, his mouth dry. Don't worry, he doesn't eat intelligent beings, I assure the guard. Q, Papa is correct. Gogo chimes in before perching on the guard's shoulder. With trembling legs, the guard departs to fulfill the unusual request. Chapter 306 Monk versus Jinto. As Gogo and the guard depart on their mission to gather beast corpses, I shift my attention to the others. Now that the match is set for noon, what should we do in the meantime? I inquire, directing my question at Arthur. Maybe we should spar. Arthur suggests eagerly, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. Wait, Prince Jake. You two are going to wreak havoc on the surroundings if you spar here. There's a special place I can take you to. Commander Lolan intervenes, preventing Arthur and me from engaging in combat. Where's that? I inquire, curious about this designated sparring location. This building was meant for guests, so there's a field for sparring behind it, Commander Lolan explains. Before that, I need to contact someone. He's my friend, and also a celestial monkey, Arthur interjects. Who is it? Both Commander Lolan and I ask in unison. His name is Monk, Arthur responds. Monk. I think I've heard that name before. Commander Lolan mutters, absent-mindedly scratching his beard still stained with yesterday's food crumbs. He mentioned something about living in the temple. Arthur adds, Ah, now I remember. The guy who wields a strange rod, just like his grandfather, right? Commander Lolan exclaims, seeking confirmation from Arthur. Yes, that's him, Arthur confirms. Damn, he's pretty strong. He's currently one of the top fighters on the leaderboard. It's a shame he's going up against Jinto in the final, Commander Lolan says, shaking his head. What? Monk is quite powerful, and I believe we're evenly matched if he fights at his full strength. However, I've never seen him push himself to the limit, as he doesn't see the need to exert himself for meager rewards during our usual group missions. He may look innocent, but he's a cunning one. Don't underestimate him. Arthur warns, a hint of admiration in his voice. I'm not underestimating him. Even I wouldn't stand a chance against him. But unfortunately, he won't stand a chance against Jinto, who has consistently outperformed him in previous tournaments, Commander Lolan explains. I see. This Jinto must be really formidable, Arthur remarks. I can't wait to face these guys. It seems the Emperor acknowledges my strength, which is why he placed 2 formidable opponents before our match. He wants to study my fighting style. How cunning of the celestial monkey emperor. It only makes me want to hit him harder. I declare with a grin. Silence hangs in the air as both Arthur and Commander Lolan contemplate my words. Commander Lolan, I need your help with something. I want you to contact Monk for me, Arthur requests. Commander Lolan scratches his head, looking somewhat perplexed. Well, I don't think I can contact him for you, Arthur. He's currently participating in the tournament, and he's actually facing Jinto today, Commander Lolan reveals, as if recalling an important detail. What? Arthur and I exclaim simultaneously, disbelief etched on our faces. We find ourselves in a stadium-like arena, surrounded by thousands of spectators, all of whom are celestial monkeys. The field where the event will take place occupies the center of the arena, a vast expanse. Seated beside me are Arthur, Stella, and Commander Lolan, with several empty chairs separating us. This section is known as the high seats, reserved for important individuals who prefer a bit of space. A few meters away, I spot the Prime Minister seated next to someone who appears to be the Emperor. They are surrounded by numerous guards. Also seated nearby are individuals who seem to be part of the upper echelons of the society. Suddenly, the Emperor turns his attention in my direction and waves his hand. He appears to be saying something, but the constant noise from the crowd drowns out his words. Wait, is that the Emperor? He looks like a blooming teenager, Arthur remarks, waving back at the Emperor. Our actions draw Commander Lolan's gaze toward us. His Majesty may appear young, but he is over 100 years old. Well, in our standards, he's still considered young. Vampires and celestial monkeys seem to age similarly, Commander Lolan explains. Should I move our seats closer to the Emperor? If he had known you were coming, he would have invited you to sit with him. I apologize for my oversight, he adds, clenching his fists. No need to apologize. I have no interest in talking to him. I'd rather let our fists do the talking, I reply with a smirk, cracking my knuckles. I shift my attention to the announcer, attempting to listen to what they are saying. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks the final round of the Celestial Monkeys' strongest tournament. The last battle we've all been eagerly anticipating. Yet for the past 2 years, it's ended with the same result. But since both sides have shown significant improvement, there's a chance we might witness a new record in history. Without further ado, let me introduce the contestants for today's final match, the two fighters who have consistently made it to the final for the past 2 years, Jinto and Monk. The announcer's declaration is met with thunderous cheers and boos from the crowd. Abruptly, two figures emerge from opposite sides of the field, both shirtless. One wields a long golden rod and sports light brown facial hair. His tail is unusually long compared to other celestial monkeys and is brown in color. The other fighter brandishes a short black iron bat, possesses a bulkier physique, and boasts black facial hair. He is noticeably taller than his opponent. Simultaneously, a short celestial monkey who appears to be the referee steps onto the field, positioning himself between the two fighters. That one with the long rod is Monk, Arthur exclaims with excitement, tapping my legs unconsciously. It seems you and Monk are close. Commander Lolan comments, although his attention remains fixed on the fighters, as if he doesn't want to miss any details. The arena is filled with a mixture of cheers and boos for Jinto, with a few voices rallying behind Monk. Some even go so far as to label him a loser for dashing their betting hopes in previous years. However, I have a burning question on my mind. What about the one called Zeno? Isn't he participating in the tournament? I inquire, curiosity piqued. Zeno is a girl. Unfortunately, Zeno was banned from participating in the tournament due to her brutality and overwhelming power. She literally tore Jinto limb from limb and left him shattered. It took a year for Jinto to recover, Commander Lolan explains, his voice filled with unease as he swallows hard. Chapter 307 Monk vs. Jinto Part 2 Wait. Zeno is a girl, and she's that brutal? I ask, taken aback by this revelation. Shoo, lower your voice. She might be among the crowd and hear what we're saying. Since she got banned from participating or spectating the tournament, Zeno usually enters the arena in disguise, Commander Lolan explains in a hushed tone. I see. I'm starting to find this all the more interesting. But for now, let's watch the celestial monkeys fight and assess this Jinto's prowess, I mutter, turning my gaze back to the spectacle below. Suddenly, a crunchy sound interrupts my focus, and I glance to the side. Stella is munching on a bag of potato chips, her mouth full. As soon as she notices my gaze, she stops eating and looks at me with an expression akin to a thief caught in the act. "I'm hungry, master." Stella manages to speak, still chewing on chips. I don't say anything, simply shaking my head. We haven't had anything to eat since yesterday, and here you are, devouring a massive bag of potato chips. There are even 7 more bags under your chair, Arthur mutters in frustration, his teeth gritted. I can sympathize with him. Since we arrived on the celestial monkey planet, we haven't had anything to eat, as the food offered doesn't contain any intelligent being's blood. Consuming animal or beast blood would lead to unpleasant vampire digestive issues. However, hunger isn't a pressing issue for us. With our blood aura reserves, we can go for months without food, as long as we don't squander it on blood attacks. Don't take your frustration out on me, Arthur. If you want some chips, just grab one from under the chair, Stella says, cheekily taunting Arthur. You! Arthur groans, his teeth grinding even harder in frustration at Stella's antics. As we continue to watch the spectacle below, Monk and Jinto, the 2 celestial monkey fighters, assume their stances with the referee between them. Suddenly, a familiar neon-colored energy begins swirling around the 2 combatants. "Get Ki," I mutter under my breath. "Why you also know Ki?" Commander Lolan asks, clearly surprised. "Ah, yes. Most of the top vampires are familiar with it, including myself. I just don't like using it because it's a hassle. But there's one individual who wields Ki in a truly fearsome manner." Arthur responds on my behalf. "Who's that person?" "I've never heard of vampires using Ki," Commander Lolan inquires. "His name is Alfonso, one of the strongest vampires. He's known as the strongest vampire knight in history and operates at the Godslayer level. However, there are others who are highly skilled with Ki. One of them is Prince Jake," Arthur explains. Hearing his words, I shake my head in modesty. It's true that I'm proficient with Ki, but am not among the best. There are many vampires who surpass me in Ki mastery. Hector is one of them, and Roth is even better. However, compared to them, well, never mind. I trail off, leaving Arthur and Commander Lolan curious about what I'd been about to say. At the count of 1, 2, 3, fight! The referee's voice reverberates loudly, and he quickly retreats from the field. The Ki surrounding Jinto and Monk erupts like a volcanic explosion, each extending over approximately 500 square meters, obliterating everything in their path. Fortunately, the field provides enough space to contain this energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Monk charges forward, his movements a blur. Drawing nearer to Jinto, he swings his rod downward with all his might. Bang! A deafening explosion shakes the arena as Jinto blocks Monk's attack with his club. The sheer force of the collision sends shockwaves through the air, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Monk instinctively leaps backward, a premonition of danger driving him to retreat from Jinto's vicinity. Wahaha! Jinto erupts into wild laughter. "You are still the same worthless fighter you've always been. That attack didn't even faze me," Jinto taunts, disdainfully spitting out a glob of froth. Monk, in stark contrast, remains calm and unfazed by Jinto's provocations. Suddenly, Monk's Ki starts to swirl around him, condensing and taking the form of his body, hovering about 3 inches from his skin. This display is nothing short of mesmerizing, a testament to his mastery of Ki. Even I can't use Ki past the 3rd stage. Then, with blinding speed, Monk's rod extends toward Jinto, enveloped in neon-colored energy. Jinto, quick on his feet, executes a backflip to evade the rod's tip, aimed at delivering a potentially decisive blow. As he lands, he uses his right foot to kick the rod, knocking Monk off balance. Monk, however, doesn't stop there. He retracts his rod to its original size and plunges it into the ground. In an instant, his form splits into 100 clones, each standing with a staff buried in the earth before them. Simultaneously, all the clones tap their rods, producing a resonating, vibrating hum that forces Jinto to cover his ears due to the deafening noise. With a burst of energy, the clones charge at Jinto, their rods striking with blinding speed, barely visible to the naked eye. In a stunning display of synchronized precision, all the clones spring back as if they've sensed an impending threat, assuming defensive stances while gripping their rods tightly. Jinto, bearing multiple red marks on his body as a result of Monk and his clones' relentless assault, suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. That stings a bit. So, you've fully mastered the 4th stage of Ki, huh? I think this is the first time you've been able to harm me. It seems I've underestimated you considerably. I look forward to you reaching your full potential. However, for this year, you're not quite ripe yet. So we'll just... Jinto's words hang in the air as he raises his bat high above his head. Chapter 308 Trial begins. 308 Trial begins witnessing Jinto raise his bat high above his head. I notice a significant shift in his ki. It's overflowing with lethal intent. It's at this very moment that the realization dawns upon me. Jinto is toying with Monk. Boom! The deafening roar echoes throughout the arena as Jinto swings his bat, striking the ground without budging from his spot. A massive shockwave engulfs the area, raising a storm of dust and debris. The stadium's foundation quivers and vibrates, as if on the brink of collapse. Yet miraculously, it holds. Wow, Master. I wish I could create such an attack. Stella whispers in awe, her eyes fixed on the spectacle below. You'll be capable of creating even mightier attacks, I reassure Stella, earning a quizzical look from her. But Jinto can unleash stronger attacks than that. Commander Lolan interjects, seemingly skeptical of my words. Well, that particular attack wouldn't be enough to take down a demon-rank beast in one blow. Meanwhile, Stella here can kill demigod-rank beasts with ease. I even believe she could hold her own against a demon-rank beast and live to tell the tale. I explained to Commander Lolan. However, his attention remains firmly fixed on the unfolding battle beneath us, as the dust and debris gradually settle. Revealing the 2 contenders below, my eyes widen in astonishment. Before us lies an immense crater, spanning an area of roughly 300 square meters, marked with scorches and burnt remnants. Inside this crater stands Monk, his unconscious form gripping his rod tightly. His body bears numerous cuts, bruises, and burns, clearly showcasing the toll of the battle. His lack of key presence indicates his unconscious state. However, the most astonishing aspect is that he managed to stay on his feet until the end. Jinto, on the other hand, remains standing, albeit with a deep gash on his shoulder, from which blood steadily flows. His face displays a mixture of anger and frustration, seemingly surprised by the injury. Cradling his injured shoulder, Jinto begins channeling his ki into the wound, staunching the bleeding. "You bastard! I'm gonna damn well kill you," Jinto roars, evidently preparing to charge at the fallen monk. Puh! The referee's piercing whistle resounds across the field, halting Jinto in his tracks. "Jinto, you can't attack an unconscious opponent. By breaking the rules, you've been disqualified from this year's tournament by order of His Majesty. Furthermore, Monk landed 2 solid hits on you, while you only managed 1. The victor of this year's tournament is Monk." The announcer's declaration elicits a mix of cheers and jeers from the crowd. Among the spectators, there are those sulking and cursing their luck. They had wagered significant sums of money on Jinto, only to have him disqualified for attempting to strike an unconscious contestant. In the next moment, the referee approaches Monk, placing a hand on his shoulder and sending ki into his body. Monk abruptly awakens, his chest heaving with heavy breaths. The referee grabs his hand and raises it triumphantly into the air, declaring him the winner. Amidst the cheers and jeers from the crowd, a moment of silence descends when the Emperor rises from his seat. "Hello, everyone, the esteemed citizens of Absar. I have thoroughly enjoyed this year's strongest tournament, but do not rush home just yet. For today promises the greatest entertainment in the history of the Celestial Monkeys. The Emperor's announcement elicits a mix of cheers and boos from the crowd. His gaze then falls upon Monk, and he motions for Gento to remain in the arena. Monk, congratulations on your victory this year. Nonetheless, remember that you still have room to grow, especially when compared to Gento. I have faith that you will do better next year, as you have not yet reached your full potential. Congratulations once again. The Emperor's words trigger a cascade of boos from the audience. He then shifts his attention to Gento. Gento, as you are aware, you had another scheduled match later at a private location. However, due to your overconfidence and consequent loss this year, I grant you another opportunity to redeem yourself and your pride. A sly grin creeps across the Emperor's face as he speaks. Surprised by the Emperor's offer, Gento's eyes gleam with renewed determination. I will prove myself and never underestimate my opponents. Your Majesty, he declares with a deep bow. The Emperor smiles in response. Dear citizens of Absar, I promise that this year's tournament would be nothing short of spectacular. We are graced by the presence of an esteemed guest, none other than the heir, or should I say, the crown prince of the vampire race, one of the greatest and mightiest races in existence. He is currently the strongest vampire alive. Please, show your support and cheer for Prince Jake. The Emperor's announcement prompts the crowd to turn their attention toward me. What is Paprius up to? I mutter under my breath, keeping a close eye on his actions. That's precisely why I was against your decision to spectate the match. This is highly concerning. Commander Lolan whispers with visible unease etched across his face. Well, I'll certainly make things more interesting, I reply, maintaining a calm demeanor. To my surprise, the crowd refrains from booing me. Instead, they remain silent for a moment before bursting into applause and cheers, which momentarily catches me off guard. Prince Jake, why don't you stand up and address the people with a few words? The Emperor suggests, gesturing with his hand. Sighing inwardly, I rise from my seat. A small device flies towards me, stopping about a meter from my face, a device that amplifies my voice so that everyone in attendance can hear me. Exhaling another sigh, I begin, Hello, everyone. I am Prince Jake, the future king of the vampire race. As the Emperor mentioned, I am here to challenge the strongest of the Celestial Monkeys. Let's consider this match a friendly and fun competition, I declare with a grin forming at the corner of my lips. The Celestial Monkeys respond with cheers and applause. With a swift motion, I remove Excalibur from my waist and raise it high into the air. Though I am a skilled sword master in this match, I choose to handicap myself by not using any weapons, I announce before handing the sword over to Arthur. Good luck, my friend. Don't disappoint the vampire race, Arthur says with a genuine smile. Trust me, I reply with a confident grin before leaping down into the battlefield. Chapter 309, Gento's Secret BOM. The deafening explosion rings in my ears as I crash onto the ground. Debris and stones erupt into the air, showering the arena with a cascade of dust and chaos. The crowd, already riled up, unleashes a chorus of boos, pleased with my abrupt landing. I push myself up from the dusty ground, my senses quickly returning to me. Across the arena, I spot my opponent, Gento. He's an imposing figure, standing at about the same height as me, but with a slightly bigger frame. I am glad to meet you in person and have the opportunity to have a fight against you, Gento says, offering a small bow, his voice carrying a hint of respect. I nod in acknowledgement, a smile forming on my lips. I'm also glad to have the chance to test my skills against one of the strongest celestial monkeys, as claimed by the Emperor. The tension builds as the audience watches us closely. Suddenly, the referee strides forward, positioning himself between Gento and me. It's a signal that the battle is about to begin. I take a deep breath, and my ki pool surges within me, expanding to its full extent, spanning about 500 square meters, just as massive as Gento's ki pool. What? You have such an enormous amount of ki pool like my own. It's the same size as the most talented celestial monkeys, Jinto mutters, his face reflecting both surprise and amusement. The referee starts the countdown. At the count of 1, 2, 3, begin. With that, the referee vanishes from our midst, leaving us to face off. In the blink of an eye, Jinto takes a stance, his left foot forward and his left knee slightly bent. He raises his bat above his head, a glint of determination in his eyes. Attack me with your strongest attack, I calmly suggest. My hands folded in front of me as I remain steadfast in my position. Jinto smirks arrogantly. Cuckoo, don't blame me if I end up going all out on you. Suddenly, I notice the surge of ki into Jinto's bat, a foreboding sign of the power he's about to unleash. Without warning, he propels himself into the sky. Descending upon me like a meteor, the bat poised to strike downward with deadly force. I see it, the bright white light that erupts from the bat, shimmering with raw power and sheer might. I can't help but marvel at the incredible energy contained within. Boom! The bat crashes into my head with a colossal force that sends shockwaves through the arena. The ground beneath us shatters, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. My body buries itself nearly half its length into the ground, a rare and profound experience of pain coursing through me. My head vibrates intensely for a few moments before gradually returning to normal. As I push myself up, I see Jinto standing a few meters away, his chest heaving with exhaustion. I can tell that his attack was meant to kill me. Fortunately, I can't meet my demise in this arena due to the special crystal safeguard. It would activate the moment it senses that a participant is about to die. Master, that was one reckless move you made. I noticed that you retracted your ki before the attack connected and only used a small amount of vampire aura to shield your head. Mimi's voice echoes inside my head, her concern palpable. I can't help but chuckle inwardly. Yeah, it was indeed reckless, but I didn't die from it, foo-foo. The crowd's reaction to my audacious move is deafening. Wow, that was one big straight hit to the head without any form of protection. Prince Jake of the vampire race retracted his aura before the attack connected. He didn't die or get saved by the protection crystal. What an amusing thing. The announcer's commentary only adds to the uproar of boos from the spectators. Jinto, that was one heck of an attack. I commend you, I say, my voice carrying a tone of respect as I start to approach him. Suddenly, Jinto vanishes from his position, charging at me with his bat in a lightning-fast motion. His swings are powerful, slicing through the air, but I effortlessly dodge every one of them. In reality, I'm merely toying with Jinto, testing his limits. Jinto bellows, his speed increasing as he swings the bat at my neck. I easily catch the bat, covering my hand with ki to absorb the force. I skid backward across the field, but I refuse to release my grip, frustrating Jinto as he loses control of his weapon. The skidding stops as my back hits the protective walls of the arena. I can't help but spit out a small ball of froth from my mouth before bursting into wild laughter. You were trash after all, I taunt, slowly advancing toward Jinto. From one view, you look extremely powerful, but that isn't the case. You are very weak. One just needed to explore your weakness. Panic etches across Jinto's face as he stammers. What do you mean? I maintain my grin, relishing this moment of revelation. I just hate it when one doesn't use a proud and unique way of making it to the top. Becoming a top fighter through cheap means is just stupid. It's like a double-edged sword that experienced people like me can easily figure out and use against you. In all honesty, Monk is way much stronger than you, but due to his lack of experience, he couldn't see past your trick. I see why your limbs were easily ripped off by Zeno. Jinto roars in frustration, his composure crumbling. Why you can't just accuse people? Oh, really? I retort with a smirk. Explain this, then. With a swift movement, I grab both sides of Jinto's bat and, with a fraction of my strength, snap it cleanly into two pieces. Chapter 310 Jake versus Jinto up above. Where the celestial monkey emperor sits in his grand throne, A look of genuine surprise crosses his regal face. It's a rare sight, and it brings a smile to his usually composed expression. His eyes remain fixed on the unfolding spectacle in the arena below. Prime Minister, what the hell is this turn of events? The Emperor asks, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected development. The Prime Minister grins broadly in response. The guy is sure hella strong. I think your return was worth it, after all. Fu. The Emperor's gaze remains locked on the battle. His thoughts focused on the combatants below. Maybe I've finally seen a worthy opponent. Moreover, I intentionally paired the Vampire Crown Prince against Jinto because of Jinto's trick. He has a very big potential, but he wants to take a simple route. He has a large ki pool like Zeno. However, he chose to modify his bat, thus catching his enemy off guard. That's why I have high hopes for Monk, the Emperor says, a hint of satisfaction in his voice as he reveals his strategic intentions. The Prime Minister raises an intrigued brow. So, you think Jinto can't defeat Monk without his trick? Fu. What do you think? The Emperor chuckles softly. Monk would whoop his ass. Zeno was able to catch on to his trick. That's why she tore him apart limb from limb. He continues, his laughter light and almost playful. You have one hell of a savage child, he adds with genuine amusement. The Prime Minister offers a knowing nod. How people just don't understand her. Zeno hates it when people use tricks or underhanded tactics, hence, the reason she tore Jinto limb from limb. He remarks, his voice tinged with a hint of sympathy for the misunderstood Zeno. The sound of the bat breaking resonates through the arena. Right in front of the audience's astonished eyes, Jinto's bat shatters into two pieces, revealing a sharp, flexible sword hidden within. The weapon gleams menacingly, and it's clear that this was the secret behind Jinto's formidable attacks all along. Please, don't do this, Jinto stammers, fear etched across his face as he slowly retreats from me. I stride purposefully toward him, the broken bat still in my hand. Thanks to the voice-amplifying objects floating in the air, our conversation is heard clearly by the spectators. Don't do what? You are pretty talented. You have a good physique and an insane amount of ki pool. However, it's such a shame that you used this cheap trick to rise to the top. I say, my voice carrying an edge of disappointment. I toss the broken bat aside, and the crowd reacts with audible surprise to my actions and words. For many in the audience, Jinto is a role model, and they had reservations about Monk's victory, attributing it to Jinto's overconfidence and carelessness. I will take a moment to explain Jinto's unique attack method. When he channels his monstrous ki into his bat, the hidden sword within retracts and delivers a swift, razor-sharp aura akin to a blade, catching his opponents off guard and causing significant damage. Suddenly, without warning, I leap into the air above Jinto, swiftly descending to deliver a powerful blow to his chin. The impact sends him hurtling across the field, and he crashes into the fence, guarding the battlefield with a resounding thud. The winner of the first round is the Crown Prince of the vampire race, His Highness Jake Mistro. The announcer's voice booms through the arena, triggering an eruption of cheers from the crowd. After the announcer declares my win, the arena falls into an eerie silence, as if everyone is holding their breath in anticipation of the next battle. The second match is going now. The Crown Prince of the vampire race is going against another person. The person is none other than Zeno, one of the most strongest celestial monkeys to ever live. The announcer's booming voice echoes throughout the arena, stirring both boos and cheers from the crowd, even louder than the reaction to my previous fight. Suddenly, as if falling from the sky like a meteor, someone crashes into the ground right in front of me, sending debris flying into the air. I can't help but mutter, what a dramatic entry. Before me stands Zeno, a striking figure, standing at about 6 feet tall. Her beauty is undeniable, with a face that captivates and a well-endowed body that leaves little to the imagination. She embodies the epitome of celestial monkey beauty. Behind her, her fluffy tail curls into a small, charming round shape. Hee hee, I simply did what you did. It was fun showing up like that, Your Highness, Zeno says with a mischievous smile and a small wink. The match is going to begin at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Begin. The announcer's voice booms once more, inciting a chorus of boos and cheers from the enthusiastic crowd. In the blink of an eye, Zeno becomes a blur, dashing toward me with Ki swirling around her body in a mesmerizing display. She closes the distance with lightning speed, her palm engulfed in Ki as she swipes it toward my neck. I react swiftly, narrowly dodging the attack and slapping her hand away. Zeno doesn't let up. She bends her upper body backward with her head nearly touching the ground, launching a direct kick aimed at my chin. The impact connects, sending my body soaring into the air. It's a powerful blow, and I feel the force reverberate through me. You're a martial artist, huh? I mutter, still stunned by the attack. Chapter 3:11. Zeno down, still descending from the air due to Xena's powerful kick. I instinctively surround myself with vampire aura, allowing it to instantly mend my injuries. The healing magic of my aura works like a charm, and I'm back on my feet in no time. Bam! With a gentle landing a few meters away from Zeno, I regain my footing. She stands there, an amused grin on her face. That's why you should never mess with a martial artist. Foo-foo, Zeno giggles, clearly enjoying herself. Her comment earns a chuckle from me. That's quite a cocky statement. Even Roth or Alfonso, who are well-versed in the martial arts world, would never make such a claim, I remark, shaking my head at her bravado. But before I can say more, Zeno darts toward me with astonishing speed, a flurry of punches charged with Ki energy. The air vibrates with the force of her strikes, but I effortlessly evade each one. We become a whirlwind of motion, me darting around the field with Zeno in relentless pursuit. With a sudden twist, I turn my body 120 degrees and launch a series of Ki blades at her. She expertly dodges most of them, but one grazes her left cheek, drawing blood. She comes to a halt, a hand brushing against the wound, a mix of shock and anger on her face. Why you see cut my beautiful face? Zeno stammers, clearly stunned by the turn of events. I stop a few meters away, maintaining a defensive stance as I observe her reaction. Oops, what are you going to do about it? I tease, shrugging nonchalantly, attempting to further irritate her. In reality, I'm growing somewhat disappointed with the way Zeno is fighting. Even Roth put up a better fight when we sparred. If this is truly her peak, then I might have to employ Arc. They'll fucking kill you. Xena's furious roar echoes through the arena, causing debris to swirl in the air. Her long hair undergoes a startling transformation, turning white and flowing like a living entity. Her Ki takes on a denser, more imposing quality, almost as if it wants to consume my own. Murmurs and mumbles ripple through the crowd as they react to this unexpected situation. That's it. She used it. The 5th stage of Ki. The stage that only the Emperor can use. Finally, I never believed another person could use it apart from the Celestial Monkey Emperor. The Celestial Monkeys in the audience erupt into excited chatter, their anticipation palpable. 5th stage of Ki. I mutter, still stupefied by the revelation. This is the first time I'm hearing about the 5th stage of Ki. Even Alfonso, my teacher, was only aware of the 4th stage, and I'm still in the process of mastering the 3rd stage. For some reason, as I sense the sudden surge in Xena's power, adrenaline courses through my veins. A daring thought crosses my mind. I want to experience a punch from this woman, a punch imbued with the legendary 5th stage of Ki. With a wide grin, I charge headlong toward Zeno, ready for the next exhilarating exchange. However, before I can even reach her, she vanishes from her spot with uncanny speed, reappearing behind me. In an instant, her elbow slams into my back with bone-shattering force, causing an excruciating pain as my spinal cord seemingly snaps. Bam! My body is sent hurtling forward like a missile, crashing into the unyielding fence that encircles the battlefield. Surprisingly, the fence remains intact, and as I lay there, the only thought racing through my mind is that my key, my most potent defense, was rendered useless against Xena's fifth stage of Ki. Before I can process this revelation fully, I see Xeno closing in on me once more. She delivers a barrage of ferocious punches, each hit causing me to propel forward, breaking through the fence guarding the battleground. But just as I'm about to crash into the crowd, an unseen barrier halts my momentum, preventing a disastrous collision. At this point, my body is riddled with broken bones, and blood seeps from the corner of my mouth. Yet, an odd thrill courses through me as I find a strange enjoyment in the relentless pummeling from my opponent. As long as Xeno keeps pushing her limits, I'm far from bored. Looking up, I see Xeno advancing menacingly, her ki radiating a chilling aura akin to steam. Determination burns in her eyes, contrasting with my beaten, yet strangely content expression. As Xeno draws closer, I activate my vampire aura, using it to heal my battered body. Within moments, my injuries vanish as if they never existed, leaving me whole and ready to continue the fight. I don't like this look on your face. Are you underestimating me? Xena's angry roar fills the arena as she charges toward me once more. But before she can reach me, I cloak myself in vampire aura and launch a massive blood strike at her. She raises her hand to block the attack, and after deflecting it, she resumes her assault. Astral Walk, second stage. I mutter softly, expending a significant portion of my vampire aura. Instantly, everything within a radius of about 300 square meters freezes, including Xeno herself. Wow, this same technique that worked on Roth also worked on her, I muttered nonchalantly as I strolled toward Xeno, stopping just inches from her frozen form, my face inches from hers. I thought you were going to be a bit more entertaining. What a big disappointment. I mutter, my voice barely a whisper. The next moment, I envelop my hand in a massive ball of raging red blood aura, pulsing with incredible power. I heard you tore someone limb from limb. How about I do something much worse than that? I taunt Xeno in a low voice, an evil grin spreading across my face. She may not be able to hear me, but the feeling of dread will undoubtedly linger. Ye blood, obey your liege and heed my command. Blood aura. Ultimate burst I utter as I place my hand on Xena's chest. Pop! With a deafening pop sound, Xeno explodes into tiny fragments of flesh, leaving nothing but an empty space where she once stood. Chapter 312 Last Bout Part 1 Silence falls upon the arena as everyone watches in astonishment as Xeno explodes into tiny fragments. However, the protective crystal on the battlefield flashes with a brilliant light, and in the blink of an eye, Xena's form is restored to the field. Still in a daze from what just occurred, the referee rushes forward, his eyes wide with shock, and he grabs my hand, declaring me the winner. Once again, Crown Prince Jake of the vampire race emerges victorious. This time, the way Xeno was defeated is nothing short of astonishing and unprecedented. The announcer enthusiastically declares me the winner, amplifying the already buzzing excitement of the crowd. A lively chatter sweeps across the field as everyone discusses the incredible spectacle they've just witnessed. It's an electrifying atmosphere, and I can't help but feel a rush of adrenaline coursing through me. We're going to take a short break before the third round begins. This is the round where the Celestial Monkey Emperor, the mightiest celestial monkey, will face off against the crown prince of the vampire race. The announcer's voice booms through the arena, taking me by surprise. It makes sense to have a brief break before challenging the emperor directly. Instantly engaging in a battle with him after my previous fight would indeed seem a bit unfair. The next moment, I gather enough energy in my legs and leap into the sky, gracefully maneuvering through the air before slowly descending to where Arthur and Stella are seated. Bam! With a soft thud, I land directly in front of Stella, taking a seat beside her. Wah! Good job, master. Stella congratulates me. Her excitement evident as she gives me a small hug. It was nothing, Stella. I respond with a modest shrug. I never expected Zeno to be defeated in such a way. Commander Lolan speaks up, initiating a conversation. I raise my head to meet his gaze, noticing the anticipation in his eyes as he rubs his hands together. She's strong, but not as strong as I thought. I see potential in someone else, I reply to Commander Lolan. And who might that be? Commander Lolan inquires with curiosity. Before I can answer, Stella suddenly interjects, her eyes wide with concern. Master, I haven't seen Gogo. I remember the guards took him to eat. Commander Lolan replies on my behalf. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes and begin focusing on recovering my aura and ki. Given the surprises of the previous battle, I focus more on my vampire aura, as it has proven more effective against these powerful opponents. Ki, it seems, would not be sufficient in this situation, especially with Xena's 5th stage having caught me off guard. An hour passes, and I've managed to restore a significant portion of my vampire aura. I open my eyes abruptly, finding Stella, Arthur, and Commander Lolan staring at me with anticipation in their expressions. Are you okay? Stella asks with concern, followed by a similar inquiry from Arthur. Yeah, I'm okay. I just need to feed, I reply honestly. Feed? Stella asks, her eyes blinking in confusion. Yes, I want to drink blood, I announce, feeling an irresistible urge that I can't explain. The sound of Commander Lolan swallowing audibly can be heard due to my words, but I pay little attention to his reaction. My gaze remains locked on Stella. Wah! My blood! Stella exclaims dramatically, her eyes welling up with fake tears, creating a rather adorable scene. Well, I only need a small amount. Besides, you've been eating a lot lately, I reply with a mischievous smirk as I wave my hand, conjuring a swirling smoke of blood aura that envelopes both me and Stella, rendering us invisible. This technique, known as the blood fog, is a common tactic employed by vampires for hunting prey in the past. Without further ado, I latch onto Stella's neck after she agrees, my fangs slowly piercing her skin. Due to the unique effects of a vampire's mouth enzymes, which induce a burst of pleasure in the prey while they're being fed upon, Stella's eyes roll in ecstasy, and soft moans escape her lips as I drink her blood. Her blood tastes somewhat peculiar, I must admit. It carries a hint of sourness, but remains strangely fresh. It's not the finest blood I've tasted, not in comparison to that of humans or dragons. Nevertheless, I can't help but wonder what celestial monkey blood would be like. Pushing those thoughts aside, I retract my fangs after consuming about a pint of Stella's blood, eliciting a quiet gasp from her. Simultaneously, the crimson fog vanishes as if it had never existed. Wait, I have a question to ask you. Commander Lolan suddenly interjects, his voice filled with curiosity. Let me guess, you want to know if I can drink celestial monkey blood, right? I respond, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. That's what I was going to ask, Commander Lolan replies, rubbing his hands together for some reason. Judging from the way you guys smell, celestial monkey blood would undoubtedly taste good. Because of this, he'll make an offer to the Emperor. If I defeat him, I get his blue. Dear audiences, the third bout is about to begin. The most anticipated match in history. His Majesty, Sir Paprius, versus Prince Jake of the vampire race. The announcer's voice suddenly roars through the arena, causing me to raise my head in surprise. The Emperor is already standing within the battle arena. He seems quite excited about this match. I've never seen the Emperor smile before, Commander Lolan remarks, his hand resting on his chin as he observes the Emperor's demeanor. Taking notice of the Emperor's eagerness, I waste no time. I leap down from my position, and as I descend, 2 large wings unfurl from my back, casting a powerful and intimidating shadow over the arena. Chapter 3, 13 Last Bout Part 2 Whoosh. My wings unfurl, sending bursts of wind swirling through the arena as I descend to the floor with a nearly imperceptible thud. The crowd roars in anticipation as I take my first steps toward the center of the field, closing the distance between me and the celestial monkey emperor. Studying him more closely, I note that he stands a tad taller than me. Similar to Gento, the celestial monkey emperor is shirtless, revealing a canvas of tattoos covering his body. What captivates me most is a large snake tattoo, coiled around his wrist and winding its way up his arm. Apart from the tattoos, his teeth gleam jagged and razor-sharp, more reminiscent of a beast's teeth compared to the other celestial monkeys. Prince Jake of the vampire race, it's an honor to have you as a guest in our kingdom. I must apologize for my rather unorthodox approach, but I returned recently and couldn't contain my curiosity about your remarkable reputation. I felt compelled to have a sparring match with you and witness firsthand what makes you such a formidable opponent, the celestial monkey emperor says with a faint grin. In response to his words, I flash a confident smile. The pleasure is mine, your majesty. I've heard of your legendary strength, and I'm eager to experience it for myself, I reply, matching his grin, which draws a slight squint of intrigue from the celestial monkey emperor. Then, let's put that to the test, the emperor declares, assuming a fighting stance. Without warning, the referee dashes forward and positions himself between the two of us. At the count of 3, the match shall commence. 1, 2, 3, begin. The referee announces with a resounding blow of his whistle. As the referee signals the start of the bout, both the emperor and I remain stationary, standing side by side, our unwavering gazes locked upon each other. Suddenly, the tattoos adorning the emperor's body begin to shimmer with a radiant light. The serpent inked on his arms bursts to life, transforming into a large, menacing black snake with fangs nearly 5 inches long. This serpent is known as the Venom Schneider, a creature whose venom can corrode anything it touches, the emperor explains, maintaining a tight grip on the serpent's tail, preventing it from lunging at me. Interesting, I murmur as I examine the serpent before me. Is it some sort of mystical creature? I don't sense any beastly aura from it. I comment, still puzzled by the creature's nature. In the background, the audience grows restless, murmuring and chatting among themselves, expecting our fierce clash to begin as soon as the referee's countdown concluded. However, the opposite appears to be occurring as we both stand in a standoff, our eyes never wavering from each other. Idiot, the emperor retorts, his teeth gritted in frustration. This isn't a beast. Haven't you heard of the Great Seven Schneiders? Great Seven Schneiders. I haven't heard of that before. But that doesn't change anything, I respond with a casual shrug. In my past life, there was no mention of strange creatures called Schneiders. It appears that a lot has changed with each reincarnation, and am continually learning about the unique aspects of this world. The emperor's demeanor suddenly shifts, and he adopts a very serious stance. He wears a smile, but it's not a friendly one. I sense something is about to happen. Just how ignorant can you be, Prince Jake? The emperor mutters with a sly grin. As the words leave his mouth, the serpent coiled around his arms lunges at me with startling speed and increased size. My instincts kick in and adrenaline courses through my veins. A flurry of thoughts floods my mind. Should I evade the serpent's attack? My body is nearly resistant to any poison, so this could be an opportunity to enhance my poison tolerance. I decide to stay in place as the snake reaches me at lightning speed, sinking its fangs into my shoulder with a force akin to 10,000 pounds per square inch. Surprisingly, its fangs effortlessly pierce my flesh, and I can feel the venom entering my body. For a brief moment, I start to feel dizzy, but my vision swiftly returns to normal. Gazing at the serpent still injecting venom into my body, I wear a confident smirk. I reach out and grip the snake's head, catching it off guard. The snake's body tightens around me, attempting to crush me, but its efforts prove futile. With the serpent's head firmly in my grasp, I raise it, pointing it back at the emperor. Is this it? Is this your Venom Schneider? It's pretty useless if you ask me. I taunt as I effortlessly crush the serpent's head within my grip. In an instant, the snake turns to dust and reappears as a tattoo on the emperor's body. My actions visibly frustrate the Emperor, and he grits his teeth in annoyance. Who knew you had a poison constitution? The Emperor mutters. Besides, that was the weakest Schneider. Fufu, using such a cheap trick was unexpected of you. I respond with a teasing grin. In battle, any means to win can't be discriminated. If you were defeated by the weakest Schneider, then you're the weakest vampire in existence. The Emperor roars. In a flash, a surge of ki erupts from him, even more potent than Xena's fifth stage. I can feel the overwhelming heat and intensity radiating from it. I attempt to activate my own ki, but it feels as though the Emperor's ki pool is draining my energy. Let me show you what real power is. The Emperor declares, a white ball of light beginning to form in his hand. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X Chapter 314 New skill to this power. I mutter as I see the powerful ball of ki forming in the hands of the Celestial Monkey Emperor. After a few minutes, the Celestial Monkey Emperor raises the ball above his head and launches it at me. Seeing the ball come at me, it doesn't give off any dangerous aura. In fact, it looks harmless, but I can tell it's very dangerous. It's one of the most dangerous attacks that has been hurled at me in this life. Raising my hand, I conjure several walls made from blood, aura, and surround myself with them, since my ki doesn't seem to be responding for some reason due to the ki of the Celestial Monkey Emperor. Crack! With a sudden crack, all my blood walls shatter as the ki ball gets closer. Simultaneously, the ki ball expands the closer it gets. And it feels like time has been slowed down to a certain extent as the ball takes forever to reach my side. In my eyes, this attack is beautiful. I want to know what it feels like to get blasted by such tremendous power. Suddenly, like a flash, the ball moves at astonishing speed and hits me squarely in the chest. Boom! A loud explosion goes off as the ball hits me like a meteor. It explodes like a nuclear weapon that's about to disintegrate everything in its path. I can feel every fiber of my being evaporate and heal rapidly at the same time. Ecstasy. That's the only thing I feel right now as I shut my mind and try to enjoy the impact of the attack on my body. It's such a peculiar feeling that every overpowered entity will understand. A being that wins 99% of the time. Even when I lost against the gods multiple times in the past, it wasn't because they were stronger than me. It was because they were cunning and would resort to using the most shameless methods. But me, on the other hand, I usually always want to prove one fact, that I am the strongest being in the universe. Even when all odds are against me, I usually get some power boost of some sort. The same can be said for the gods. They always get some kind of new cunning methods with each of my power-ups. Bomb! I suddenly feel my back hit a very solid metal, snapping me out of my lucid thoughts. Crack! Opening my eyes with a start. Thick red aura erupts from my body like a blazing inferno. However, it subsides as I notice something. Did this dude break the barrier surrounding this arena? I mutter as I try to get up. On my body, I notice a huge, gaping hole with lots of burnt flesh that's rapidly healing. Ignoring my injuries, I focus my gaze on the mass destruction in front of me. Devastation. The once lively arena is now nothing more than a pile of rubble, while a thick cloud of debris floats in the air. As for all the people, they are currently levitating in the air, encased by green-like bubbles with symmetrical patterns. None of them seem to be harmed. Well, not like I care. I'm only looking out for Arthur and Stella. They are also encased inside the strange bubble. Well, haha, you are alive. Nice, that's nice. Mwahaha. The Celestial Monkey Emperor laughs manically with only a silhouette appearing as he starts walking closer to me. Slowly, another ball forming in his hand. How the hell did you become a king? You don't even care about the safety of your people, I ask, still perplexed about his ruthlessness. As you can see, no one is harmed. My subordinates have everything under control. All I want to do is unleash my full power And you seem to be the perfect meat bag because of your insane healing capability, the Celestial Monkey Emperor says with a grin forming in the corner of his face. Hearing his words, a grin also appears on the corner of my face. For some reason, the Celestial Monkey Emperor's character seems to be relatable with mine, albeit with a few differences. However, hey fool, attack me with your strongest attack, I say, also walking forward confidently. W, what did you just call me? The Celestial Monkey Emperor asks with a stutter. I called you a fool, I repeat without slowing down my stride. For some reason, the demeanor of the Celestial Monkey changes to a very serious one. I have so many things to test out, but let's start with a bigger key ball. The Emperor says, and instantly a burst of ki erupts from his body, just like before. However, this time, compared to before, I shield myself with a very thick blood aura. Once again, the Celestial Monkey Emperor starts gathering and condensing tons of ki in his palm. Using God's eyes, I notice many string-like auras emanating from everyone in the damaged arena. All their ki is moving towards the Emperor. This madman. Apart from risking the lives of his people, he is even stealing ki from them. Is this some sort of skill exclusive to the Celestial Monkey Emperor? Or did he just master ki to this level? Regardless, if not for my blood aura, I could almost feel my ki slipping away from me. I muse inwardly. Glancing up, I notice that there's already a very big ball of extremely dangerous ki, about the size of football. It's 10 times bigger than the first one. Take my ki ball. Blood-sucking vampire, mwahahaha. The Emperor roars with a crazed expression on his face and launches the ki ball at me with full force. As the ball moves, all the air surrounding it gets distorted while the ground below shatters. Seeing the ball almost hit me, a smile curls on the corner of my lips. Double counter chapter 315, full counter double counter, I mutter, stretching my index finger outward. Instantly, a flash of light erupts from my fingertip and crashes into the ki ball. Whistle. The moment the flash of light connects with the ball of ki, it flies back towards the Celestial Monkey Emperor at a speed that's almost impossible to evade. Boom, 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 bang. A mighty explosion goes off as the attack flies back and hits the Celestial Monkey Emperor on his chest, the same place his former attack had hit me. With the explosion still going on and massive destruction, I envelope myself with a very thick blood aura, moving away as quickly as possible. Focusing my gaze on another occurrence, I notice that all the audience is still enveloped in the green-like bubble shields, and just like me, the bubble shields are moving out of the way of the attack. Once I get far away from the impact of the explosion, I levitate in the air and watch the mass destruction that is occurring right now. The explosion keeps expanding and getting wider than the size of the arena itself. Such a stupid emperor. Now he's going to use the kingdom's budget to repair all the damages he caused because of his foolishness, I mutter, shaking my head because the impact spreads about 4 square kilometers and doesn't seem to be stopping. Ding! A new skill has been learned. Full counter double counter wow. It's been a while since I used the system. But that skill, it's something that I came up with recently. It's very dangerous. I muse, taking important notes of the situation. The skill double counter is a skill that I created with my vampire aura by mixing the remnants of Guida's dark aura and condense it as much as possible. I devised that I can create this effect in different stages. The first stage being the process of returning an opponent's attack to them. It's called full counter. And then the one I use now is called double counter. If used, I return twice the attack of my opponent. However, it comes with a huge price. That was 1 week's worth of Guida's dark aura. It's something I have to keep as a trump card. Nonetheless, full counter can be used twice a day, while double counter will be kept as a trump card. Focusing my gaze back on the surrounding, I notice that the explosion has stopped and a thick mushroom cloud is in the air. Without hesitation, I fly towards the arena where me and the Celestial Monkey Emperor fought, my eyes glowing bright red. I am using Gyo to shield my eyes from debris. As I get closer, I descend on the ground that has now turned into a pile of rubble. With my feet touching the ground, I walk towards the Celestial Monkey Emperor, currently lying down on the ground, his body battered and covered in wounds, and lots of smoke emitting from his body. That was fantastic. The Celestial Monkey Emperor mutters with a light cough. There's a huge smile on his face, a familiar, masochistic smile. Seems the attack didn't do much damage, I say, moving closer to the Celestial Monkey Emperor to inspect him. I used all my ki to shield myself from getting hit. Even though I still have a lot in my arsenal, my body won't respond. Is this what it feels like to get defeated? The Emperor asks as I finally stop in front of him, looming over him. Defeat can be satisfying sometimes. You're quite strong, I admit. And I would have liked to fight with you to the fullest if we were in a place that won't restrict us from going all out. Alas, I can't wait to see my beautiful wives, I say with an evil grin, causing cold sweat to form on the Emperor's face. In a flash, I raise my right foot in the air and bring it down with full force, smashing it into the Emperor's face, causing his body to bore into the hardened, scorched ground, thus passing out instantly. Abruptly, I see the referee levitating above me in the air with a broadcasting device floating in front of him. At the same time, people rush towards me. No, not me. They rush towards the Emperor and carry him onto a stretcher bed, taking off into the sky on a large hoverboard. The winner of the match between the Celestial Monkey Emperor, His Majesty Sir Paprius versus Prince Jake of the vampire race, is Prince Jake. The referee announces in a loud voice. As expected, many people don't cheer. Instead, everywhere explodes into chaos as the audience starts chatting and murmuring among themselves. Simultaneously, the green-like bubble shields they are encased in are moving towards the city to safely drop the citizens since the arena has been completely destroyed. While in my thoughts, a familiar figure appears in front of me. Commander Lolan, congratulations on your victory, Prince Jake. Commander Lolan says with a small bow. I have been instructed by the Prime Minister to bring you right away to the Celestial Monkey Royal Vault at the Holy Temple. He adds, his expression turning serious. If that's the case, let's go, I reply with a neutral expression. Okay, Commander Lolan replies, clicking his fingers. As Commander Lolan clicks his fingers, the scenery around me changes, and my body begins to materialize in front of a grand dome-shaped temple. Chapter 316, The Celestial Monkeys Temple. This is the main temple of the Celestial Monkeys and where the vault is located. Commander Lolan informs me as I stand in front of the temple, looking at its structure. It's a huge dome-shaped building made from fine marble rocks. Apart from this, there's no notable detail about the temple except the huge metallic pole that's protruding from the center of the dome-shaped top. Prince Jake. A voice suddenly startles me. Turning my head, I see the Prime Minister of the Celestial Monkeys. Good to have you here, and congratulations for your win. But I want you to know that the Emperor didn't fight at his full power because of the cheat you us. Shut the fuck up, man. Just shut the fuck up before I smack your ass like your Emperor. You didn't talk about the venom your Emperor tried to use on me. Wasn't that a cheat, or do you want me to smack your ass? I ask with a crazed expression, my eyes widening as if it wants to devour the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister doesn't say anything as I can see sweat forming on his face while gritting his teeth. Just take me to the fucking vault before I get pissed off and destroy this whole place. I say, still putting on my crazed expression. Let go. No, follow me, please. The Prime Minister stutters as he gestures with his hand for me to follow him. Looking at his footsteps, I see his legs wobbling. Such a bravado. I mutter and start following the Prime Minister with Commander Lolan behind me as we enter the main entrance of the temple. As we enter the entrance of the temple, I get awed by the scene in front of me, as it's something that I would only see once in a while. There are many celestial monks inside the temple walking around with trays, while some are burning incenses in strange silver pots filled with tiny holes. The floor of the temple is covered with shiny marbles, and many artifacts are hung on the wall, most likely made with gold. Walking forward, we reach the front of a very big statue, towering to the ceiling of the temple. This statue is of a man wearing a crown on his head and his hands clasped together. Unconsciously, I stop in front of this statue, a smile forming on my face. See me stop. The Prime Minister stops walking and turns around to look at me. But he doesn't say anything and simply stands in position. Commander Lolan, on the other hand, walks closer to me. That's Buddha, the god we celestial monkeys serve. He is one of the strongest gods. Commander Lolan continues talking, but I am not listening to all he's saying. Only one thought is on my mind. So, you mean that perverted prick is your god? I ask again without any expression on my face. Huh. Keek, keek, keek. I start laughing mischievously, causing Commander Lolan to be confused. I see. I guess he's a god after all, so it's not far-fetched if he has some followers, I mutter. Buddha, a supreme god whose order remains unknown till date. I have met with him in the past, and to be honest, he is pretty strong. Though I didn't get to see him fight at his full strength because he was pretty hesitant and seemed to be in haste. However, he is the owner of the ability named Hands of Buddha, the type of ability that Carter used. There's still a lot about abilities that I don't quite understand. Most abilities are related to gods, beasts, and ancient races such as the Valkyries. I don't know what the damn gods are up to. Clicking my tongue, I signal to the Prime Minister to continue walking, and he doesn't hesitate. Walking a few meters, we reach a passage with several celestial monks standing left and right as if guarding this particular place. And the aura emanating from them is the fourth stage of Ki. All these guys are radiating with the fourth stage of Ki. I pity the intruder who's going to try to infiltrate this place. But one thing I know is that Buddha might have some crazy amount of Ki reserve. Abruptly, a bald celestial monkey emperor appears in front of us, with two bald celestial monkeys behind him. He is holding a long golden staff that the top seems to be shaped like a cup while some sort of beads run around the edges. Good day, Balak. The Prime Minister greets the strange man with a small bow. But the bald celestial monkey doesn't give a bow in return and strangely nods his head. What brings you here? Balak asks. You are aware of the situation. Why are you still asking me? The Prime Minister mutters, his teeth clenched. Without saying anything, Balak looks at me from top to bottom. I am the chief priest of this temple. Show some respect, because I'm the first follower of Buddha, the priest says with a cocky expression. Are you going to take me to the vault, or you want to get your ass hooped? I ask, the devilish expression appearing on my face once again. Let go? The priest stutters, and for some reason, his eyes get teary as if he's about to cry. Huh, did I scare him too much? I guess being a vampire has its perks. Foo-foo. Balak's POV, seeing the demon in front of me with his glowing red eyes and fangs that look as if they want to suck my blood, the urge to shit overwhelms. Holy fuck. Who's this guy? He scared the fuck out of me. One of the strongest celestial monkeys. No wonder the Emperor lost against him. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X Chapter 317 Dracula S blood armor right now. I am inside a large space, the vault of the secret vault of the celestial monkey race. Before we got here, it was a cumbersome process because we didn't just walk right into this place, we teleported here. Before we got here, there are 7-point destinations, each equipped with strange machines that require the key of the chief priest. Gaining authorization at each point would automatically transport us to another point till we eventually get here. There are many shelves here filled with lots of things, ranging from swords, spears, beast crystals, mechas, armor's vials, and even dead bodies chained down with strange glowing chains. However, none of this intrigues me. I can feel the presence of something calling onto me. The blood in my body is pumping and boiling as if excited to integrate with something. The The shelves where the treasures of the vampire race are kept are located in the farthest corner of this room, the chief priest informs me. Nodding my head, I follow the lead of the chief priest and move to the farthest corner of the room. To be honest, this place is really wide and it seems to be kept. After walking through some corners like solving a puzzle, we arrive in front of a colossal rectangular box-like object. This feeling is getting stronger. What's in that box? Why is this box sealed? I asked the priest. Well, we noticed that the vampire relics seem to give off some sort of pulse or aura. To avoid detection of our vault, and to be on the safe side, our experts came up with the idea to build this aura confinement box. The priest explains this time, no longer looking nervous. He walks towards the massive box and starts tapping the corners around it. He doesn't stop there. He begins placing his ears in some places around the box, as if he wants to hear something. Found it, the priest says excitedly, pushing the spot he found with his hand. Instantly, the box begins to let out rumbling sounds, while the ground beneath us vibrates vigorously. Abruptly, the box starts folding, revealing a massive shelf underneath. The shelf is fully loaded with several items, but something catches my eyes, causing me to leap towards the shelf and grab the item that has been calling onto me. In the process, my hand hits one of the beams supporting the shelf, causing it to collapse. But my hands grab onto the stuff that I am interested in, landing on the ground with a small thud in front of the shelf, which is now collapsed. A smile appears on my face. Who knew that I would see it here? That's the main reason why the shelf was concealed in the first place. The priest mutters, also surprised to see the same thing I am seeing. Right in front of me is a legendary piece, something that I have been searching for since my current reincarnation. To a normal person, it's nothing more than a useless piece of trash, but to me, it's priceless. Inspect. Scanning item. Item undetected. Will the host like to upgrade inspection function for 10,000 sex points or yes? Inspect function has been upgraded. Inspect. Scanning item. Item detected. Not enough details. Item, Dracula's blood armor. Status weak. Description, absorbs blood. Potential skills. Null. Seeing the stats the system could gather about the blood armor, I get quite impressed about the system itself. But that's not all about the armor. The armor is currently hung on a dummy. It's a full set armor made out of ruby-like crystals that are indestructible. Stretching my hand forward, I place my palm on the armor. Upzulp, imuta. In the next moment, the armor starts to liquefy, crawling up to my hand, slowly covering all my body. After absorbing the armor, there's nothing left on the dummy that once adorned the armor. The armor is weak. I need to feed it quite a lot of blood. I mumble, observing the armor on my body. Disperse, I mutter again. This time, the armor disappears from my body. It's now inside my inventory. That was one heck of a surprise, I say with a smile, glancing at the chief priest. Let's continue looting, shall we? Wow, Master got a lot of cool stuff, huh? What's this? Stella asks, pointing toward the small item on the ground as I showed everyone the vampire treasures I recovered. Well, that's a blood barricade, I answer. Blood barricade. The name sounds interesting. What does it do? Stella asks, curiosity etched on her face. Well, inspect. Scanning item. Item, blood barricade. Description, an ancient tool used at the peak of vampire race. It has the ability to deploy or elongate and surround the whole settlement of the vampire, including the royal castle, casting a barrier that can withstand a significant amount of damage. The barricade is fueled with the blood of every inhabitant of the vampire settlement. It's used to deploy a barrier, I explained to Stella. However, she doesn't seem to understand as she blinks her eyes a few times, innocently. Sigh, as expected of a beastkin. She couldn't comprehend my simple explanation. I sigh inwardly. Jake, are these those blood swords and daggers that are often talked about in the history of the vampires? Arthur asks as he gently holds a blood-red long sword in his hands. Yes, you can keep it if you want. I can make one of those with my blood power, I tell Arthur. I know, but this is completely different from the one you can create. They have the same effect, but these ones can be wielded and were made by ancient forgers. However, Wouldn't keeping one of them be a crime? Arthur asks, looking somewhat troubled. Who would question me? Not even His Majesty. I reply, a devilish smile appearing on my face. While we continue to rummage through the treasures, we meet some unnecessary scraps that are not worth keeping. An example is Sanguine's pajamas. Do the gods have some weird fetishes or something? I mumble as I put everything away in my inventory. Guida y mutter. Talking to the large sword that's strapped to my waist. Don't talk to me, stupid. Sigh. Where's Gogo? I ask, turning to Stella. Over there. Stella replies as she points toward the direction. In a flash, I see Gogo running towards me, looking quite different from before. QQ Gogo says happily as he sits on my shoulder, as usual. The teleporter is ready, Prince Jake, Commander Lolan says, walking towards us with a large portable teleporter. I notice him gritting his teeth, and I can bet he's cursing inwardly right now. Chapter 3:18 Enemy or friend dropping the teleporter in front of us. Stella starts circling it. It's pretty outdated. It might cease to function midway, though. Stella lets out, worry evident on her face. Even Stella could tell that this teleporter is outdated. It's working perfectly. You know, the celestial monkeys don't leave their planets like other races, which makes us not care much about teleporters, Commander Lolan explains and taps a button on the teleporter. The teleporter lets out a small buzz and slowly comes to life. However, no portal comes off because the destination hasn't been set. Ahem, I don't know the destination code for the red planet. Do you mind checking it out? Commander Lolan requests, looking towards me while scratching his head. Wait, it runs on code? What the actual fuck? New teleporters use the name of the planets to target locations and are also equipped with other functions. I explained to Commander Lolan. Well, I already explained to you. Maybe I should ask the Prime Minister for the destination code, Commander Lolan suggests, prepared to move away. Wait, I can use this type of teleporter, Stella suddenly asserts. Wait, what? I asked, surprised. You know, in my father's barn, there's a similar teleporter to this that uses destination code. Besides, since I've been on the red planet for a while, I know the code. It's 3489XXFHB, Stella explains. HA, Arthur, and I let out a voice at the same time while we exchange a glance of horridness. Master, just trust me this once. I am not actually stupid in everything, Stella claims with a confident expression. All right, give it a try, I say with a defeated sigh while Arthur swallows a mouthful of saliva. We might end up on an asteroid. Arthur grumbles under his voice, cursing his luck. With a smile, Stella walks forward towards the teleporter and starts inputting the digits. Abruptly, the center of the teleporter lights up with a red flash as the portal to the red planet appears. Seeing Stella's small achievement, I begin to clap for her, and Arthur also joins me. Gogo doesn't hesitate to imitate our actions. You're going to reward me. Master, Stella says with a giggle. Of course, he'll reward you, I assure her with a small grin. All right, time to go, I say to the members as we start holding each other's hands. The first person to enter the teleporter is Stella, followed by Arthur, and then me. Taking in the effects of the teleporter, we begin to materialize in a warp station on the vampire planet. However, a jaw-dropping scene happens. The moment we arrive, several blades press on our necks. Arthur and Stella want to draw their swords, but I stop them by waving my hand. Looking up, I see several vampires around the Lord's stage, donned in powerful armor and weapons from top to bottom. Armor that seems to be made from demon-rank beasts. Not only that, their aura transcends that of vampire lords. Inside a vast, dilapidated room resembling an abandoned space with cobwebs and insects hanging around. Several vampire lords are seated on chairs that appear to be on their last legs. Among them is Zero, the vampire warlock whose real name is Hector. All eyes are fixed on a particular person seated adjacent to them on a throne full of cobwebs, situated on a concrete platform higher than where the vampire lords are seated. So tell me, none of you could do what I asked you to do? The vampire sitting on the throne demands in a deep, terrifying voice, instilling terror into the hearts of everyone present. Answer me, Bryce, the figure asks, his eyes glowing red. Bryce, typically calm and fearful, now trembles in front of this figure, a strange forbidden liquid flowing down his pants. "Yes, sir. We tried our best, but your son is just too powerful for us. He sabotaged all our plans." It's like he took after you," Bryce explains with a stutter, his skin turning paler with each passing second. Hearing Bryce's words, the figure keeps silent and doesn't say anything, his eyes glowing even brighter red. "My son, wait. Give me all the details I need to know," the figure requests. "Why, yes, sir." Before the king went to slumber, he nominated your son as the crown prince and ordered the coronation ceremony once he comes of age. When the time came, your son showed up as expected, but we stood up and stopped the coronation on the condition that he needs to prove himself during the world's strongest tournament. Everything was going according to plan. However, during the tournament, he displayed unparalleled talent and power. Even the most talented vampires of this generation could not touch him. In fact, it was once revealed that he won a match against Samira while he was still at the noble stage. He is a tyrant that won't hesitate to kill us if he realizes what we are after. Now let's not talk about Alfonso. He came out of nowhere and woke the king from his slumber. Bryce continues explaining everything to the figure. Suddenly, the figure bursts into a loud laugh that resounds throughout the whole room. "I just have one question. From your perspective, do you really think he's my son?" the figure asks, a wild aura swirling around him. I think he's the Protoss. That crazy amount of power is out of this world," Bryce answers. "I see. My son would never behave so inappropriately toward his own family, and even went as far as lusting after his aunt. That deed cannot be none other than the reincarnation of the perverted Protoss. In the first place, that bitch never liked me despite my love for her. Moreover, I see the reason why the king asked for our kids to be born through artificial methods. I was only used as a pawn. But I don't care about the Protoss. He can't have his full power yet," the figure says with a smile on his face. "Bryce, give one pill each to all the men you've gathered," the figure says, tossing a jar containing small red pills. Chapter 319, Red Pills Tethys. "What are these pills going to do?" Bryce asks, collecting the jar with shaky hands and swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Derek, the vampire legend, who happens to be one of the strongest vampires that ever lived, doesn't say anything for a moment. He repositions himself on his throne, putting one leg on the armrest in another posture. He'll give you the details on that when everyone is finally gone. "Answer one more question for me. Is it really true that Jake married his sister, Misty?" Derek asks with an expressionless face. Hearing Derek's question, Bryce swallows once more. The Derek in front of him is not the same as the Derek he once knew. The version of Derek in front of him is that of an evil warlord, having killed about 2 vampires during this meeting. "Yes, Lord. I have no reason to lie. Odolph attended his marriage ceremony. In fact, according to what our spies on Earth told us, Misty is currently pregnant. Not only Misty, Jill herself is also pregnant," Bryce reports with a straight face. For some reason, Derek clenches his hands on the armrest of the throne, causing some cracking sounds to emit from the throne chair. If the throne chair were made from inferior material, it would have crumbled under his grip. If he's really the Protoss, then what did he do to the ability crystal of the Demon King I gave him? Derek asks, making Bryce look at him in a jerk. He gave his human wife because he was unable to absorb ability crystals. However, rumors are spreading that he could use the abilities of his wife, such as Jill's gravitational force and Misty's healing ability, Bryce answers. Hearing Bryce's words, Derek's eyes widen in shock, and his body radiates with killing intent. That said, he's really the Protoss and not my son. But still, my blood runs in him, Derek mutters with a small, sadistic smile. "My lord, I have one question to ask you. Please, do you care to answer?" Bryce suddenly requests. "Of course, you've been a loyal pawn to me. Answering one question won't hurt me or stain my feet," Derek replies with a sheepish grin. "My lord, everyone saw it that day. You got captured by the vampire blood god. According to experts, your soul was destroyed, thus making you go into eternal slumber after the blood god unleashed his strongest attack on you. Bryce explains. Hearing Bryce's words, Derek lets out a sigh and looks at the ceiling as if reminiscing something. Actually, it was the opposite. I was about to kill that fucker that day with my strongest attack, as I noticed that he was about to use a strange trick. However, I considered the safety of the other vampires living in the settlement. I wouldn't want to wipe out millions of my own race because of a god that I want to kill so bad. A god that doesn't care about his people, only his celestial powers and personal interest. My attack would have swallowed everything in its path, killing millions of people. That's why I couldn't stop that trick from touching me, Derek explains to Bryce. However, Derek continues, I was woken recently by the same idiot who sealed me, only for him to make a pact with him. A pact that I should kill the Protoss to be free from the pact and to be able to fulfill my one wish, which is to eliminate all Dhampirs. However, the idiot didn't give into details. It's only now that I learned that my son is the reincarnation of the Protoss. Bryce, this world isn't fair, Derek mutters, looking at the ceiling again, several emotions playing on his face. That means killing your own son. That god is cruel. He's obviously scared of the Protoss. Bryce acknowledges with a bright expression, but his face suddenly turns dark. My lord, are you going to do that? Bryce asks. I really want to take out the Dhampirs so bad. Derek turns his neck and replies, his eyes flashing red. Bryce leaves the hidden base where Derek is currently in hiding. Right now, he is in a hidden environment, far away in the depths of the Red Planet's unexplored region where dangerous beasts rule the land. Standing beside him is Zero, dressed as an assassin as usual. His and Bryce's eyes fixed on about 700 vampires standing in front of them. Some are regular vampires, some noble, and some are even at the Lord evolution stage. However, they all have one thing in common. They're all chained around their hands and legs. Just from a glance, one could tell that they are prisoners. Bryce strides toward them a little bit, stopping about a meter away. I guess you all know the reason why you are here today. You all only have one purpose, which is to redeem yourself in the vampire society and be free once again despite the atrocities you all committed. I, Bryce Sanguine, the patriarch of the Sanguine family, genuinely assure you that your wishes can come to last. However, it doesn't come at a free cost. As you all know, I can't just free you all, as it's not only against the law, and I don't have the power to do so. However, I want to overthrow the current king, and I need your help in doing so, Bryce finally declares. The prisoners start chatting and murmuring among themselves, looking pretty confused. How are we supposed to do that? It's like a suicide mission with all the strong guards and soldiers protecting the city. Let's not even talk about the legendary knight. Alfonso, one of the prisoners, yells, showcasing his frustration. Hearing the prisoner's words, Bryce flashes a smile. If I didn't have a plan, I wouldn't be here asking for your help in the first place, Bryce says with a smile and then signals to Zero. In a flash, Zero waves his hands, and then several jars containing blood-red pills appear on the ground. Chapter 320 Overthrow Them Part 1. Don't buy privileged chapters for now. In a flash, Zero waves his hands, and then several jars containing blood-red pills appear on the ground. Seeing what appeared out of Zero's space ring. All the men keep quiet and don't say anything as their eyes are fixed on the jar. My lord is so smart. I haven't even told them about the pills, yet they're already curious, Bryce thinks inwardly with a smirk on his face. As I was saying earlier, I wouldn't have smuggled y'all out of prison if I didn't have any plan. These pills you are seeing here can increase your evolution to the next stage if you ingest one of them, Bryce informs the men, causing excitement to appear on their faces. The urge to pounce on Bryce and collect the pills from him can be seen on their faces. That's it. The greedy nature of every life form. They didn't even bother to ask if it will have a downside to it. Heck, if they had the chance to kill me and hoist all these pills for themselves, they wouldn't hesitate one bit. Thanks to Zero's presence that's warding them off. Zero, give every one of them a pill, Bryce instructs Zero. In a flash, Zero grabs 2 jars, opening them. With the lid opened, the aura emitting from the jars is so strong that even Zero becomes shocked. He instantly covers his nose with a piece of cloth because of the temptation to ingest the pills. In a flash, Zero moves at an incredible speed, giving each and every one of the men one pill each. Within seconds, he is back to his position beside Bryce. Now, y'all should ingest the pills at the same time. Bryce commands. Without hesitation, the freedom-hungry men don't hesitate to swallow the drugs with flashing speed. Abruptly, all the men that ingested the pills fall on their knees and clutch their throats in pain. Blood dripping from their mouths, while all the veins in their bodies expand and contract as if they're about to burst. At the same time, the men begin to elongate in size as their once skinny appearances change into bodies with well-defined muscles. However, the pain doesn't stop there. The men continue to cry and roll around on the ground in pain. "You bastard! What'd you give to us? Arg, I am in pain." The men start cursing at Bryce and Zero. "Ha ha ha! You idiots who didn't ask before you used the pills. Do you think anything comes for free? After using the pills, y'all are going to become nothing but my loyal dogs. Mwahahaha." Bryce laughs hysterically at the condition of the men. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, the aura of all the men who ingested the pills changes and expands while the pains that once plagued them vanish away as if they never existed. However, their eyes can be seen dilating and glowing in a different manner compared to a normal vampire. The glow on their faces is akin to when vampires are extremely angry, a situation that is rare. So now we have 250 noble vampires, 200 vampire lords, and 50 vampire warlocks. Kakik, Bryce mutters with a sadistic smile, looking at the vampires stationed in position like loyal dogs without moving an inch. "Y'all dogs, are you listening to me?" "Aye, master." The vampires answer, making Bryce nod his head in satisfaction. "I think I'm being generous enough for giving you these pills. However, I'm going to be even more generous. I'll give y'all one extra pill so that if you face a life-threatening situation, you'll use it. However, it comes with a huge downside. Regardless, it's better to die in honor than to die in shame," Bryce utters. "Ahura!" The vampires raise their voices, jubilating due to what Bryce said. Furthermore, they all have one thing in common, an evil grin on their faces. "Zero, give them the pills," Bryce instructs, and in a flash, Zero disappears from his position, moving through the vampires at an astonishing speed, giving them each pill. Within seconds, Zero returns to his position. Abruptly, Bryce begins to give orders to the vampires and also gives the supplies of weapons and gears. Once all the vampires leave to fulfill the order Bryce gave them, Zero and Bryce watch them till they get out of their sight. "Don't you think that pill is bad news?" Zero suddenly asks, looking somewhat worried. "Do you think such a tremendous boost in power comes free of charge? Those vampires are hardened criminals that are going to be later killed, either way. So, putting them to good use is a nice way of ending their misery," Bryce replies with a grin. The moons hanging in the sky shine brightly on the Gloominess Market, the most popular market in the vampire planet. The red sky also adds an eerie atmosphere, specially tailored for vampires and their subspecies. Suddenly, a vampire clad in armor, bearing the crest of the Sanguine family, appears in the market and stands in position without walking. Slowly, he begins to unsheathe the long sword strapped onto his waist. Although this action raises eyebrows from many vampires, they don't care much about it, as it's a common occurrence for soldiers to act in a weird manner like this. Besides, this particular soldier is bearing the crest of the Sanguine family, a highly reputable family. "Mommy, I want you to get that candy for me." A beautiful small girl persuades her mom as she gently tugs on her mom's clothes. "Fufu, Rika, Mommy doesn't have enough money. They'll get you a lot of candy some other day," the mom says to her daughter, patting her head as they walk past the vampire that is clad in armor from top to bottom. Shim with a small movement. The stationary guard suddenly thrusts his sword into the woman from behind, bursting through her aura heart, retracting the sword from the woman. The armored vampire disappears from his position as if he was never there. And the woman, she slowly falls backward, surprise and regret evident on her face. Bam! The woman's body hits the ground, and she dies instantly. Mommy! The woman's daughter bellows as she sees her mom lying on the floor in a pool of cold blood. It doesn't take a split second before another cry can be heard inside the market while people begin to run around. Chapter 321, Reyes' death. What's happening in Glellumis right now is nothing short of havoc and devastation. Everyone can be seen running around in horror. Mothers and fathers are getting killed right in front of their children, and parents are seeing their children die before their very eyes. Several hundred guards start protecting the city, but they don't last a few minutes in front of the vampires that are equipped with high-end armor and weapons, not to mention their evolution stage that's far above that of the guards. Blood flows in the city of Glellumis, and the once thriving place is now nothing other than a horror scene as blood flows like a river. The eyes of the guards can be seen filled with regret and anger as they failed to protect the city and at least give their families their last goodbyes. Meanwhile, in the Freeman family, Roth can be seen sitting in front of a particular person, his father. "Dad, why didn't you tell me that such a thing is going on?" Roth asks in anger, slamming his hand on the table. Reyes, the patriarch of the Freeman family and also the biological father of Roth, looks at his son, his eyes filled with regret. "You won't understand, son. I did everything for your sake and the sake of our family. There are deeper things unknown to you and powerful vampires that can erase a vampire lord with just a thought of their mind. Do you want me to incur the wrath of such entities upon my family? Let's not talk about the blood pact we made," Reyes says, coughing a mouthful of blood on his palm, looking at it with a smile of regret on his face. "Dad, you didn't tell me that you made a pact," Roth says, running forward to his father, gently grabbing onto his shoulders. "I'm sorry, son. I just couldn't risk it. Even though I act tough and wicked, I couldn't bear it. I wasn't man enough. That's why I pushed you to your very limit, made sure that you were strong enough and not be a weakling like me," Reyes says, coughing out a mouthful of blood again. "Dad, don't say such things. I am sorry for saying those harsh words to you. I am sorry for always seeing you as a bad person. I didn't know that you wanted the best for me," Roth cries out, hugging his father very tight. "He'll finally die in peace now. It's always been my wish to see you at the top, and I am happy that my efforts didn't prove futile. Take care of the family when I am gone. Look after your brothers, and don't abandon your duty for too long just to look for strong opponents," Reyes says with a smile, blood slowly trickling from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His veins can also be seen lighting up in bright red. "Dad, I promise to avenge you. I promise to bring his head right here," Roth bellows, crying furiously as he gently places his father, who is on his last moment, on the ground. Avoid him at all costs. Let Jake take care of him because that man is a monster. You're talented, I know that, but you don't hold a candle to this person. Moreover, there are other F4. Before Reyes can complete his words, his body explodes into tiny fragments of flesh, splattering all over the walls of the room, leaving Roth dumbfounded. Just at that time, one of his older brothers barges into the room, but stops his momentum upon noticing the gory scene in the room. What happened here? Did you? I didn't. He made a pact," Roth says as he gets up from the floor and wipes his tears with the hem of his clothes. Hearing his words, his brother doesn't say anything as he stands there and looks at the messy remains of their father. Let me inform the family," Roth's brother, Make, says as he departs from the room. There wasn't much reaction on his face compared to Roth, since they all thought their father was cruel and barbaric. If only they knew the truth. If only we knew that he was the best father, Roth mutters, glancing through the windows of the room. "Dad, I will avenge you," Roth mutters. In the next moment, Roth dashes out of the room, bursting through the windows. He descends to the ground without any aura shielding his body and slowly lands on the ground with a loud thud. Looking around, he notices that the guard of the Freeman family are fighting against a group of vampire nobles, around 50, and they seem to be strangely strong compared to the average vampire nobles. One thing he also notices is that they are bearing the Sanguine family crest on their armor. "I'll kill every last one of you," Roth roars as he runs forward, using flashy footwork, killing all the vampires in a few seconds like a walk in the park. Blood rains down from the sky as the bodies of the vampires collapse to the ground. Roth, now covered in blood, stretches out both his hands sideways, drowning himself in the rain of blood. Thank you, young master, one of the guards appreciates as he stops in front of Roth, breathing heavily due to exhaustion while trying to ward off the intruders. Give me updates, Roth demands. Okay, sir. There's intel that strange vampires with abnormal eyes are attacking everyone on sight. What we noticed about the ones we fight here is that they are exceptionally strong for vampire nobles like us. Their speed, their agility, and their swordsmanship are something we've never witnessed. The guard explains. I see. What is their target and where is potentially at risk right now? Roth asks. Glellumus. According to reports, they are almost everywhere, and they seem to be many in Glellumus City. However, their target, we are not aware of it yet, the guard answers. Without replying to the guard, Roth vanishes in front of the guard, leaving the guard dumbfounded. Chapter 3:22 Alfonso's Power Part 1 Roth runs with ki and vampire aura powering his legs, propelling him at an incredible speed faster than the speed of sound. Within a few minutes, Roth reaches Glellumus Market. Right before his eyes is a huge carnage as he sees tons of corpses on the ground, their eyes filled with regret. Seeing this scene, Roth clenches his fist, and a burst of untamed, wild aura erupts from his body. No matter what they want to achieve, they shouldn't at least hurt the innocent. Roth bellows as the muscles on his body start bulging while the clothes on his body start ripping off itself, leaving only shorts on him. Being a martial artist, Roth doesn't like any clothing that will resist his movements in the slightest. Smashing his left foot on the ground, Roth leaps into the air with such great force, propelling himself through the air. Found them, Roth mutters as he sees a group of vampires donned in high-end armor, wreaking havoc in part of the city as they killed anyone in their path. Right now, the event that is transpiring is that a villager that's about to be killed by one of the vampires, making the surface of his palm straight. Roth imbues it with ki, swiping it down with great force, thus sending an invisible blade of ki. The ki blade flies towards the vampire that's about to strike a villager down with a sword, cleanly slicing his head off from his body. Plop, plop, thud, the head of the vampire rolls on the ground like a ball, while his body falls backward. Kya! The villager that was about to get killed a moment ago screams in horror, running away as far as possible. Seeing the headless body of their comrades, the other lackeys of Bryce look up at who killed one for their comrades. One by one, they stop going after the villagers and focus their gaze on Roth, who's currently levitating in the sky. Arg, such a pain in the ass. There are about 100 vampire lords. The fuck? Roth exclaims, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. I never believed that the vampire planet has so many vampire lords. There must be some sort of catch behind their evolution stage. Nonetheless, the most important thing, which is to protect the villagers, will be done, Roth mutters, raising both his hands in the air. Instantly, several portals start appearing everywhere around Glellumus City. Different types of familiars emerging from them. The familiar doesn't engage with the vampires as they simply move towards the villagers, moving them away from the area. I don't have much aura to spare, but that should make everyone safe. Now let's deal with these guys. Roth mutters as he descends on the ground like a meteor, slamming his knee into the throat of one of the vampires, causing his head to explode. I am at the Vampire Lord stage, just like you guys. But we don't have the same talent. Roth bellows as he swiftly evades a sword swing that was aimed at him by bending backward, his head almost touching the ground. Raising his right leg, he delivers a swift kick to the throat of another vampire, sending him flying away. I see the reason why Jake likes punching people's throat. This is amazing. Roth grins inwardly as he trades blows with the vampires, their movements like a blur as they zigzag around the market square to the center of the city, breaking through buildings and shops. Alfonso, why don't you check what's going on outside? King Duke asks with worry on his face as he sees the carnage that's happening in the boisterous city of Glelemus through a holographic screen in his palace. Your Majesty, I am sorry. I think I have to destroy this device, Alfonso mutters, moving from his position in a flash and destroying the holographic screen. Your Majesty, I am your knight. My duty is to protect you. Do not be offended because I'll have to decline this your command, Alfonso says with a small bow and an expressionless face. But the people are dying. If I am here being guarded by my knight while my people die, doesn't that make me a useless king and a coward? King Duke bellows, slamming his hand on the armrest of the throne. Once again, I am sorry, Your Majesty. Rotha Freeman family has everything under control in Glelemus, and I can vouch that he's trustworthy since I trained him myself, Alfonso says with a bow again. Sigh, who knew Derek was going to return? It's all because of that cunning god. King Duke clenches his jaws. If it was when you're still active, I wouldn't hesitate to leave and take care of those intruders because your abilities are also out of this world. However, the last fight you had with Derek that year did a lot of damage to you and even forced you into deep slumber. Now that you are just woken, I can't allow. Alfonso King Duke suddenly interrupts. Haha, I'm just simply old, that's it. Besides, Derek is a bigger monster than I ever thought. He made a talented person like me look like trash. I guess I should just give him what he wants and live a quiet life after, King Duke mutters. No, Your Majesty. That's not going to happen. Fine. He wishes so hard to get rid of the damn peers, but that doesn't give him the effrontery to hurt innocent people. I feel like crushing him right now, Alfonso utters with an angry expression that even shocks King Duke, as Alfonso rarely ever has any expression on his face. This shows the hatred he has for Derek. You and I know that he's a bigger monster than you. In fact, I'm having doubts if Jake can hold a candle against him because he's not at his full power yet, King Duke says, shaking his head. However, Alfonso's sudden action causes him to raise alert. Alfonso's hand is tightly holding onto the grip of his sword. His eyes closed. They are coming, he mutters. Chapter 3:23 Alfonso as Power 2. Don't buy privileged chapters for now. The moment the words leave Alfonso's mouth, several vampires, about 10, break into the palace. Their bodies are covered in a very powerful aura, and they are donned in demigod tier armor from top to bottom. As they enter, they blow some strange pipe container, releasing tiny poisonous needles like hair strands. However, Alfonso swiftly knocks them away with his sword. With a small thud, the vampires land on the ground, a few meters away from Alfonso and King Duke, pointing their swords towards them. Did the idiot that sent you here not tell you about me? Alfonso asks as he brings out a packet of cigarettes from under his chainmail, lighting one with key. Shut the fuck up. We are all at the warlock stage. You don't stand a chance, one of the vampires exclaims. And so, does that change anything? Will that stop me from whooping your ass? Alfonso asks with a crazed expression like a devil, looking down on its prey. This expression is initially Alfonso's expression whenever he is pissed off. He also taught his students how to use it to intimidate their opponents, which is the reason why Jake loves using it. For the last time, surrender your weapons and follow us. We were ordered not to hurt the king. However, we were ordered to kill you if you're going to block our path. One of the vampires explodes in anger, tightening his grip around the hilt of his sword. Alfonso, let me assist you, King Duke says, trying to pick up the sword beside him. But he suddenly freezes in position as a round red barrier envelopes him. Your Majesty, it's my duty to protect you. That's my strongest barrier. It can withstand almost any attack before it runs out of the energy supplied to it, Alfonso says, turning his head to King Duke. Then, you leave us with no choice. The vampires say in unison and dash towards Alfonso. Seeing their action, Alfonso goes to his sea of consciousness to evaluate the situation in front of him. In his sea of consciousness, thinking for about 1 hour is akin to a split second in the real world. The aura emanating from these vampires is like borrowed aura, an aura of a certain entity. It doesn't align with the bodies of these vampires. However, to use this borrowed aura, there must be a catch. There must be some sort of equivalent exchange. I just need to figure out what it is. Alfonso thinks and instantly returns his consciousness to his body. Opening his eyes, he sees the 10 vampires at the Warlock stage coming at him, their swords blazing with a monstrous amount of ki. Alfonso doesn't move an inch as he stands in position. Loud metallic sounds resound across the room as the vampires strike Alfonso with everything they can muster. However, their swords don't pierce Alfonso's body, but simply bounce back with such great force that the swords vibrate in their hands, causing them to leap backward in fear. Even though they want to throw their swords away right now and then, they feel that they would lose their heads. Taking a few steps forward, Alfonso stops, and a bright smile blooms on his face. It seems like they really didn't tell you much about me. As long as my blood power is active, it's almost impossible for me to receive any physical damage or get pierced by a normal beast weapon. Alfonso explains. Suddenly, Alfonso grabs the hilt of his sword. Closing his eyes, with a swift movement, he draws his sword, unleashing a very fat blood slash flying towards the 10 vampires. Seeing the attack, the 10 vampires raise their swords to block the attack. But as their swords connect with the blood slash, their eyes widen in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. Boom! In a last, desperate moment, the vampires unleash every last bit of their vampire aura and focus it on their sword, trying to stop Alfonso's blood slash from slicing through their swords. While still fighting the blood slash, they get pushed back with such great force that the ground beneath them starts to crack and crumble as they try hard to stay their ground. Arg! With a loud shout, all the vampires imbue their aura into the tip of their blades, canceling out Alfonso's blood slash. Seeing that they've successfully canceled out the attack that nearly killed them a few moments ago, the vampires stab their swords into the ground and start panting very hard. Some of them had even pissed on themselves as they saw death flash before their eyes. The horrifying aura they witnessed is something out of their league. "W, what are you?" they ask with a stutter as they try to catch their breaths. Hearing their questions, Alfonso decides to answer their questions before deciding their fate. "Well, I am just a normal vampire knight that gained a ridiculous amount of power through hard and insane training compared to you guys that are using borrowed energy and borrowed techniques. The difference is clear. Now, let's end it all," Alfonso says, walking towards the vampires with his sword raised, ready to sever the vampires' heads from their bodies. "Don't get ahead of yourself. You bastard. You said almost any physical attack can't hurt you, right? That doesn't mean you still can't get hurt. You're gonna die, bastard," one of the vampires roars in anger as he swallows a small red pill. His comrade also doesn't hesitate as they also swallow the same red pill he used. Suddenly, a burst of aura, 5 times stronger than that of a vampire warlock, erupts from their bodies while their hair floats in a wavy, lifelike manner, as if they have a life of their own. This is just pure aura, an unprecedented control over it. Seeing the transformation of the vampires, Alfonso leaps back in defense, a crazed and confused expression on his face. Fear, anxiety, anger, regret, and adrenaline are coursing through his body right now. I should have killed them right before they used that pill. I was right. The pill is giving them borrowed energy in exchange for shortening their lifespan. How should I face off against 10 Godslayers level vampires? Alfonso thinks, gritting his teeth in frustration. Right now, he doesn't have any hope of winning. If it was 2 of them, there might be a chance of winning. But 10 Godslayers are something out of his capability in a confined space. Chapter 324 Assistance arrived. I look at the blade pressing against my neck, surprise appearing on my face. Knowing that the blades in their hand can't really hurt me since they are Emperor tier, I don't think much about it. Moreover, if they try to do anything funny, I can end their lives easily anyway. However, one thing is bothering me right now. When did the Sanguine family have a lot of soldiers with high evolution stages, plus high-tier weapons and gears? Furthermore, the aura exuding from them feels a bit strange. Do you have any idea who you're pointing blades at? I asked the soldiers with a perplexed expression. We don't give a fuck. We were only instructed to bring you when. SWOSH. With a flick of my finger, a super tiny thread made of vampire aura erupts from my fingertip, slicing the heads of the vampire lord with great force so that blood doesn't spill from the severed necks for some seconds. Splash! Blood finally gushes from his severed necks, making some sort of adrenaline pump through my body. I never expected anything good for Bryce. I knew something was wrong the moment we got here, but I didn't want to act rashly. I say, swiping my hand and wiping the bloody mess off my aura thread. Moving forward in a flash, I pick up one of the severed vampire heads, as there still seems to be some muscle memory and brain activity in it. What are you going to do with that? Stella asks, but I don't answer, making her look at me carefully, leaving a small distance between me and her. The next moment, I cut my wrist in a flash, causing blood to spurt out, but instead of falling on the ground, the blood freezes midair and starts forming into several tendrils, attaching themselves to the severed head. Blink! The eyes of the severed vampire head open in a flash, looking at me with hatred etched onto the eyes. Tell me, did Bryce send you here? What's the purpose of your mission? And how did you get strong? I ask, gritting my teeth as I pump more blood into the blood tendrils I attach to the head to keep it alive and get some information from it. Yes, Lord Bryce sent us here. He told us to kill the guards and civilians who try to get in our way, and also instructed us to arrest any of the royal members we saw. And about how we got stronger, we used some pea pie. Suddenly, blood starts leaking from the vampire's eyes, causing them to bulge before exploding due to the pressure of blood that's flowing through the brains and eyes. Damn it! I curse loudly, throwing the head of the vampire at a wall in frustration, watching it splatter into a mushy mess. Just how the fuck did that happen? Arthur asks, finally strolling towards me. I have absolute blood control, so I was able to keep the head alive for a few seconds to ask some questions, I reply. As expected of you. But the vampire mentioned something about pills. Let's search their bodies, Arthur suggests. That's right. I mumble, walking towards one of the bodies, and start a search for it. Suddenly, I find something in the body of the vampire, a small red pill. Looking at it thoroughly, I notice a huge amount of vampire aura swirling inside of it. This aura is highly concentrated and measured. Found something, I mutter, and in the next moment, Arthur hurries towards me. That's a pill. What's it used for? He inquires curiously. I don't know either, but it contains the essence of vampire. Oh. I don't complete my words before I suddenly notice that Arthur is already searching for the body of another vampire. Found another one. Arthur exclaims, showing me another pill. Seeing the pills, I became shocked and confused for the first time in a long time. I can't even do something like this. Stella, head to Glellumis City and hunt down any of these strange vampires, I say, getting on my feet. Take Gogo along, I add upon seeing Stella's reaction. I kill Strange. Papa, Gogo asserts as he gets down in a flash and climbs Stella's shoulders. The next moment, Stella and Gogo take the initiative to fulfill their mission. Once they are gone, I glance towards Arthur. He'll go check on the villagers. Arthur informs with his middle finger stuck out, disappearing from my view before I say anything. That bastard. Right now, Gogo and Stella are on their way towards Glellumis Market with Stella running full speed, using her ability while Gogo rides on her back. With a sudden realization, Stella stops her movements with a loud screech and burnt marks on the floor as she stops her momentum with great force. Right in front of them is a spectacular scene. Many strong vampires are fighting one figure. They're using everything in their arsenals to fight this figure, and as they are always about to get him, he would find a way to evade their blows. This person is none other than Roth. He's currently fighting against the vampire lords that were terrorizing the city, slowly gaining the upper hand. Leaping in the air, Roth avoids the sudden burst of blood spikes on the ground underneath him while he descends with a bright smile on his face, smashing the blood spikes as he lands on them like a meteor. Not stopping there, Roth grabs the blades of the two katanas that are swiftly swung at him upon landing by infusing his hands with ki. However, With this unexpected strike, he can be seen struggling to hold the blades that are pressed on cutting him down as the two vampire lords press their sword against his palm while the other bombards him with blood strikes. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I don't have much vampire aura left. Opening the portals and letting the familiars out drain my aura. Roth curses inwardly as he grits his teeth and does a swift backflip, causing the two vampires to lose their momentum. Seeing the small opening, Roth grabs the heads of the vampires and bashes them into each other, causing their heads to explode. With a small movement, Roth raises his head and looks at Stella and Gogo, who are rushing in his direction. Chapter 325 Roth's Power-Up. It might seem weird that a demon rank beast can keep up with many vampire lords. However, Gogo isn't just any regular demon rank beast, as he's personally trained by Jake and Zamira, who taught him some flashy combat moves and how to utilize his power efficiently. As seen, Gogo is using his mud ability in the best way as he creates shields, swords, projectiles, and even traps from his ability as he traps some of the vampires' feet before landing deadly blows on them, incapacitating them. However, seeing his tactics, the vampire lords change their formation and attack patterns, attacking him in calculated moves. Since Gogo is a beast, he doesn't see through the vampires' new attack patterns but continues to fend them off either way to the best of his ability with only one thought on the beast's mind. Everything is going to end now. Gogo, Roth mutters, closing his eyes while still standing in a strange stance. Absolute void. Roth bellows, moving towards Gogo and the vampires at a remarkable speed as a blast of stones and debris explodes in his trail. In a single move, blood stains the sky, and drops of blood fall from the sky like rain, drenching both Roth and Gogo. Gogo, stupefied by what just occurred, starts panting very hard while drool falls from his mouth. Gogo, eat. Power, Gogo mutters with a sad expression as his stance folds in depression, walking away to find Stella. Sorry, Gogo, you can still eat what's left of the vampires, though, Roth says with a shrug as he sits on the floor in exhaustion. Leaking out a sigh, Gogo, don't eat. Waste, Gogo replies, walking away. You. Roth grits his teeth as Gogo responds and leaks out a sigh. Although, I don't buy the idea of feeding my fellow kinsmen to a beast. However, these vampires deserve something much worse than this. Roth mumbles. Meanwhile, Stella just moved all the villagers to a safe place where about 1,000 soldiers are marching towards the city of Glellums. Thank you very much, miss. You don't know how much we appreciate it. Most of us could have lost our loved ones. Thank you for minimizing the damages. A soldier says with tears falling from his eyes as he takes off his helmet and gives Stella a deep bow. He is right. All thanks to you. Now that I remember, I've seen you with Prince Jake before. You are perhaps his maid. A tall, burly man who seems to be the commander of the troop says while emerging from behind the soldiers. Yes, you're absolutely correct. I am the maid of Prince Jake, the man with utmost perfection, Stella replies, her eyes shining with excitement as a result of her immense respect and loyalty towards her master. All right, the commander says with a stutter upon hearing Stella's response. The next moment, the commander commands the soldiers to continue marching forward, a testament to Stella's good deed of raising the soldiers' morale. Sigh. Nothing seems to be here. Arthur thinks inwardly, prompting a sigh to escape his lips. After surveying the district for a few more minutes, he decides to head home. This place seems awfully silent. Where are all the guards? Arthur mutters, this time finding the situation odd, because it's very unusual for no guard to be around the Bates mansion. Without thinking much about it, Arthur enters the mansion, and upon entering, he sees a surprising scene occurring in front of him. Right in front of his eyes, a strange man can be seen strangling his father with his body off the ground. I heard you disregarded my instructions and supported King Duke despite the warnings I gave you the other day. Do you know what that is called? Derek asks, his eyes glowing red with a smirk plastered on his face. I am sorry. Such mistake won't repeat itself. The patriarch of the Bates utters with all the strength he can muster while horror flashes in his eyes. It won't happen again, huh? Judging from your aura, I feel that you are telling the truth. However, I hate betrayers, Derek says with a smirk, tightening his grip around the patriarch's neck. Hey, Arthur, run away. Leave now. The patriarch manages to speak with all the strength left in him. Oh, we got company, Derek mutters, turning his head slightly. He's quite talented, though. I didn't know when he sneaked up on me. But boy, don't try anything funny. I won't kill you, because you'll make a perfect killing machine when we attack the Dhampirs. Derek adds, why can't I move or take a step? This man is strong like Jake. No, he is probably stronger. But what did my dad do to deserve death? Even though my father did something bad, I can't just stand and watch him get killed. Arthur mumbles, gritting his teeth in frustration. With a small snap sound, Derek breaks the patriarch's neck and throws his lifeless body on the ground, spitting a small amount of saliva on him. Well, time to head to the Pala before Derek can finish his words. The hair on his neck rises while his instinct kicks in, prompting him to duck his head a little. And to his surprise, he sees an extremely powerful sword clouded in lightning slashes past him, barely missing his face. With a small leap backwards, Derek burst a hole through the mansion, getting outside on the field in a very fast motion. Has my senses gotten so weak that I didn't notice the attack coming? Besides, isn't that King Duke's weapon? He must be somewhat acquainted with him, Derek speculates. Abruptly, Derek sees Arthur dashing towards him at an astonishing speed, his demon tear sword covered in blood-red lightning, while his movement blurs as if he is moving through space itself. Seeing Arthur approach him, Derek opens his mouth in awe, mesmerized by this scene. A special blood power user, a powerful one at that. However, it's so unfortunate that he is going against me, Derek says with a grin, while his eyes glow bright red in resonance with his expression. Stretching his palm forward, a burst of red energy emits from it. Blinding red light. Chapter 326 Attack on Jill S. Chamber. I have to admit, he is pretty strong, but it's so unfortunate that he clashed with me head-on. Maybe after I've accomplished all my missions, I might give him the privilege to end me once and for all. I can feel the hate he has for me, etched deep in his heart, Derek says as he looks at the two moons hanging in the sky. Looking at his surroundings, he is quite surprised by the amount of damage that was caused by his clash against Arthur, despite trying to minimize the amount of damage caused. This might seem weird for a man that doesn't care about anyone or any damage caused, as long as he achieves his goals. However, the Bates Mansion is a place where he wouldn't want to destroy because of the history behind it. It was one of the places that made his youth amazing. Crouching a little bit, Derek propels himself into the sky like a missile, moving at an amazing speed. While Derek is gone, a figure can be seen lying on the ground helplessly, their figure covered in bruises while their clothes are barely covering their body. This figure is none other than Arthur. Why? Why can't I get stronger any further? Why can't I be as strong as Jake? I thought I was one of the most powerful vampires to ever exist. However, compared to this man, I don't hold a candle. He one-shot me with a blast of aura and broke a demon tear sword without even moving from his position. Why can't I do anything? Why? Arthur bellows, stretching his right hand into the air as if he wants to hold something, but he can't catch it. The difference between me and that man is like me trying to grab the air with my palm. It's almost impossible. Arthur mutters, his eyes closing unwillingly. He tries as much as possible to open his eyes, but his body doesn't listen one bit. Aren't you too calm for what is happening right now? A figure asks. This figure is none other than Jill. Well, it's not that anything is going to change if I decide to join the ongoing clash. I won't hold a candle against him. Zamira, the person sitting adjacent to Jill, replies. Who knew he was going to come back? I thought he was dead, Jill exclaims, rubbing her palms in uncertainty. I wonder how he will react if he learns about me and Jake or the real identity of Jake, Jill adds, her fear growing more intense. I don't think he is really after you. He might have been in love with you in the past, but knowing him, he wouldn't go as far as doing anything to us as long as we don't get in his way. However, something feels weird about him this time, and I don't have a good feeling about it. He doesn't care about hurting people, Zamira speculates, taking a sip of wine from the cup she's holding. Just why? Why is he hell-bent on killing all the Dhampirs? Jill asks, her frustration flaring further. That, no one knows. I don't even know where Jake is at the moment. He might still be at the celestial monkey planet, Zamira explains and lets out a sigh. While talking with Zamira, Jill suddenly notices something strange. In a small movement, she moves her right hand at an amazing speed, catching a thin needle-like object that was aimed at her. The force from the needle pushes her chair backward, causing the legs of the chair to scrape the hard floor with such great force that it's akin to being hit by a truck. Zamira, on the other hand, is stupefied at the way Jill caught the projectile. Zamira had always seen her sister as a weak and unserious vampire lord. However, whatever Jill just did now proved her wrong. The movements, the speed, and the momentum at which Jill stopped the projectile are amazing. Not bad. Cease, Zamira exclaims with a bright smile on her face as if she just won the lottery. She feels like hugging her sister right now and apologizes for all the bad things she has said about her. Sister, we've got company, Jill shouts, snapping Zamira out of her daze, causing Zamira to shake her head and burst out of the room through the ceiling. Jill, gritting her teeth, also does the same, following her sister move. While flying midair, Jill and Zamira see a scene that catches them unaware. Reacting to the threat outside, Zamira instinctively descends a few meters from them while Jill follows suit. Right in front of them are standing about 20 vampires, 10 of them at the Lord stage while the remaining 10 are at the Noble stage. While Zamira is still taking in the details, another vampire lands in front of the 20 vampires, causing Zamira and Jill to further leap backward instinctively again. We meet again. The figure that landed mutters with his face clouded in a strange mask while his body is covered in an assassin hoodie. Hector, you! Zamira exclaims, gritting her teeth. Fufu, you thought I'd forget what you did to me the other day during the tournament? Hector, who is popularly known as Zero, asks Zamira as he walks forward. As you can see, I have 10 vampire lords with me. Do you think you stand a chance? Zero adds, this time, I have my sword and armor. Dealing with you will be a walk in the park, Zamira says, a sword with crystal embedded in its hilt appearing in her hand, while a set of armor adorns her body. Taking a signature stance, Zamira raises her sword above her head, her eyes glowing red. Swordcraft. 500 blades cut. Spread around. Hector shouts, informing his men about the incoming danger. Chapter 327 Attack on Jill's Chamber Part 2. A single thick blood red slash emits from Zamira's sword, illuminating the surroundings with its radiance glow, erupting from her sword with great force. The single slash scatters into several blood-red slashes hitting the vampires, but to Zamira and Jill's surprise, the vampires parry the attack as if they had been lectured about this particular technique and how to counter it, having managed to escape Zamira's deadly sword technique. The vampires suddenly split themselves into two groups, the vampires at the Lord stage and the ones at the Noble stage. The ones at the Lord stage all charge at Zamira with dangerous weapons in their hands, while the remaining vampire nobles charge at Jill. Seeing what the vampires are planning, Jill decides to move far away from Zamira, giving a lengthy distance at least to not stop concentrating. Seeing Zamira effortlessly deal with the 10 vampire lords like a walk in the park, Hector brandishes his sword and also charges at Zamira, his blade covered in red aura and ki. A loud metallic bang of two powerful swords colliding in Jill's arena sends a wave of ripple around as Zamira and Hector's swords clash with great force. They don't stop there. Zamira continues to engage in combat with Hector and the 10 vampire lords, dealing with them with proficiency and calculated moves. Thanks to Jake, who taught her how to use ki. After about 10 minutes, Zamira and 5 men can only be seen left. 4 of them are the remaining vampire lords out of the 10 Zamira killed, while the 5th vampire is Hector. All of them can be seen breathing heavily, including Zamira, as if they've been fighting for days. Ha ha ha, aren't you ashamed that you want to win against a woman in this shameless way? I thought you had pride and you were confident in your abilities. Why do you have to resort to cheap tricks? Zamira bellows, grabbing the hilt of her sword tightly. Like I care. I don't give a fuck about pride as long as I achieve my goal. Hector answers with a grin, his armor glowing, a sign of one of its active skills working. I hate you. I hate people like you. You don't have any dignity left in you. You are willing to stoop so low just to harm a woman who never did anything wrong. Zamira exclaims, her anger growing further. Hee hee. I heard you're now going out with your sister's son. Who knew you could call yourself a woman? But well, I don't see you as one. Hector taunts Zamira with a giggle.